Volume 5. Chapter 401, Burn the Old Farts Clothes, 1. Chapter 401, Burn the Old Farts Clothes, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Was this not considered as enemies on a narrow road? Gu Ruoyun sighed helplessly. She certainly did not expect to bump into Dongfang Yan on the second day of her visit to the Dongfang family. Xia Yan, what's happening? A voice filled with concern sounded from behind Dongfang Yan. A young man in embroidered robes came into view and appeared by Dongfang Yan's side. He frowned at Gu Ruoyun, who stood in front of the two. Who is she? Lin Xiao, you've come just in time. This woman was brought in by the young master, but she knows nothing about the rules. She had entered the Dongfang family's forbidden strip. I was just about to bring her in for punishment. Dongfang Yan arrogantly raised her head and stared at Gu Ruoyun with disdain. Oh. The man who was addressed as Lin Xiao shot a glance filled with loathing at Gu Ruoyun and let out a scornful scoff. A woman brought home by Dongfang Xiaoza? What relationship could you possibly have with Dongfang Xiaoza? What sort of relationship do you think? Dongfang Yan sneered scornfully, that Dongfang Xiaoza shields her so much. You don't need to think too far to guess that it's that sort of shameful relationship. A nice little lady does not need to use that sort of benefit to seduce a man. I, Dongfang Yan, have always looked down on shameless women like you. The disdain showed clearly on Dongfang Yan's heroic-looking face. From what she could tell, this woman had latched herself onto the young master in order to gain favor with influential forces. How could she be of any good? But it was simply too bad that the master would never allow a woman like her to enter the Dongfang household. There was also that silver-haired man by this woman's side, but regardless of how powerful that man was, he's no match for the powers of the Dongfang family. That's right, women like her are extremely disgusting. Only you, Xia Yan, can be considered outstanding as you've always relied on your own talent and power to get to where you are now. Lin Xiao said as he lovingly scraped Dongfang Yan's nose, unlike some people, who think that gaining favor can ensure that she'll never have to worry about clothes and food for the rest of her life, but scarcely realizing that in this mainland, only the strong are respected. Relying on a man would be useless. Only with one's own strength can one gain a foothold. I wonder when she'll actually be able to understand this principle. Lin Xiao spoke with mockery and ridicule. His gaze was filled with scorn as if the young girl before him had done something absolutely shameful. Gu Ruoyun had her arms crossed over her chest from the very beginning and watched the two as they echoed each other with a half-smile on her face. Lin Xiao? Your surname is Lin? Her lips curled as the young girl's smile grew more pronounced. So you are not a member of the Dongfang family? It would seem that this Dongfang family isn't much if they simply allowed anyone to enter their ranks. What drivel are you saying? Lin Xiao's eyes turned cold and he scoffed. I might as well tell you the truth. My younger sister will soon become young Master Dongfang's wife. Our two families may not be considered equal, but based on my sister's looks and talents, she's indeed a good match for Dongfang Xiaoza. Even if she becomes Dongfang Xiaoza's wife, my sister will not simply attach herself to him. This was something a woman like you, who only knows how to hitch a ride to the sky on a dragon or a phoenix, can never match up to. Uncle is getting a wife. Gu Ruoyun cocked an eyebrow and wondered, how was it that I have never heard him mention this? Besides, my uncle's looks are like a celestial being from a picture. I certainly don't know what woman could stand next to him and not be outshone by him. I'm tired. Gu Ruoyun yawned, then curled her lips into a smile, except her dark eyes had sunk into a pair of bottomless pits. If there's nothing else, please excuse me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 402, Burn the Old Farts Clothes, 2. Chapter 402, Burn the Old Farts Clothes, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hoof. Dongfang Yan scoffed coldly as she raised her red whip and placed her serious face in front of Gu Ruoyun's way. She arrogantly raised her chin. I don't care what kind of person you are. Seeing as I'm the general of the Dongfang city and a member of the Dongfang family, I have the right to punish you. You are not to blame for this. The blame lies solely the fact that you've entered the Dongfang family's forbidden strip. Furthermore, I've caught you in the act. So this general shall offer you a piece of advice: obediently allow your hands to be tied and await capture to avoid suffering physical torment. Gu Ruoyun squinted her eyes slightly and raised her lips into a half-smile. What if? I won't? Then do not blame me for being discourteous. Shwa! The red whip was flung towards Gu Ruoyun. Her attack was cruel and she cracked her whip with the intention to harm the young girl. If that whip hits her, even if she didn't end up dead, she would probably be crippled. Gu Ruoyun's gaze darkened and she spoke coldly. Do the members of the Dongfang family normally use public office to avenge private wrongs? If that's the case, then I'm going to teach you a lesson in that old farts place. Hon. A burst of flames rose from Gu Ruoyun's body and rapidly advanced towards Dongfang Yen. Dongfang Yen panicked for a moment. She never thought that this woman would dare show such open defiance in the Dongfang family's territory. After all, in Dongfang City, aside from the young master and the mistress, the law enforcement team holds a highly esteemed position. Which was why sometimes she would not even give face to the young master. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since someone had dared to defy an arrest from the law enforcement team? Even if this woman was with the young master, she must die here, today. Just as she thought of this, Dongfang Yan leaned to one side and avoided the surprise flaming attack. Just as she was about to make her move, a snow-white figure suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain. The flames which she had managed to successfully avoid unfortunately fell onto the person's white robes, burning them. Dongfang Yan stared blankly while Lin Xiao was beyond shocked. Even Gu Ruoyan could not help but blink and stared in astonishment at the old man who had appeared without warning. Who is responsible for burning the master of this house? A furious roar rang aloud from the blazing flames as a gray-haired and haggard-looking old man, who looked like he had just been struck by lightning, staggered out to the front of the group. At this moment, the old man's eyes were burning with the flames of fury as he gritted his teeth and glared at everyone present. Can anyone explain who was responsible for lighting that fire? The flabbergasted Dongfang Yan immediately regained her senses upon hearing that voice and hurriedly explained, reporting to the master of the house, it was that woman who lit the flames. Damned girl, she thought, were you not acting haughty just a moment ago? This time, you've brought a calamity bigger than the sky upon yourself. Even if the young master were to shield you, the master will not possibly let you off. Is she speaking the truth? Master Dongfang suppressed the flaming rage in his heart as his old eyes glared fiercely at Gu Ruoyan. Poor him. He had maintained his white hairs and long beard for so many years only to have it all be burned off in a second. And these robes, he thought, these had been sewn by Yor when she was still living at home, he has always treasured it. This was just great, it's all gone now. Gu Ruoyan rubbed her nose, the person I had been aiming for was Dongfang Yan. Perhaps you had been too harsh on her, for she seems to harbor a bone-deep hatred of you. Coincidentally, you happened to arrive, so she dodged my flames on purpose to get a bit of revenge. You're talking rubbish. Dongfang Yan was so angry that she nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. I've seen shamelessness, but I've never seen anyone who was so shameless to this degree, she thought. She actually shifted the blame onto me. However, based on the master's wisdom, he would never believe in substandard lies like hers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 403, Burn the Old Farts Clothes, 3. Chapter 403, Burn the Old Farts Clothes, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Great job, Dongfang Yin. Master Dongfang was burning with rage. His severe gaze swept towards Dongfang Yin. I've never been ungenerous with you, yet you would dare to harm me. Your intentions are clear now. It seems that the position of general in the law enforcement team does not suit you, now I shall find someone else to replace you. Dongfang Yen stared blankly and her entire face was filled with astonishment. How could this be? She thought. Such a substandard lie, how could the master believe her just like that? Master, don't be blinded by that crafty and cunning woman. I'm innocent, Lin Xiao can bear witness to this, I have never thought of inflicting harm on you, master. Hearing this, Lin Xiao tried to open his mouth to help Dongfang Yen explain but was coldly cut off by Master Dongfang. Little fellow from the Lin family, if you have nothing else to do, stop sticking to the Dongfang family all the time. Furthermore, I'm not clear on your relationship with Dongfang Yen, so I cannot trust your word. Dongfang Yen, if you can find another witness to prove that she had framed you, then I shall believe your argument. Dongfang Yen nearly tried to suffocate herself to death. There were only the three of them in here, where else was she going to find another witness? In truth, Dongfang Yen could not understand how the master's wisdom had diminished so much that he would actually believe that piece of nonsense so easily. This. Lin Xiao trembled and he glanced at Dongfang Yen apologetically before joining his fists and bowing towards Master Dongfang. Master Dongfang, I'll take my leave now. Once he said this, he quickened his pace and left without even looking back. Dongfang Yen, after this, you will hand over your position as general on your own. Master Dongfang's stern gaze swept across Dongfang Yen, then fiercely glared at Gu Ruoyan. As for you, get yourself to the study, immediately. But Gu Ruoyan rubbed her nose as she thought, if I'm guessing this right, this old fart was shielding me? In the study. The atmosphere was full of caution, there was a pressure that could render anyone breathless. The old man had changed into a fresh set of robes, only his white hair and beard which had been singed off remained missing. Now, whenever he thought of that incident, his stomach would well up with a blazing rage, giving him an urge to fiercely vent his frustration. Is setting a fire that much fun? Burning people, is that fun? Just how old are you already, and you're still playing with fire? As he said this, the old man was so angered that he had a strong urge to teach the damned girl a lesson. I've told you, it was Dongfang Yan who tried to harm you, that had nothing to do with me. Gu Ruoyun waved her hands and replied disapprovingly. Lies, you're still lying. The old man glared fiercely at her. Don't think that I don't know the truth of the matter, you. Suddenly, his voice came to an abrupt halt. His eyes stared dead ahead on the jade pendant that Gu Ruoyun was fidgeting with. He rose immediately from his seat and charged towards the young girl in front of him, raising his hand in an attempt to snatch the jade ornament from her. But Gu Ruoyun's eyes and hands were swift. Just as the old man reached out his hand, she quickly tucked the jade pendant away. You damned girl! Where did you get that jade pendant from? The old man's breathing quickened as he stared at Gu Ruoyun anxiously. Gu Ruoyun twitched her mouth. Where is it from? It's a travel permit from maternal grandmother. What? The old man was greatly alarmed with everything he'd just heard. Then pulled his head in dismay while replying indignantly, It's fine that she gave a jade pendant to Zaire, but to actually give you one as well, you damned girl. She's being completely unfair to me. On what basis should you both be allowed to see her whenever you wish, yet I'm only allowed to see her 3 times a year? Damned girl, hurry up and let me have a look at that jade pendant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 404, Burn the Old Farts Clothes, 4. Chapter 404, Burn the Old Farts Clothes, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun shrugged. You're calling me a damned girl, so why should I show it to you? You. The old man's face was ashen as he glared at her and said, Then what do you want? Don't forget, I am your maternal grandfather. What's wrong with letting your maternal grandfather have a look at that jade pendant? Gu Ruoyun shook her head and sighed softly. I was thinking of trying to persuade maternal grandmother to come down from the mountain, but I was born timid. If you yell and scold me like that, I would feel scared. I don't think I can stay in the Dongfang family home any longer. Otherwise, you'd scare me to death, so I've decided to leave now. As for maternal grandmother, I think you'd better persuade her yourself. The old man's face turned from green to white, then from white back to green. The changes were varied. One can imagine that Gu Ruoyun had certainly angered him to a high degree. After all, in Dongfang City, besides the person who now resides in the back mountain, who wouldn't see, hear, and obey his words? This damned girl dares to threaten me. He thought. And unexpectedly, this threat was showing results. You're probably the only one in this entire world who dares to speak to their elders in this manner. The old man was extremely furious. Say it then. What would you need me to do in order for you to persuade your maternal grandmother to come down from the mountain? She's been there for over 10 years now, and I'm only allowed to see her 3 times a year. Only heaven knows how much of a torment this is. The fact that I haven't been forced into madness was already considered good enough. In the future, use a better tone of voice when you are speaking to me. You are also not allowed to decide on Uncle's wedding. You are not allowed to force him into marrying anyone he doesn't like. And whomever he does like, regardless of what kind of person she is, you cannot stop him. I want absolute freedom. That also means that I will not be confined within the Dongfang family's restrictions. If my parents are still alive, you must accept my father. If they are truly gone, I want them to be enshrined in the Dongfang family ancestral hall. If you are able to promise these conditions, then I promise to help you persuade maternal grandmother into descending the mountain. Gu Ruoyun stared at Master Dongfang with a smile. Master Dongfang fell silent for a while before he replied, Fine, I will agree to your conditions, but I also have a request. Number 1, your maternal grandmother's birthday is just half a month away. I hope that she will descend the mountain before then. Number 2, on your maternal grandmother's birthday, I want to make an announcement to tell everyone that you are the maternal daughter of the Dongfang family. Okay. Gu Ruoyun replied without a second thought, I will agree to your request. Master Dongfang went momentarily blank. Previously, he thought, this girl had been adamant in refusing to acknowledge me as her maternal grandfather, yet now she's agreeing to do so. Actually, if it weren't for Lan Yuga's words and Master Dongfang's obvious display of favoritism earlier on, Gu Ruoyun probably would never have acknowledged the Dongfang family. You're really agreeing to this? The old man still dared not believe his ears. This girl has always been wily and mischievous. Could it be that she's plotting something? It seems that you don't want me to agree, Gu Ruoyun sighed and said helplessly, if that's the case, then I'll retract my statements in case anyone were to start thinking that I'm shamelessly sticking to your Dongfang family. What? Retract? No way. Master Dongfang hurriedly pulled a face. Haven't you heard of the phrase, a gentleman never takes back his word? One should not go back on one's word, so it's decided. You will now go immediately and help me persuade your maternal grandmother to come down from the mountain. I've already used up all my chances this year. I haven't seen her in so many months and I'll have to wait another 5 to 6 months for the next year. I really can't wait any longer. I used to only envy Zaire alone, but now you've appeared, you damned girl. You'll all surely anger me to an early grave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 405, Martial Emperor, Shocking the Four Corners of the World, 1. Chapter 405, Martial Emperor, Shocking the Four Corners of the World, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The old man grew increasingly indignant at the thought of this. If this girl was unable to persuade Lan Yuga to come down from the mountain, then he will definitely add her debt of fresh animosity to the old grudge. Watch your tone. Gu Ruoyan's lips curled. If you want me to help you, then speak to me nicely. Otherwise, you'll scare me off and you would only be able to see her 3 times a year in this lifetime. You. Master Dongfang was so angry that he nearly went insane. How could he change his temperament after so many years just like that? But when he thought of being separated from the love of his life by a mountain, to endure only seeing her 3 times in a year. After so many years, it was the feeling that was more suffocating than death. Therefore, he took a deep breath and forced a smile onto his stern old face. Little girl, you can see how old your maternal grandfather is now. Would you really have the heart to allow your maternal grandfather and grandmother to remain separated? Even though you don't like me, your maternal grandfather, but your maternal grandmother cannot see me either. Can her heart endure this? If you can persuade your grandmother to come down, I will fulfill anything you wish. Only the heavens knew how much strength he has had to use in order to say these words. Even the uncomfortable indignance he was feeling was not shown on his old face. Forget it, he thought. I'll coax this little girl first, then collect my debt when Yuga returns. Gu Ruoyan nodded in satisfaction. As long as you don't treat me fiercely, then I'll coax maternal grandmother to come down from the mountain before her birthday. Of course, before then, I still don't want anyone to know of my relationship with the Dongfang family. There, I've said what I've needed to say. I'll go back to my room now. Hold it. Seeing that Gu Ruoyan was about to leave, Master Dongfang quickly pushed open the study room door for her with a smile plastered on his old face. Little girl, watch your step and don't trip. If you trip and fall, my precious little girl, my heart will ache. At that moment, Dongfang Xiaozi, who had heard about the incident at the foot of the mountain and had rushed home, happened to witness the scene and was completely dumbstruck. It was as if he had just seen an extinct dinosaur as he stared in astonishment at Master Dongfang escorting Gu Ruoyan out of the study. He was like a large disheveled Chinese cabbage in the wind. This. Just what was going on? He wondered. Was he still the bad-tempered master of my house? Dongfang Xiaozi only managed to regain his senses after Gu Ruoyan had left. He quickly turned around and quickly ran after her and paid no attention to Master Dongfang's sycophantic expression. Yuner, what's the meaning of this? How did that old fart's attitude change so drastically? I had asked him to restrain himself, but he adamantly refused. Why was there such a drastic change now? Dongfang Xiaozi's gentle face was full of shock as he hurriedly rushed towards Gu Ruoyan. Honestly speaking, he had still not recovered from his initial surprise. Was that really Master Dongfang? He wondered. Can I be certain that he hasn't been substituted in secret? It was simply too unbelievable. If word of this got out, I don't think a single person in the Dongfang city would believe it. Gu Ruoyan shrugged her shoulders disapprovingly. You don't think that old fart was far too hypocritical? That. Dongfang Xiaozi paused before nodding his head. That seems to true. But Yuner, tell me first, what did you do to the old fart that he would change so drastically? Nothing much, I only told him that he was being too fierce and that he was going to scare me off. Gu Ruoyan explained with a small smile, rubbing her nose. That's it? Dongfang Xiaozi could not believe it. Based on that old fart's personality, he would actually change his ways out of fear that you would leave him? He's even changed in such a vulgar manner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 406, Martial Emperor, Shocking the Four Corners of the World, 2. Chapter 406, Martial Emperor, Shocking the Four Corners of the World, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If Master Dongfang ever finds out that he had looked so wretched in the eyes of his own son, he might have fainted in fury. Of course, that's not all. Gu Ruoyan turned to Dongfang Xiaoze and rolled her eyes. I also said that if I don't leave, I can help him persuade maternal grandmother to come down from the mountain. That's why he became so fake. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Xiaoze finally saw the light. No wonder Master Dongfang had behaved so inconsistently, it had all been because of mother. As they say, everything has a weakness. The old man had a bad temper and an irritable personality, but the only person in this entire world who could give him a happy and prosperous life was mother. In the old man's eyes, mother was his entire world. He listened to her every word. Everyone knew that most men on the mainland would have about 3 wives and 4 concubines. Only this old man had resisted the pressure from everyone and would only remain married to mother alone. Luckily, mother's powers and talents were strong and she soon helped him subdue the entire Dongfang family. Perhaps it was due to the old man's influence that Dongfang Xiaoze was determined to find only one person whom he could spend the rest of his life with. No matter how big the world was or how many beautiful women there were, it would not be worth 1/10,000th part of the person in one's heart. Yuner, Dongfang Xiaoze smiled faintly as he lovingly rubbed Gu Ruoyan's head. Your maternal grandmother has stayed in that mountain for over 10 years. I've tried many ways but failed to get her to leave. Now we can only depend on you. You are the daughter of my big sister. Only you can persuade her now. Gu Ruoyan smiled. Don't worry, I'll do my best. This isn't just to threaten the old fart but also because my maternal grandmother had lived a tormented life. My parents' incident was not her fault, she doesn't need to punish herself in this way. And while she is punishing herself, other people are being punished as well. I can feel how much the old man longs for her and how much he loves her. So I'll definitely help. If my parents were still around, I'm sure they wouldn't want her to remain in this situation. Dongfang Xiaoze's eyes filled with gentleness like the warm light of the sun and shone onto the young girl before him. Oh, that's right. Yuner, that man who was with you. What's the relationship between the both of you? You mean Xiao Yi? Gu Ruoyan was startled. Actually, she herself did not know what Xiao Yi truly means to her. The only thing she was sure of was the moment she could not forget, that the weariness in her heart seemed to completely disappear when she had opened her eyes in Heaven City to find the man's familiar face in front of her. Because of this, she understood that as long as he was around, nothing bad could happen. Even Gu Ruoyan herself could not comprehend when she had begun to trust and rely on this man whom she had picked up years ago. She had even told him her deepest secret that she had kept to herself all these years. Perhaps she was placing too much trust in him. The trust that she has for him far surpassed that of the man whom she had trusted the most in her past life. Uncle, I don't know what we are, maybe friends? Best friends? Companions? However, I believe that Xiao Yi will never hurt me. Even if someone were to tell me one day that he wanted to harm me, I would not believe it. Besides, I have a strange feeling that we have both grown stronger in power from the time we first met. This feeling has also been growing stronger by the day. Gu Ruoyan raised her head and spoke with determination. Besides, my trust in him had no origins, which was why I've allowed him to remain by my side. The trust she had in Dongfang Xiaoze was because they were related by blood. She trusted in Zixi because of the contract that exists between them, and also because Zixi was the only companion who had followed her through 2 lifetimes. However, when it comes to Qin Beiyi, she simply could not figure out where her trust in him had come from. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 407, Martial Emperor, Shocking the Four Corners of the World, 3. Chapter 407, Martial Emperor, Shocking the Four Corners of the World, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yuner, that man has great power. However, I believe that regardless of how powerful he becomes, he will never raise his sword against you. Dongfang Xiaoze smiled warmly. With him by your side, I will feel at ease regardless of what you wanted to do. Uncle. A trace of warmth enveloped Gu Ruoyan's heart. No matter how long my journey is in the future, you, Dongfang Xiaoze, shall always be my closest family in the world. And the Dongfang family shall also become my support. Dongfang Xiaoze went momentarily blank. What did Yuner mean by this? He thought. Could it be that she has acknowledged the Dongfang family? The surprise had been so sudden that Dongfang Xiaoze could not regain his senses. Uncle, I hear that it will be maternal grandmother's birthday next month. You can start making preparations for her party. I will certainly escort her down the mountain within a month. Gu Ruoyan winked and raised her lips in a smile, but this month, I will accompany maternal grandmother in the mountains. We'll only reappear on her birthday. Hearing this, Dongfang Xiaoze finally regained his senses. Yuner, you're willing to come back to the Dongfang family? That's right, Gu Ruoyan nodded. The old fart said that he will announce my true identity on maternal grandmother's birthday. All right. Dongfang Xiao's heart leaped in joy. Then I'll go to start the preparations. 1 month is just enough time for me to get everything ready. But Yuner, I'm afraid that some people will cause trouble for you when the time comes, especially Dongfang Yan's father. But don't you worry, as long as I'm around, I won't let them bully you. Then I'm going to go now. I'll see you in a month. Then Gu Ruoyun waved goodbye to Dongfang Xiaoze and headed to the rear courtyard. After Gu Ruoyun's departure, Dongfang Xiaoze hurriedly made preparations, sending out invitations for Lan Yuga's birthday party to many families. Hence, the entire Dongfang city was shaken up. Everyone had known that ever since the death of Dongfang Yu, the #1 cultivator of Dongfang City, Lan Yuga had closed herself off in the back mountains and had refused to leave ever since then. Now she was going to make an appearance again? How could this news not cause a sensation? In order to curry favor with the Dongfang family, many spared no expense in searching for the most valuable gifts. They intended to stand out during the birthday celebration and receive the Dongfang family's attention. Amongst these powerful forces, only the Lin family had put in the most effort. This wasn't for any other reason but because not too long ago, Master Dongfang had mysteriously cancelled his decision in having Dongfang Xiaoze to take the lady of the Lin family as his wife, without warning. The Lin family immediately assumed that they had somehow caused Master Dongfang some form of dissatisfaction, so they took a lot of trouble in making their preparations. But how could they possibly have known that the reason why Master Dongfang had made such a decision at that time was that Dongfang Xiaoze was no longer a child? He only paid attention to his cultivation and showed no intentions of having children. This had caused his father to unconsciously become anxious. After that, the lady of the Lin family had approached Dongfang Xiaoze on purpose and he entertained her out of courtesy. Who would have guessed that Master Dongfang would coincidentally stumble upon the scene and assume that his son was experiencing the first awakening of love? So he had vaguely brought it up during a conversation with the master of the Lin family. However, ever since hearing Gu Ruoyun's words, he deliberately approached Dongfang Xiaoze about the matter only to find out that he had completely misread the situation. His son had no interest whatsoever in the lady of the Lin family. Since then, Master Dongfang's attitude towards the Lin family suddenly grew cold, so much so that the Lin family simply could not comprehend what they could have done to offend him. Meanwhile, on the back mountains, a young girl sat with her legs crossed as faint, green-colored spiritual energy enveloped her entire body. This energy was slowly being absorbed by her pores. As it seeped into the spiritual ocean in her body, it also began slowly draining some of the impurities through her pores. This process was repeated over and over again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 408, Martial Emperor, Shocking the Four Corners of the World, 4. Chapter 408, Martial Emperor, Shocking the Four Corners of the World, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Boom! Suddenly, a strong force erupted from within her body and swept like a wave of light through the ground. It destroyed the trees in the surrounding area, and even the herbs planted by Lan Yuga were turned into ash by that strong force. But this power did not stop, continuing a trend of rising continuously and ramming violently. Is she breaking through to become a martial emperor? Lan Yuga, who had been attracted by the sheer amount of power, stared in astonishment at Gu Ruoyun, who was seated on the withered ground. She was so shocked that she was almost speechless. If I'm looking at this correctly, when I first met this little girl, she seemed to have had just broken through to a high-level martial king not too long ago. This talent is absolutely shocking. Now she has immediately jumped into the ranks of a martial emperor? What kind of genius is she? This is clearly perverse. She thought. Actually, while she was in Heaven City, Gu Ruoyun had already used the Holy Spirit Stone to reach the pinnacle of a high-level martial king. She was only one small step away from breaking through to martial emperor. Otherwise, she would never have been able to continue breaking through in just one short month. At the same time, the old man ignored all the shocked glances and ran straight out of the study. He stared in astonishment at the back mountain and his old face was completely flabbergasted. A low-level martial emperor. This little girl has actually broken through to the ranks of a martial emperor. Such talent, she has completely surpassed her parents. The funny thing was that the Gu family members had all considered her as a good-for-nothing all those years ago. On this mainland, where martial honors are few and far in between, a martial emperor can already operate as an independent cultivator. Even our Dongfang family has only 2 martial emperors in our ranks, while the weapon refining sect has 4. Of course, previously there had only been 3 martial emperors. Shi Yun was considered as a dark horse who unwittingly broke through to the ranks of a martial emperor. But Shi Yun was a few years older than Gu Ruoyun. So by the time Gu Ruoyun reaches her age, how could she possibly still remain as a low-level martial emperor? Meanwhile, the whole of Heaven City was in a sensation. There's no mistake about that aura. It seems that the Dongfang family has gained another martial emperor. Could it be young Master Dongfang? It looks like only Dongfang Xiaozi alone could be at the brink of a breakthrough to a martial emperor in the Dongfang family. The master of the Dongfang family already relies on 2 mid-level martial emperors, now the Dongfang family has 1 more. Are the skies about to change? I reckon that aside from the 3 great authorities, no other power can compare to the Dongfang family, not to mention the fallen weapon refining sect. The crowd chattered ceaselessly, most taking a fancy to the Dongfang family. Meanwhile, at the back mountains. Just as Gu Ruoyun opened her eyes, she found herself in an embrace. The man's silver hair fluttered softly in the wind as his blood-red clothes dazzled under the light of the setting sun. His large hands were warm and strong as he held the young girl tightly in his arms. Xiao Yun, congratulations, you've broken through again. The man lowered his gaze and looked at the young girl in his arms. His red lips were slightly raised as he thought, this was the kind of woman that I like, always so outstanding. Staring at the man and the woman on the ground, Lan Yuga found it difficult to regain her senses. She ignored her destroyed herbs as her beautiful face filled with shock. Little girl, I want to ask you this. When did you have your breakthrough to a high-level martial king? Gu Ruoyun rubbed her nose. About a month ago, around the time before I made my way to the Dongfang family home. Gasp. Lan Yuga was astounded. To reach the ranks of a martial emperor from a high-level martial king in 1 month, no one knows what this could mean. Who could possibly have the capability to reach that level in the span of only 1 month? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 409, Martial Emperor, Shocking the 4 Corners of the World, 5. Chapter 409, Martial Emperor, Shocking the 4 Corners of the World, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun, who had obviously seen through Lan Yuga's thoughts, quickly explained, it was really due to pure luck that I had managed to reach the ranks of a high-level martial king at its peak. I had received a strange treasure a few days ago which allowed me to break through within a month. Pure luck? Lan Yuga shook her head. She never believed in luck. Sure, Gu Ruoyun's sudden rise in power in such a short time may have had something to do with it, but it couldn't be the only reason. Besides, when asked about their rapidly growing strength, many youngsters would attribute their success to hard work. They certainly would not admit that they had used enhancement tools. Yet, this girl had explained her breakthrough so quickly and simply, even using luck as an explanation. Noticing Gu Ruoyun's humility at such a young age, Lan Yuga finally understood how she could have grown into the success she has today. Maternal grandmother, Gu Ruoyun greeted as she stood up from Qian Beiye's arms, watching Lan Yuga walk out. Your birthday celebration is tomorrow, let's attend it together. Lan Yuga was slightly startled and her gaze full of sadness. Yuner, I've already told you. No matter what you say, I will never leave this mountain. This was my punishment, she thought. Are you really that unwilling to see that old man, maternal grandmother? Gu Ruoyun asked with her eyebrows slightly raised. I understand that you're punishing yourself by refusing to see your loved ones, but wouldn't it be better to punish the ones who have truly wronged you instead? If you really want revenge for mother, hiding in the mountains like a coward is not the way. Instead, you should bravely face reality and increase the strength of the Dongfang family. Only as a strong family can we avenge her. Become stronger? Lan Yuga was startled. The power of that organization was extremely strong. Would we really be able to fight back? In the past, she would never have thought that this would be possible. But now. Lan Yuga gazed at the young girl before her, her face was brimming with the brightest of smiles. She felt moved, perhaps this girl could be her only hope for revenge. Very well. Lan Yuga smiled, her eyes glistening. I promise you I'll go down the mountain with you tomorrow. Great. Then let's wait until the birthday celebration to leave and let that old fart stay anxious for a little while longer. Gu Ruoyun blinked as she curled the edges of her lips up mischievously. Qian Beiyi, who remained silent, had his blood-red eyes fixed upon the young girl's shadow. His peerless beauty lit up with a warm smile. Xiao Yun, no matter what you do or where you go, I'll always be by your side. The stars in the sky were scarce that night. The Dongfang family's courtyard was brightly lit by flickering candlelight. Everyone had heard that the reclusive Lan Yuga who had hidden in the mountains would make an appearance today. In order to curry favor with this reputably powerful woman, many leaders from different powerful forces brought along their unmarried daughters to the dinner banquet with the hope that Lan Yuga would convince Dongfang Xiaozi to choose one of them to be his bride. Despite knowing each other's snake-like intentions, general etiquette prevented everyone from displaying them, and they all praised their rivals' daughters for their beauty, wit, and grace. At this point, Master Dongfang no longer cared for his dignified image. He glanced anxiously at the door and ignored all attempts from his guests to strike up a conversation with him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 410, Martial Emperor, Shocking the Four Corners of the World, 6. Chapter 410, Martial Emperor, Shocking the Four Corners of the World, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What's taking them so long? Gua should be here by now. Is that girl even reliable? No, I must go have a look. Father. As he saw his father behaving so anxiously, Dongfang Xiaozi quickly grabbed his hand and said in exasperation, Father, if you go now, she might change her mind. It's best that we wait. I know Yuner well and she'd never make such a promise unless she was 100% sure that she could fulfill it. That's true. Master Dongfang stopped his tracks but continued to steal glances at the door. Cold sweat formed on his palms. Oh, right. He shot an anxious look at his son and asked, How do I look? Do I look handsome? Do you think your mother would like this? Dongfang Xiaozi was speechless. Was this really my cold, stern and stately father? He wondered. He seemed to lose all sense of rationality when it comes to matters concerning mother. At that moment, the entire hall fell silent. Master Dongfang froze and carefully turned his head as he felt a familiar presence that he had long missed. He blinked in disbelief as he stared at the fairy-like woman clad in blue. His eyes brimmed with tears of joy as he rubbed his fist vigorously, completely at loss for words. The moonlight poured down from the heavens, casting a brilliant glow on the woman's soft and lovely face which left everyone in the room breathless. Her beautiful crescent-shaped eyebrows were enough to capture a person's heart and soul. Her lips were turned upwards and held an indescribably elegant charm. It was as if she has had some sort of surgery. This woman looked as if she were in her 20s, but in truth, she was about 50 to 60 years old. Next to her stood an 18-year-old woman in green robes who carried an air of indifference. Her eyes were like dark, bottomless stars and held a cold gaze. Despite standing next to the peerless beauty of Lan Yuga, her looks were certainly not inferior. Rather, in some respect, more superior. Who was this girl? Why had she appeared with Lan Yuga? Everyone was whispering excitedly as they stared in complete puzzlement at Gu Ruoyun. In fact, the strange girl's appearance drew too much attention, for everyone was imagining the impossible. Little sister, this was the woman that Dongfang Xiaozi had brought home, Lin Xiao explained to the pretty lady next to him. However, the sight of the woman walking next to Lan Yuga made him frown involuntarily. Who was this woman and why was she with Lan Yuga? Has the Dongfang household accepted her relationship with Dongfang Xiaozi? Would the dignified Dongfang family actually accept a woman with unknown origins? There has to be some sort of mistake. Guer. Master Dongfang's heart leaped. He hurriedly walked up to greet Lan Yuga, all the while rubbing his hands with uncertain joy. Guer, you've finally come home. Heaven knows how much he had missed her all these years. It would seem that only the cleverness of his maternal granddaughter had coaxed her to return home. His heart was filled with joy at the thought. Noticing the puzzled stares of his guests, he restrained himself and coughed in embarrassment as he glared sternly at Gu Ruoyun. Considering how much you've helped me today, I will overlook your past mistakes. Hearing this, everyone now understood the situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 411, Martial Emperor, Shocking the Four Corners of the World, 7. Chapter 411, Martial Emperor, Shocking the Four Corners of the World, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. No wonder this woman had appeared with Lan Yuga. She was only helping Master Dongfang and was not his chosen daughter-in-law. The entire hall heaved a sigh of relief. Lan Yuga furrowed her brows in annoyance and her eyes swept past Master Dongfang, ignoring his attention. Yuner, let's ignore that old fart. Come and sit with me, she said as she softly held Gu Ruoyun's hands and pulled her to the seats. Wah! Stunned, Master Dongfang turned aggrievedly to Dongfang Xiaozi and asked, Is your mother angry? Dongfang Xiaozi pursed his lips disapprovingly. I've told you to treat Yuner a little better. Now that she has become mother's precious jewel, did you really think mother would be happy to see you treating her so roughly? He spoke the truth. Over the years, Yuner had lived a hard life and at the very mention of the subject, his mother would be filled with guilt. She wished that she could make it up to Yuner with her life. Besides, his mother loved his sister Yuer dearly. While his mother was not the kind of person to scold the old man whenever he dared to bark at her, she would coldly ignore him the entire day. Master Dongfang grew angry. He had previously treated Gu Ruoyan well so that she would agree to help coax Lan Yuga to come home, thinking that he could return to his original habits after that. He certainly did not anticipate that the girl would have his own wife eating out of the palm of her hand. It looks like this stupid girl will govern the rest of my life, he thought furiously. Father, for your peace of mind, it may be better to speak to Yun'er nicely in the future. Dongfang Xiaozi patted his father's shoulder sympathetically before walking away happily. The old man's face turned sour at the very thought of it, as if he had been forced to swallow a bitter pill. He looked sadly at Lan Yuga, who was chatting happily with Gu Ruoyun. He quickly regained his composure and sat down next to Lan Yuga as if nothing had happened. He then cleared his throat to make a speech. Welcome, honorable guests, to my wife's birthday celebration. I will be making an important family announcement after the festivities, and I hope to receive your best wishes. Big announcement? Best wishes? The entire hall was stunned. Could this be about young Master Dongfang's wedding? The banquet hall buzzed with excitement. Which lucky woman had been chosen by the Dongfang family to receive their favor? Amongst all the guests, only the Lin family was particularly excited. They could almost see it happening, that the Dongfang family would announce the marriage between young Master Dongfang and the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Yuer. After all, only the master of the Dongfang family had ever expressed such an interest to them. The Lin family members were giddy with excitement. Master of the Dongfang family, Lin Xiao smiled as he stood up. I've come to represent my father in this year's celebrations. I'm especially excited to hear your big announcement. Allow me to be the first to offer you the blessings of the Lin family. My father has heard that Mistress Lan is particularly fond of cultivating herbs and had painstakingly collected Burger Lespadisia root from the wildlands in her honor. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 412, Martial Emperor, Shocking the Four Corners of the World, 8. Chapter 412, Martial Emperor, Shocking the Four Corners of the World, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It's said that Burger Lespadisia root requires the blood of countless strong cultivators to reach maturity. They usually grow under extremely dangerous conditions on the mainland, in the wildlands where strong cultivators fight to survive. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's announcement, many guests hurriedly stood from their seats and stared excitedly at the crimson wooden box that contained a Burger Lespadisia root. Oh? Lan Yuga raised her eyebrows. Then please send my gratitude to the master of the Lin family for his effort. Servant, please accept this gift on my behalf. In Lan Yuga's eyes, one Burger Lespadisia root may be worth a lot but not enough for her to forget her manners. So in order to maintain her reputation, she ordered a servant to accept the gift in her stead. The strong lead from Lin Xiao had completely eclipsed the gifts from many of the other guests, and he knew it. Many others felt too embarrassed about the gifts they had brought and were unsure of how to present them. Knowing this tickled him, and he looked provocatively at Gu Ruoyan, who was sitting next to Lan Yuga. What gifts have you prepared for Mistress Lan, my lady? He taunted. Why not present them for all of us to see? Ha ha. The crowd in the banquet hall fell silent. All eyes were on Lan Yuga's sunken face, and everyone broke into a cold sweat for Lin Xiao. Was this young man insane? Many wondered. Lan Yuga obviously loves this girl very much, and he had actually dared to say such a thing. He must have had a death wish. Hearing his words, Lin Yuer covered a smile as she looked at her brother with her lovely eyes. Big brother, she said. I am sure that her ladyship would have long prepared a highly valuable gift for Mistress Lan which would make your Burger Lespadisia root pale in comparison. One must always present gifts of the highest value in private. So how could she possibly show it to you? Lin Yuer's tone held a slight hint of jealousy. To her, this woman was obviously trying to get close to the Dongfang family to become Dongfang Xiaozi's wife. If she really harbored such intentions, she mused, Dongfang Xiaozi certainly wouldn't want her. Looking at how fond Lan Yuga is of this woman, Lin Yuer suspected that if the latter were to enter the Dongfang household, there may be many difficulties for herself in the future. It's best to let her be clear on where she stands, she decided. Some people were really beyond comprehension. Just because she had gained favor from Mistress Lan doesn't mean that she can do whatever she likes. This time, it wasn't just Lan Yuga who became angered, even Master Dongfang had furrowed his brows. He glared disapprovingly at the Lin siblings as his voice cut like a knife's blade. Members of the Lin family certainly enjoy throwing out assumptions, do they not? Whether she presented a gift or not is the Dongfang family's business. Since when does this involve the opinion of the Lin family, eh? Master Dongfang's booming voice echoed in their heads. The Lin siblings shuddered and dared not say another word. Eventually, a thoroughly pale-faced young Master Lin decided to bite the bullet. Please don't be angry, Master Dongfang, he pleaded. I was merely curious. If the master is unwilling to discuss this further, I will say no more. Humph. Before Master Dongfang could retort, the small figure seated next to him spoke. Lady Lin, you're quite right. The value of my gift cannot be compared with one trivial burger lespadija root. Gu Ruoyun smiled. Her tone was casual, but her words struck into the hearts of those in the hall like a heavy hammer. The crowd immediately burst into a lively discussion. No one had expected this young lady, who was barely on the cusp of womanhood, to dare make such an arrogant statement. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 413, Martial Emperor, Shocking the Four Corners of the World, 9. Chapter 413, Martial Emperor, Shocking the Four Corners of the World, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There wasn't a single person in the world who does not know the value of the burger lespadija root, Lin Xiao thought. Yet, she had just spoken of having a gift of incomparable value to that of a burger lespadija root. Like a hurt lion, he leaped from his seat and exclaimed with a tremor in his voice, then perhaps you wouldn't mind presenting your gift to compare it with mine? We'll let the guests decide which gift holds greater value. Gu Ruoyun smiled and quietly turned her head towards Lan Yuga. Lan Yuga smiled softly at her as she lovingly stroked the back of her hand. No matter what the gift is, as long as it is from you, it will hold the greatest value to me. Simply put, any gift from Gu Ruoyun which she herself deemed valuable would be most precious to Lan Yuga. No other gift would even come close. Lin Xiao's expression turned ugly. Humph. He thought. I'd like to see what gift this girl had actually brought. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Gu Ruoyun promptly slipped her hand into the collar of her robe and pulled out a string of candy-like green-colored pills. The higher the level of the immortality pill, the more subtle the aura they emit. Only a truly powerful cultivator would be able to sense the energetic frequency of a high-level pill. In that instant, even members of the Dongfang family who had remained silent out of fear, burst into peals of laughter at the sight of her pills. Am I seeing things? Are those candies? Did she actually bring candy as a gift to Mistress Lan's birthday celebration? Was she trying to coddle a child? I'm going to laugh to death. The gift of incomparable value to the burger lespadija root she spoke of, were mere candies? She must be joking. The entire hall roared with laughter, some lords even howled to the point of tears. However, none of them noticed that the guests who were ranked at the martial king level and above were eyeing the string of pills, breathless with excitement. Lan Yuga, who seemed to have tuned out the noise in the hall, noticed Master Dongfang drooling over the pills. She reached out a pair of trembling hands to take them in case the old man wanted to snatch them away. Then again, obviously, Master Dongfang would not dare to do such a thing. Suddenly, a loud roar came from outside the banquet hall. Hands off the beans. Before anyone could react, a flash of white robes was seen and the pills disappeared from Gu Ruoyun's hands. Whoosh! The banquet hall fell silent. A white-haired old man stood before them. He stared squarely at the pills, not taking his eyes off them. His expression was exquisite to behold. Seeing the old man's flushed face, Gu Ruoyun's face darkened. Honorable Sir Tianqi, what do you think you're doing? The Honorable Sir Tianqi? That very name sent a shockwave through the entire hall. Could it be the spirit sex Honorable Sir Tianqi? That's right. He's indeed the Honorable Sir Tianqi. I've had the good fortune of meeting him once. One by one, excited voices began to pierce through the crowd's silence. Heavens! Is it really him? But what would he want with that string of candy? I can't believe that I, Wu Lin, would actually be able to see the Honorable Sir Tianqi in the flesh in this lifetime. I can die happy now. Honorable Sir Tianqi carefully wiped the pills and held them gingerly but cautiously in his arms, as if afraid that someone else would try to snatch them away. Since we are friends, little girl, these pills should be given to me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 414, Martial Emperor, Shocking the Four Corners of the World, 10. Chapter 414, Martial Emperor, Shocking the Four Corners of the World, 10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hearing the Honorable Sir Tianqi's words, the already noisy banquet hall grew deafeningly boisterous. Pills? Did Honorable Sir Tianqi just say that those string of candies were actually legendary pills? Goodness, am I hearing this correctly? Oh my heavens, were those really pills? The powerful Honorable Sir Tianqi cannot possibly be wrong about this. No wonder the girl had dared to insult Lin Xiao, she was holding pills. Just where did she come from? Gu Ruoyun ignored the growing gossip. She couldn't care less about the Lin siblings. Give the pills back to me, she demanded in stretching her hand out towards the Honorable Sir Tianqi. No. Honorable Sir Tianqi took 2 steps back and boldly declared, whatever lands in my hands is mine. I'm not giving this back. Gu Ruoyun's face blackened. Why do I feel as though you're far more wicked than the Honorable Poison Master? You've already attained the martial honor level, far stronger than the rest of us. These pills are of no use to you, so give them back. Honorable Sir Tianqi rolled his eyes. Of course I have no use for these pills. I plan on giving these to my disciples. We are friends, little girl. You wouldn't be so selfish to deny me a string of pills, would you? Gu Ruoyun felt helpless. Her eyes were truly open now. She has finally met a person who would stoop to a whole new level of shamelessness. Fine. If you want them, take them. Don't forget, you owe me one. Gu Ruoyun then took out another string of pills from her robes, keeping one eye on the Honorable Sir Tianqi in case he would snatch them away too. Do you really need to be so paranoid, little girl? Asked the Honorable Sir Tianqi as he rolled his eyes. I'm not some wretched treasure thief. A pure-hearted person like me couldn't possibly be so vicious. Oh, really? Then give those pills back, Gu Ruoyun replied, raising her eyebrows. The Honorable Sir Tianqi clasped the pills in his hands and exclaimed, You said that I could take them if I wanted to. That means you've given them to me. Since it was your gift, I certainly couldn't have snatched them away. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I can be bullied so easily. Labeling me as a robber so casually. Am I really that sort of a person to you? Witnessing the old man's audacity, the image of their much-worshipped idol shattered. No one in the banquet hall would have thought that the dignified Honorable Sir Tianqi, one of the 3 great authorities from the spirit sect, would be such an outrageous old man. Seeing how Gu Ruoyun made no move to snatch back the pills, the Honorable Sir Tianqi started playing with them and asked, What type of immortal pills are these, little girl? The Emperor Breakthrough Pills, Gu Ruoyun replied, shrugging her shoulders. The Emperor Breakthrough Pills? Honorable Sir Tianqi wrinkled his brows. That's right. They allow cultivators in the ranks of a martial emperor to break through to the next level. For example, a lower-level martial emperor would be able to break through to mid-level. However, a high-level martial emperor cannot use these to break through to martial honor. Mistress Lan is currently a mid-level martial emperor, which was why I'm giving these to her. The truth was that she had only just refined the Emperor Breakthrough Pills last night. After attaining the level of martial emperor, she had successfully opened the 4th level of the ancient divine pagoda, which contained the recipe for refining the Emperor Breakthrough Pills as its reward treasure. Hearing her words, everyone, including the Honorable Sir Tianqi, opened their mouths wide in awe and surprise. This thing. Lan Yuga's voice trailed away as she looked at the pill in her hand. At a loss for words and eager to feel the effects of the pill, she hastily swallowed it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 415, Martial Emperor, Shocking the 4 Corners of the World, 11. Chapter 415, Martial Emperor, Shocking the 4 Corners of the World, 11. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Boom. The moment the immortality pill entered her lips, Lan Yuga felt a powerful force slam against the bottleneck that had prevented her progress. It was as if the pill was forcing its way through a thin piece of paper, rushing to reach a new world. Breakthroughs for the Martial Emperor rank requires a strong spiritual energy. The strong spiritual energy in the atmosphere rushed towards her and swirled around her to aid her promotion. Engulfed by the force, Lan Yuga's blue figure looked like a small sail floating against the fluttering wind. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Everyone was far too anxious to speak. All eyes were on Lan Yuga as they staring unblinkingly at her progression, not wanting to miss out on witnessing this once-in-a-lifetime transformation. Let me break through. Boom! Another powerful force slammed against her bottleneck. Unfortunately, the bottleneck was very strong and the big hit had only managed to rattle its walls. Lan Yuga distanced herself once again. She absorbed the spiritual energy surrounding her, condensing it into a thick ray in an attempt to penetrate the bottleneck with another blow. Finally, the blow created a deep crack in the bottleneck and the spiritual energy began to seep in. But that wasn't enough. Let me break through. Lan Yuga shouted. She gathered an immense power to create a greater impact as she kept hitting it again and again, refusing to give up until the bottleneck was pierced through. After some time, there was a loud crash. Her multiple impacts finally pierced through the weakening bottleneck. Without further resistance, the spiritual energy rushed in. A high-level martial emperor. The crowd gasped in awe. Even as a mid-level martial emperor, Lan Yuga's skill was already formidable in comparison to anyone of a higher level. Now, she was a high-level martial emperor. Wouldn't that mean that she was invincible amongst the ranks of the martial emperor? Master Dongfang wondered. He gazed adoringly at Gu Ruoyan, but, minding his reputation, Master Dongfang said nothing more. Lin Xiao, do you have anything else to say? He said as he coughed twice. The Lin siblings' faces turned pale. How could they have known that Gu Ruoyan possessed such a powerful pill? It was simply not scientifically possible. Ah, right. Gu Ruoyan seemed to have remembered something and turned her gaze. Honorable Sir Tianqi, why are you really here? The Honorable Sir Tianqi rolled his eyes at her. I was just passing by when I heard that my little sister would be celebrating her birthday today, so I dropped by to have a look. Why are you here, little girl? Little sister? Gu Ruoyan froze at the thought. Does the Honorable Sir Tianqi mean that maternal grandmother was actually his little sister? She wondered. Impossible. If the Dongfang family had such close relations with the Honorable Sir Tianqi, how could they have been bullied to such a degree that year? Why didn't the Honorable Sir Tianqi step in? Yuner, Lan Yuga gently stroked her hands. I know what you're thinking. Please don't blame him. At that time, he was not on this mainland. No one could find him at all. Hence, he had been unable to help in the Dongfang family's crisis. Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun relaxed. It wasn't just Gu Ruoyun who had reacted with shock. Even the forces of the Dongfang household who were unaware of the relationship between the Honorable Sir Tianqi and Lan Yuga could not help but look at Lan Yuga with renewed respect after hearing the Honorable Sir Tianqi's confession. No wonder she was so powerful, they thought. She was Honorable Sir Tianqi's little sister, after all. Now, little girl, you tell me, the Honorable Sir Tianqi began. What relationship do you have with the Dongfang family? Wait a minute. He paused, noticing something. He wrinkled his eyebrows as he stared at Gu Ruoyan, examining her closely before gasping, You've broken through to Martial Emperor? It's only been a few months since I last saw you. Back then, you were only a low-level martial king, and now a few months later you've broken through to a low-level martial emperor? What's your secret, little girl? Will you be my teacher? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 416, War 1. Chapter 416, War 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The crowd was completely silent. Everyone held their breath as they stared at Gu Ruoyun in complete disbelief. What did the Honorable Sir Tianqi mean? Was this young lady the powerful cultivator who had broken through to reach the Martial Emperor level yesterday? Had this statement come from any other person, they would not have believed it. But since the remark was from the famous Honorable Sir Tianqi, it was impossible not to believe it. I see you've already met Yuner, big brother, Lan Yuga chuckled. I guess there's no need for formal introductions. Yuner, meet your granduncle. The Honorable Sir Tianqi's face froze in place, his eyes darted towards Gu Ruoyan in surprise. Am I hearing things? He wondered. What was the title that Lan Yuga had asked Gu Ruoyan to address me as? Gur, what do you mean? He asked nervously. Why are you asking the little girl to address me as her granduncle? Please don't tell me that you've adopted this girl as your granddaughter behind my back. If this were true, he smiled to himself, it would really be a world of good news. We'll see how that shameless old Honorable Poison Master would try to steal her away from him now. The Honorable Sir Tianqi rubbed his fist in anticipation as he awaited Lan Yuga's reply. Ahem. Master Dongfang cleared his throat and glanced at the Honorable Sir Tianqi. Honorable Sir Tianqi, before anything more is said, I'd like to make an announcement. Since you're present, please bear witness to this announcement from the Dongfang family. Upon hearing this, the crowd perked up and some even tried to guess what Master Dongfang would say next. Little sister, Lin Xiao exclaimed. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Forget about whoever that woman is. If she's indeed Mistress Lan's adopted granddaughter, even better, no one would fight you for Dongfang Xiao's attention then. The head of the Dongfang family is about to announce his son's wedding, and no one else in the entire Dongfang city is more eligible to be matchmade with Dongfang Xiaoza than you. Lin Yuer smiled as she looked affectionately at Dongfang Xiaoza. All these years, this man has been the goal she had been fighting for her entire life. She's worked harder than everyone else to earn his affection. Now, she thought, I'm going to become his wife. My long-cherished wish will soon be fulfilled. Come on, spit it out. The Honorable Sir Tianqi glared at Master Dongfang. If he hadn't snatched away his precious little sister all those years ago, he fumed, she would have stayed by his side and would not have had to brave so many dangers, including the grief of losing the apple of her eye. Clearly, the Honorable Sir Tianchi would never have bothered to put on a good face for the old man. Master Dongfang's face flushed with embarrassment. No matter how many grievances he has, he would not dare to speak his mind with his brother-in-law in the room. The announcement I'm about to make is the biggest news we've ever had in the history of the Dongfang family, he declared. The crowd cheered and clapped, but the same thoughts played in their minds. Biggest news? Wouldn't that concern Dongfang Xiao's wedding plans? Who could the lucky girl be? Moreover, the Dongfang family has strong connections with the spirit sect. If this woman was going to become the mistress of the Dongfang household, she would never have to worry about getting oppressed for the rest of her life. Lin Yuer prepared herself for once Master Dongfang had made the announcement, she would stand up and express her gratitude to display a gentle and virtuous image. As Master Dongfang spoke, she was already getting up from her seat. She walked over with a huge smile. Thank you, honorable guests, Master Dongfang addressed the crowd, for attending my wife's birthday celebration. In light of the festivities, I would like to make an important announcement regarding this young lady. The old man could no longer contain the joy he felt. His face broke out into a huge smile. I present to you my maternal granddaughter, the flesh and blood of my daughter, Yuer. She's a precious pearl of the Dongfang family. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on her, the Dongfang family will follow them through heaven and hell and rain terror upon them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 417, War, 2. Chapter 417, War, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After finishing his speech, Master Dongfang glanced at Lan Yuga as if to say, were my words satisfactory to you? Lin Yuer stopped in her tracks. Her pale white skin turned a sickly green color. She was completely embarrassed, unable to walk back to her seat or up to the front, and stood stiffly rooted to the ground. Why was this happening? She wondered. Wasn't Master Dongfang supposed to announce the good tidings between Dongfang Xiaoza and I? Why was he announcing something else? Moreover, this girl was actually the daughter of Dongfang Yu, that wretch who was supposedly long dead? Lin Yuer bit her lips. She absolutely hated Dongfang Yu, that spoiled, pampered brat. A few years ago, whenever she had wanted to approach Dongfang Xiaoza, that awful woman would hold her back and refuse to allow her to disturb his training. Because of that, she had always harbored a great hatred towards Dongfang Yu. So when news of her death reached her ears, she was in ecstasy for many nights. Since Dongfang Yu's death, Lin Yuer had assumed that she would be able to enter the Dongfang household easily. Who would have thought that such an evil little star would appear? Dongfang Yu, your ghost lingers. She fumed. Lin Yuer took a deep breath and calmed herself down. You say that this little girl is your legitimate maternal granddaughter? The Honorable Sir Tianchi blinked his eyes in disbelief. You're not trying to fool me, are you? She's the daughter of Gu Tian and Xiao Yuer? And Gu Shunxiu's little sister? This surprise was much too sudden. He thought and almost burst out laughing. The Honorable Poison Master, he said snidely. For the many years that you've tailed and fought with me, you probably never realized that the little girl we've once fought over was really my own grandniece. Gee, despite having rejected my offer to become my disciple, she's still related to me by blood after all. Now, what abilities will you use to match mine? After so many days in fear of assassination attempts, this momentous occasion has arrived. The Honorable Sir Tianchi has never felt happier. If that old Honorable Poison Master knew, he would certainly burst with anger. However, the Honorable Sir Tianchi did not expect his statement to cause such a stir. An indistinct murmur spread throughout the crowd. The Honorable Poison Master and Honorable Sir Tianchi both offered her to be their disciple? And she had rejected them both? Just who were these two people? One is a powerful cultivator from the spirit sect and the other a great bane even to the three great authorities. Whenever these two would meet, there would be great tribulations. They had fought over accepting a disciple. Who ended up rejecting them both? This simply wasn't logical. Lin Xiao's face turned into an ugly color and his heart filled with remorse. He was thoroughly regretting his offense towards Gu Ruoyun. If the girl were to insist on barring his sister from entering the Dongfang household due to her connection with the Honorable Sir Tianchi, Yuer may never have the opportunity to become the mistress of the Dongfang family. We're finished. Lin Xiao slumped into his seat and let out a desperate sigh. He looked at his sister, who was sluggish and dazed, then smiled bitterly as he shook his head. I thought she had relied on Dongfang Xiao's good graces to come here and even ridiculed her for being a lazy woman who only depended on others. I didn't know that she was, in fact, the flesh and blood of the Dongfang family. This was all because of Dongfang Yan. If it weren't for her words, I wouldn't have committed such a huge mistake. At that moment, Lin Xiao placed all blame on Dongfang Yan. If it weren't for that woman, he wouldn't have had to endure such a degree of embarrassment today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 418, War 3. Chapter 418, War 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lin Xiao began to unconsciously hate Dongfang Yan. Their camaraderie was now gone without a trace in the face of benefits. Bang! Just then, a strong aura seeped into the hall and caused an abrupt change in Gu Ruoyun's expression. Xiao Yi? That's right. This aura is indeed Xiao Ye's. Who's he fighting with? Maternal grandmother, let's hurry out to have a look. Just as she spoke, her figure turned into a gust of wind and charged through the door. Under the night sky, the man's blood-red clothes fluttered in the wind while his silver hair was like silk. Enveloped in that imposing manner, his body seemed to be lit by the bloody red flames of a fiery pit. His phoenix-like eyes stared coldly at the man in the black robes who was standing in midair. The man was straightening up his black robes. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he clutched his weapon tightly in his hand. He was anxiously staring in terror at the powerful, bloodthirsty yet handsome silver-haired man who looked like a devil. He was in such a panic that he nearly lost the grip on his sword. When had the Dongfang family acquired such a powerful cultivator? I've never heard of him, he thought. He even detected my presence before I could manage to carry out my plans. Sure too? It's him. When his eyes fell upon the man in black robes whom Chen Beiyi had forced into a state of complete submission, Master Dongfang's expression changed immediately. How had Sure Tu been able to get into Dongfang City? Could it be that the Dongfang family's guards are all a bunch of good-for-nothings? Unable to even notice an enemy's infiltration? However, he certainly never would have thought that the silver-haired man who had followed his maternal granddaughter would turn out to have such great power. Sure Tu to him was like a child, barely a few years of age, and was played like a toy in the palm of his hand. Xiao Yun. Xian Beiyi was momentarily startled when he noticed the people approaching him from the back. He turned his head towards the young girl's pure and beautiful face and asked, "Can I kill him?" His tone was simple, as if he was asking if he could have a bowl of rice to eat. "Little girl, is this man a friend of yours?" The Honorable Sir Tianqi furrowed his brows. He could not tell why, but this man made him feel extremely uncomfortable, as if merely standing in front of him was suffocating. After all, he was already a martial honor. Therefore, this man has to be exceptionally powerful for him to feel this way. Besides, the Honorable Sir Tianqi paused and a shrewd light flashed across his elderly eyes. Though this man's strength was extremely powerful, he was not in control of that power, and he doesn't know why. Based on his current display of strength, he should be a martial honor at most. However, if one were to wait for him to be able to fully command his power, then forget about this mainland. Even in another more powerful mainland, not many would be able to match him in strength. Sure Tu? The sect master of the weapon refining sect? Why would the master of the weapon refining sect be here? Gu Ruoyun's lips curled into a cold smile and a cold light flashed through her gaze. Humph. Sure Tu's eyes emitted a strong, flaming rage, but he gritted his teeth and stayed silent. His gaze was filled with disdain and scorn, as if Gu Ruoyun had no right to ask him any questions. Not going to talk? Gu Ruoyun smiled. I believe that the Dongfang family has ways to make you talk. Xiao Yi, don't kill him just yet, hand him over to Master Dongfang. As for the final outcome in this, let the Dongfang family handle this personally. After she spoke, Sure Tu's state of mind calmed down and his face twisted into a mocking angle. He was determined to stand victorious over the Dongfang family no matter what. Xiao Yi, I'm tired. Let's go. Gu Ruoyun yawned, her pure and beautiful features looked exhausted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 419, War 4. Chapter 419, War 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. All right. Hearing the young girl's voice, Chen Beiyi slowly lowered his hand and appeared in front of Gu Ruoyun with one quick flash. His peerless face lit up with a mesmerizing smile. In that moment, the women could not help but sink into his smile. They've never seen such a sight. They never expected that this devil-like man from just a while ago could look so attractive when he smiled. Xiao Yun, I will protect you. In this life, the only one whom he wishes to protect was her. No matter the boundaries, he would not hesitate. Gu Ruoyun did not say anything more. She turned her gaze back towards Master Dongfang and said, "You should deal with the aftermath of your own issues, I'm not going to help you now." Having said that, she turned around and left without a second glance. As he watched her leave, the Honorable Sir Tianqi frowned. "Tell me, what happened to the Dongfang family this time?" Big brother, Lan Yuga gracefully stepped forward. "It was something to do with the weapon refining sect this time. A while ago, Yuner eradicated every member of the weapon refining sect, but the sect master had disappeared. The Dongfang family and the weapon refining sect have always been enemies, so there was a high chance that this stray dog, Shi Tu, would make a move against the Dongfang family. That was why Dongfang City has become so heavily guarded. However, this time the danger is now truly lifted." The Honorable Sir Tianqi sighed. "Gur, it's all my fault. I haven't always been around the mainland during these past few years. And when I leave, I would disappear for many years to the extent that I would be unable to rush over in time to help during the few moments when the Dongfang family was in a crisis. This time, I've decided to return to the spirit sect and will not be leaving. Big brother, I don't blame you. After all, you are an elder of the spirit sect, so your position has always been a little sensitive. It may not always be a good thing for you to mix with us so often." Lan Yuga smiled gently. "Now, even though Yuer is no longer here, but Yuner has returned to my side. And Shang Xiao. I don't know when I'll meet that child." Both siblings had lost their parents at a young age and have always relied on one another for survival as they endured unimaginable torment. So, whenever Lan Yuga thought of how they were orphaned and alone in the Gu family home, her heart would ache. That's right. Suddenly, the Honorable Sir Tianqi seemed to have remembered something and turned towards Lan Yuga. "The divine trials are about to begin. When the time comes, I hope that Xiao Yun will be able to represent the Dongfang family and participate." The divine trials were held annually by the three great authorities. Any genius who can achieve a breakthrough in the trials will receive an invitation from the three great authorities to become a participating member and receive training for the 10-year Demon War. The 10-year Demon War happens every 10 years, and it was the time when the strongest cultivators of the mainland and the evil spirits would meet for battle. The defeated side will be evicted from the mainland while the winners will take control of the mainland. The members of the Immortal Realm and the Weapon Refining Sect, who had always talked about compassion, duty, propriety, and integrity, have always used the 10-year Demon War as an excuse to obtain other people's treasures as if it were within their rights to do so. "Big brother, you want Yuner to join the three great authorities?" Lan Yuga stared doubtfully at the Honorable Sir Tianqi as she asked. "No," the Honorable Sir Tianqi shook his head. "It's because these trials will be extremely beneficial in raising the little girl's power. It would even be a big help to her in the long run. Gur, you must get the little girl to participate no matter what. I'll wait for her there. Besides, with her appearance, it's about time for things on this mainland to change." "I agree with you on this." Master Dongfang relaxed his furrowed brows. "I will speak to the Yun girl about this and will also inform the entire Dongfang family." "Rest assured, Honorable Sir Tianqi. After all, this is also a favorable stroke of luck for her." "Then I feel at ease." The Honorable Sir Tianqi smiled and nodded. "Old man Dongfang, I entrust my little sister to you. Take good care of her in my stead. Furthermore, I will not be leaving the spirit sect within these few years. If you need anything, you can send someone to the spirit sect to look for me. Stop being cocky already. Otherwise, the one whom you'll burden is my beloved sister." Ha ha. He threw his head back and laughed before disappearing without a trace in front of the admiring gaze of the crowd. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 420, The Trials, 1. Chapter 420, The Trials, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After the Honorable Sir Tianqi had left, the old man retracted his gaze and said, "Zaire, you take care of our guests for a bit. I will now make preparations for the trials." "Father, don't worry, I'll take care of them. You relax and go ahead." Dongfang Xiaozi replied warmly. His handsome, jade-like features were lifted into a smile. Then, without another word, the old man waved his hand as he headed towards the direction of the meeting room and soon disappeared from view. The moment he was gone, the entire courtyard burst into a cacophony of discussion. This had probably been the most unforgettable party of their lives. So, as it turned out, Mistress Lan of the Dongfang family was actually the younger sister of the Honorable Sir Tianqi. No one in the mainland had known about this. Now, even the daughter of Dongfang Yu, who was also the mysterious master of the 100 Herb Hall, has actually returned to the Dongfang family. Furthermore, she has attained the rank of a martial emperor at such a young age. If news of this were to get out, the entire mainland would burst into a sensation. Ahem. Dongfang Shaozi let out a cough. His expression changed from awe to an air of seriousness as he spoke sternly. Ladies and gentlemen, for today, you have seen nothing, you have heard nothing. If I were to ever find out any unsavory gossip outside of these walls, well, I'm sure you all know the methods of the Dongfang family very well. I mustn't allow for news of Yunner's gifts to leak out no matter what, he thought, especially that string of pills that could allow a martial emperor to break through. If this were to get out, I don't want to think of the consequences. Yes, young master. The crowd regained their senses and replied respectfully. They were all very clear on the Dongfang family's methods. Besides, they were all under the jurisdiction of the Dongfang family, so they wouldn't willfully disobey the Dongfang family's orders. However, not everyone would think of it in that way. Lin Yuer clenched her fist as she stared in hateful jealousy towards the direction where Gu Ruoyun had departed in. A sneer started to form on her lips, containing a faint trace of mockery. Gu Ruoyun, so what if your powers are strong, so what if you have the ability to surpass the crowd? Do you really think that you can go up against the three great authorities with only your powers? If anyone knew about the pills which you hold in your hands, all that awaits you will be a death sentence issued by the three great authorities. Don't judge the three great authorities for their noble display of character in public. In reality, they would do anything to increase their power. This woman was looking for her own death. In the rear courtyard, just as Gu Ruoyun was about to push open the door, an elderly voice rang out from behind her. Idiot girl, I need to speak to you. Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow, and turned around with a smile at the old man who was approaching her with his hands behind his back. What? You want maternal grandmother to start ignoring you? You? The old man puffed out his beard and glared in anger. I've yet to collect my debt from this fellow, he thought. But she was far too good and was actually using Gur to threaten me. I'm here because I have something to talk to you about, little girl. You really shouldn't have given that pill to your maternal grandmother in front of all those guests at the birthday party. You do know that if word of your actions were to get out, you will then attract many spies? Especially those hypocrites from the immortal realm. If they were to hear of this, I'm afraid that not even the Dongfang family could protect you then, but... Even though the old man's tone had a hint of rebuke, but his words, full of concern, softened Gu Ruoyun's heart. I know. She knew that her conduct would attract great danger, but if she didn't do this, it would be difficult to shut everyone up. It might even cause trouble for maternal grandfather and grandmother. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 421, The Trials, 2. Chapter 421, The Trials, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The reason why she had dared to do such a thing was because she had already made some inquiries. The divine trials will start soon, and during this period of time, the immortal realm's cultivators would be far too busy with their preparations to have the time to come bother her. That was why she had dared to do such a thing. It would take a few months for the divine trials to end. By then, her powers should have grown stronger, and she, as well as the Azure Dragon and the rest, would certainly be a greater match for those martial emperors from the immortal realm. You idiot girl, you simply won't be satisfied unless you stir up a fire in public. Master Dongfang glared fiercely at her and spoke with a hint of annoyance. Your great uncle has just declared to have you participate in the divine trials. I know that you have no interest in this, but you only need to participate and draw the attention of 2 out of the 3 great authorities, and the immortal realm would not be able to deal with you. I'm not interested. Gu Ruoyun pouted and rejected him without a moment's hesitation. Master Dongfang nearly went insane. This girl was clearly not giving him any face at all. Let me tell you this time, even if you don't want to participate, you still have to participate. I've already put your name in, so you'll have to play it by ear. And if I were to refuse to participate? Gu Ruoyun narrowed her eyes slightly. Honestly, she has no interest in the war with the demons. The fate of the entire mainland had absolutely nothing to do with her. She only wished to open up a place for the people she loves to live in peace. Master Dongfang was so angered that his face turned ashen. His gaze darted around for a bit before he said, Don't you want to enter the spirit sect? I've heard that Xingxiao's situation was growing perilous. Many elders have refused to comply with him and were secretly making false charges against him. Are you not going to help him? Now, Master Dongfang was placing a gamble on how much Gu Ruoyun actually cared for Gu Shengxiao. Obviously, he made the right gamble. Suddenly, Gu Ruoyun remembered the man from the spirit sect who had helped the Ling family plot against her 3 years ago, but someone from the spirit sect had wanted to capture her and use her as a means to threaten her big brother. That proves the unfavorable situation of her big brother in the spirit sect. and the only way she could help her big brother was by entering the spirit sect. A wave of cold aura flashed across Guru Oyun's eyes. Put my name in for me, I'll participate in the divine trials. Master Dongfang heaved a sigh of relief. The only way to prevent the immortal realm from laying their hands on her was to send her to the spirit sect, so he had no choice but to use Gu Shengxiao as a means to convince her. Ever since her parents died, the girl's brother, whom she had also relied on, was the biggest berserk button of her life. All right, when do the divine trials begin? In 3 days' time. 3 days? Guru Oyun frowned. All right, I understand. I'll set off in 3 days. Master Dongfang still had something more to say but swallowed his words in the end. He left with a heart filled with all sorts of concern. Fine wisps of hair danced in the night breeze. The beautiful moonlight poured down from the heavens, falling on the young girl's green robes. Xiao Yi, aren't you supposed to be in your room? Why are you here? Guru Oyun's voice was as light as a fresh breeze as it fluttered in the night air. The silver-haired man had appeared from behind a tree. His blood-red robes were like a demon's and looked even more enchanting under the moonlight. Xiao Yun, the man slowly walked towards Guru Oyun and placed both hands firmly on her shoulders. His peerless features were resolute and serious. I don't know why, but I'm feeling very uncomfortable. Can you not go to the divine trials? Guru Oyun stared blankly for a moment, then smiled lightly. Xiao Yi, he's my older brother who had always shielded me. For my sake, he did not hesitate to oppose the people from the immortal realm. In times of calamity, all he could think of was my safety. He even concealed his identity to protect me. How could I leave him alone and not care about him? Besides, I have a feeling that if I participate in the divine trials, I might be able to find your. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 422, The Trials, 3. Chapter 422, The Trials, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The man said nothing more as he gazed at the young girl's beautiful features. His red eyes were filled with resolve. If you've made your decision, then I'll follow you there. No matter the dangers that may come your way, I will protect you. He can only support her decision, and he would follow her without hesitation even to the end of the world. Xiao Yi, thank you. Guru Oyun raised her head and looked at the silver-haired man in blood-red robes. A peculiar light flashed across her clear eyes. The shining moonlight enveloped the man's silky, silver hair. The scene was so beautiful it was like a dream. But most importantly, the man's red lips were very close to hers. So close that all he needed to do was to lean forward. It goes without saying that, at this very moment, Guru Oyun's heart seemed to stop. Even with Lu Chen in her past life, she had not felt anything quite as genuine as this. Xiao Yun, may I kiss you? As he spoke, the man's peerless face looked extremely shy, but his eyes, full of desire, were gazing at Guru Oyun's lips. Nevertheless, he did not wait for Guru Oyun to regain her senses and lowered his head to kiss her soft, thin lips. Previously, it wasn't like Qianbei Yi didn't steal kisses from her, but Guru Oyun, at the time, did not have feelings for him. Now, she didn't know why, but the moment when the man's red lips met hers, her mind suddenly went blank. She did not even notice it when Qianbei Yi's lips left hers. Xiao Yun, you're not going to hit me? After a long pause, seeing as how Guru Oyun had made no reaction, the man stared at her pitifully as he asked carefully. He looked like the bullied youth from a boy's love story, looking so hurt that anyone would feel the urge to pamper him with tenderness. Hit you? Guru Oyun finally regained her senses, though her mind was still in a blur. She asked puzzledly, why would I hit you? But... The man stole a glance at her and his face looked absolutely miserable. Didn't you hit me the last time? He was talking about that one time in Heaven City. She had woken up and then kicked him when she realized that Qianbei Yi had taken advantage of her unconsciousness and fooled around with her. So, until now, he still believed that as long as he kissed Guru Oyun, he would be met with a flying kick. Xiao Yun, if you're going to hit me, can you only hit me here? Qianbei Yi pointed at his abdomen and explained in a hurt tone, if you hit the wrong place, I'm afraid that we won't be able to have babies in the future. Have babies? Guru Oyun thought. This guy. What kind of place has his thoughts gone to? I'm going to sleep now, you can give birth to them yourself. Once she had said her piece, Guru Oyun opened her bedroom door and walked in. Qianbei Yi attempted to follow her, but it was in vain. The door smashed into his nose all of a sudden and blocked him from entering. In her bedroom, Guru Oyun took a deep breath as she tried to calm her racing heart. She could not stop the thoughts from running through her mind as she recalled Qianbei Yi's hurt, pitiful look when she had left. She smiled to herself and thought, this guy. He's really an idiot. She was quite fortunate. After enduring a bitter betrayal in her past life, she managed to meet someone in this life who would disregard reciprocation and protect her with his life. A glimmer was seen in Gu Ruoyun's eyes as she smiled at the thought. The next day. Sunrise. Gu Ruoyun pushed open her bedroom door to find a familiar figure right in front of her. The man's face looked a little tired and his already blood-red eyes were now bloodshot. After seeing Gu Ruoyun, his expression suddenly changed and his entire being filled with vitality. Xiao Yun, you're awake? Gu Ruoyun furrowed her brow. You were out here the entire night? Xiao Yun, if you don't like it, I won't kiss you again, so please don't be angry with me. As if having heard the anger in Gu Ruoyun's tone of voice, Shen Beiyi pitifully begged. I was angry with you? Gu Ruoyun went momentarily blank as she thought, when have I been angry at Xiao Yi and how did I not know about this? Were you not unwilling to hit me yesterday? Shen Beiyi stared hurtfully at Gu Ruoyun, so you must be angry with me. If I don't hit him, I'm angry with him? She wondered. Does this man have a tendency for masochism? And just because of that, he had stayed outside my door the entire night? Gu Ruoyun was dumbstruck. I left yesterday because my heart was beating too fast. And he ended up thinking that I was angry at him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 423, The Trials, 4. Chapter 423, The Trials, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoyun said, looking a little awkward, actually, I. Before she could finish her sentence, a gentle voice like a piece of jade suddenly sounded from behind them. Yuner, your maternal grandfather has asked for you to join him in the meeting hall. He wishes to speak to you. Dongfang Xiao's words lightly snapped Gu Ruoyun out of her awkward state and she stuttered, Xiao Yi, do you want to come with me? Shen Beiyi stared blankly. What did Xiao Yun mean by this? Could it be that she's no longer angry with me? Let's go. Gu Ruoyun did not wait for Shen Beiyi to step out of his blank state and turned towards Dongfang Xiaozi with a smile. Uncle, may I trouble you to escort us? All right. Dongfang Xiaozi smiled as he swept his gaze from Gu Ruoyun to Shen Beiyi but said nothing more and turned towards the direction of the meeting hall. From afar, Gu Ruoyun could hear the sounds of a debate coming from the meeting room. She could not help but frown and a peculiar glint flashed across her eyes. At this moment in the meeting hall, the atmosphere was stern and suffocating. The elders argued amongst one another endlessly and Master Dongfang, the head of the Dongfang family, knit his brows without saying a word. His elderly face was cold and grim, his eyes were lit with a sharp glint from within. Master, I'm not chastising you but Gu Ruoyun is a person with a different surname. She's not even a member of the Dongfang family. Don't you know that daughters who have been married off cannot be retrieved? Her daughter clearly isn't related to the Dongfang family and besides, her ladyship left of her own accord without saying goodbye or with your permission. Her daughter is also spoiled and rude. Otherwise, she wouldn't have embarrassed Yenner. The person who was speaking was Dongfang Yan's father, Dongfang Linli. He never expected that the girl responsible for his daughter's punishment would turn out to be the much-talked-about Gu Ruoyun. Most importantly, how could the master let her represent the Dongfang family in the divine trials? How could they allow a person of a different surname to represent the family in such an important event like this? Even though she was now a part of the Dongfang family, it doesn't change the fact that her surname is Gu. Master Dongfang did not speak but his face sank further and further by the minute. Put. The sound of a giggle was heard, coming from the only woman amongst the group of elders. Her lips were curled into a smile as she cast a disdainful gaze towards Dongfang Linli. Elder Linli, that girl's surname may be Gu but for goodness sake, her mother was Dongfang Yu. She has the blood of the Dongfang family flowing through her veins and that girl definitely has power. I don't believe that allowing her to represent the family would mean that the Dongfang family has no other representatives. Even if she does not have the Dongfang surname, it does not change the blood flowing in her veins. In her life, there were not many people who Dongfang Changjin would admire. Years ago, when she was still young and frivolous, the only person whom she had admired amongst the youth of her generation was Dongfang Yu. She once considered her a rival, because of her she had once rushed over from afar to fight with her. She still remembers that fateful day. That woman was dressed in snow-white robes and was standing tall above the clouds. Her eyes had seen nothing worthwhile around her. That day, she only used 3 techniques to defeat her once arrogant self. From then on, she changed her name to Dongfang and entered the Dongfang family in order to chase after her beloved idol. Who would have guessed that not too long after she had entered the Dongfang family, she would receive news of Dongfang Yu's death? It cast her fully into regret for many years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 424, The Trials, 5. Chapter 424, The Trials, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If a genius like that were still alive, how powerful would she have become now? But the student has surpassed the master. Dongfang Yu's daughter now has far more grace than she had that year. Even her luck seemed to be far better than hers. Elder Changjin, that's where you're wrong, Dongfang leanly sneered. I don't think that this girl has any abilities to deserve this position. So what if she is the master of the 100 Herb Hall? So what if she is a martial emperor? When the three great authorities select talent, they don't merely judge them based on their power. Do you all really think that the three great authorities can put up with her savage attitude? I've long heard of her bloodthirsty nature. There are so many departed spirits who demand vengeance for their grievances in her hands. If we allow her to be a part of the Dongfang family, disaster will soon follow. His voice paused before continuing. I am thinking for the sake of the Dongfang family. Master, it's impossible for you to study this in your free time and to destroy the Dongfang family for the sake of an insignificant woman. Dongfang Linli's words were spoken as if he were devoted to a righteousness that inspires reverence. He would never admit that his prejudice towards Gu Ruoyun was all because he was trying to avenge his daughter. Who asked that damned girl to resist Yenner's orders too boldly? He thought. She'd caused the faultless Yenner to be forced into letting go of her post as the general. Bringing disaster to the Dongfang family, I wonder if you're talking about me? A small chuckle was heard from outside the door. Then, the meeting room door was slowly pushed open and a girl dressed in green robes with a calm air appeared in the doorway. Next to her was a peerless silver-haired man whose eyes swept indifferently across the hall before placing his gaze on the young girl next to him. Dongfang leanly frowned and scoffed coldly. This is the meeting hall. Who gave you permission to enter? You're certainly a wild girl with no upbringing or knowledge of etiquette at all. I'm the one who asked her to come here. Are you unhappy with my decision? A stern voice suddenly rang aloud in his ear. The tone held a thick sense of annoyance and anger, causing Dongfang Linli to tremble. He slowly turned around and simpered, seeing as it's your decision, master, then I will allow them to stay by the side and listen. Only, it seems that you've forgotten the rules of the Dongfang family. Outsiders are not allowed to participate in a Dongfang family meeting. As he spoke, Dongfang Linli purposely emphasized the word outsiders. That's right, Elder Linli is right. Master, as the head of the family, you must set a good example. Otherwise, how could you be fair to everyone else? Master, Elder Linli was only thinking for the sake of the Dongfang family. Please, Master, don't forget the rules of the Dongfang family. Upon hearing Dongfang Linli's words, the old men who have always followed him closely subserviently nodded their heads and spoke up. Are you truly doing this for the sake of the Dongfang family or are you trying to avenge your daughter? Master Dongfang's clever eyes glanced coldly at Dongfang Linli. He then turned his gaze to Gu Ruoyun. Little girl, I've asked you here because there is still one more thing that I wish to discuss with you. I want to change your surname to Dongfang. What do you think? Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow. I refuse. Why? A slow, angry flame began to burn from within Master Dongfang. Does this girl really not know my reasons for allowing her to change her surname? If her surname was Dongfang, we'll see if these old farts would dare to continue sprouting more nonsense. Honestly, I have no feelings towards the Gu family, but... Gu Ruoyun paused, then continued, Gu Tian is my father, Gu Shengxiao is my brother. They both carry the Gu name, so I'm Gu Ruoyun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 425, The Trials, 6. Chapter 425, The Trials, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You. Master Dongfang puffed his beard in anger and shot her a glare. Was this fellow trying to anger me to death? Old man, as the head of the family, you're actually unable to subdue the words of the family elders. How about if I were to represent you instead? Gu Ruoyun smiled and completely ignored Master Dongfang's ashen face. Her lips curled into a faint smile and she narrowed her eyes at Dongfang Linli. You say that you're doing this for the sake of the Dongfang family? Then can you explain that besides me, who else was capable enough to lead the Dongfang family to greater power? Are you expecting the old man? Or your old-fashioned daughter? What did you say? Bang! Dongfang Linli stood up immediately and coldly scoffed. Are you saying that my daughter is no better than you? Perhaps her powers may not be as strong as yours, but her heart is far kinder and she carries herself better. Unlike you who casually follows after other men. As he said this, Dongfang Linli swept his gaze scornfully to Qian Beiyi who was standing next to Gu Ruoyun. This time, forget about Gu Ruoyun. Even Master Dongfang was thoroughly enraged. He was just about to speak up until he was cut off by Gu Ruoyun's clear, cold voice. Xiao Yi is one of my people. If the Dongfang family refuses to acknowledge him, I won't mind renewing the entire organization of the Dongfang family. Impudence! Dongfang leanly angrily threw his fist at Gu Ruoyun as he roared angrily, damned girl. Firstly, I'm going to teach you the meaning of respecting the old and loving the young. Dongfang leanly. Bang! Master Dongfang rose from his seat and exploded with rage until the veins throbbed on his forehead. If you dare lay a hand on her, I'll make you regret it. Just as he spoke, a strong aura went spiraling towards Dongfang leanly. However, Master Dongfang's aura has yet to reach Dongfang leanly when a large hand suddenly reached out and gripped Dongfang leanly's neck tightly. Dongfang leanly found himself unable to move and his face began to pale. He didn't even manage to get a clear look at the man's attack before he fell into the latter's grasp. Master! The elders who had sided with Dongfang leanly saw Chen Beiye's actions and could no longer control themselves. They stood up and said, "This boy has simply gone over the limit. For goodness sake, Dongfang leanly is also an elder of the family. How could you allow an outsider to bully and humiliate him like this? Boy, I advise you to let Elder leanly go." Chen Beiye coldly glared at the person who just spoke. One look was enough for that person to feel his coercion. He was so terrified that he no longer dared to speak again. "Xiao Yi, don't let him go." Gu Ruoyun stared at the crowd with a slight smile on her face. Finally, her gaze landed on the old man's face. "Old man, you won't mind if I did a little family spring cleaning, would you?" The old man's mouth twitched. "And if I do mind, so what? This girl's temper was far more explosive than mine. How would she possibly listen to me? Besides, these guys should really be punished. If it weren't for my consideration of their contributions to the Dongfang family, I would have disposed of their family status already. Now I'd like to know, how many of you here would pledge to serve Master Dongfang's decision?" A glint flashed across Gu Ruoyun's eyes as she said this. More than 10 elders who were led by Dongfang Changjin rose from their seats. The rest stared with contempt and disdain, refusing to allow Gu Ruoyun's entrance into the Dongfang family. Based on my information, Lady Gu has indeed killed many people. But the victims were all people who had intentions of killing her. I don't believe that she had killed recklessly. Dongfang Changjin smiled gently. "Lady Gu, your mother and I can be considered as old acquaintances. Her daughter is indeed outstanding. All these years, the Dongfang family's placement in the trials have always been at the bottom of the list, so I hope that you can help us to recover our losses." "For sure," Gu Ruoyun chuckled silently. To the elders standing before me, "After this, you may collect one improved spirit-gathering pill from Dongfang Shaozi. This spirit-gathering pill may not be as efficient as the Emperor Breakthrough pills, but after consuming it, you will be able to break through to the ranks of a martial emperor within 3 days. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 426, The Trials, 7. Chapter 426, The Trials, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When the dust had settled, Gu Ruoyun turned towards Master Dongfang and raised an eyebrow as she said, "I've helped you to solve the matter. Now, as for reorganizing the family, I'll let you personally handle that on your own." "I won't stick my foot in that. Xiao Yi, return Elder leanly to him." Master Dongfang's expression was filled with dignity and his voice was filled with virtue. "Servant, for Elder leanly's high-level violations, he shall be stripped of his title as an elder from this day forward. Take him to the torture chamber and await my orders. It's best to take advantage of this opportunity and review the Dongfang family's traditions." Immediately after he spoke, the doors burst open and a group of armored guards charged in to restrain the struggling Elder leanly. "Ha, you will regret this. You will all definitely regret your actions today." Before being taken away, Elder leanly let out a terrifying laugh, making everyone's hairs stand on end. But no one would plead mercy for him and some of them were powerless to defend themselves, so how would they have the headspace to bother about him? "Xiao Yi, let's go." Gu Ruoyun yawned, her eyes fell on the man next to her and she smiled as she spoke. Then, she turned and walked out. Outside the meeting hall, under the azure skies, the man paused in his steps. His red eyes fixed their gaze upon the young girl in front of him with a peculiar light flashing from within his stare. "Xiao Yi?" Gu Ruoyun was momentarily stunned and turned around to face the man. "What's wrong? Just now, you had told them that I belonged to you." Chen Beiyi looked extremely shy and his eyes were staring at Gu Ruoyun in anticipation. "Is that true?" "MMM?" Gu Ruoyun raised her eyebrow slightly and smiled. "What do you think?" Then, she said nothing more and quickly rushed towards the courtyard. Behind her, the man stared dazedly after the young girl's disappearing figure and was unable to regain his senses for a very long time. So does this mean that she admits that I belong to her? He thought. The surprise was too sudden and too quick. So much so that he remained foolishly glued to the spot as he stared in astonishment after Gu Ruoyun's shadow. Soon after, it was the Dongfang city's turn. They were all scared stiff. First, two powerful cultivators of the Dongfang family broke through to the martial emperor level. Within the next few days, a strong aura encircled the skies around the Dongfang family's home as countless people, one after another, broke through to the rank of martial emperor. No one could understand what was going on or how so many cultivators could achieve their breakthroughs in one shot. In this mind-blowing situation, the time to leave for the divine trials has arrived. At the present moment, a group of youths had gathered in the Dongfang family's courtyard. These were the pride of the Dongfang family and some of the very best geniuses in Dongfang City. But at this moment, these normally arrogant and haughty young geniuses were staring in awe at a young girl in front of them. The girl was not very advanced in age and looked to be about 18 to 19 years old. She wore green robes and had a calm air about her as she stood loftily amongst the crowd. Little girl, besides having you as the leader of this team, I will ask Dongfang Changjin to follow you as well. Master Dongfang coughed and his stern gaze swept across the disciples before him. Ladies and gentlemen, Gu Ruoyun will be the leader of this group in the trials. You must all listen to her commands and are not allowed to oppose her. Yes, Master. The disciples replied in unison and their high-spirited voices rang throughout the courtyard. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 427, Yun 1. Chapter 427, Yun 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Actually, all of them deeply admire Gu Ruoyun and would have willingly followed her even without Master Dongfang's orders. It was possible that what Gu Ruoyun said would be more useful than Master Dongfang's words. Master, everyone is here now. We should be heading off. Dongfang Changjin smiled and swelled with pride at the sight of the geniuses before her. Everyone, the divine trials will soon begin. Now follow me and we'll start our journey. Is there anyone here who wishes to pull out of the trials? The crowd was silent, everyone remained in their respective positions and did not move as their faces filled with determination. If there are none, then let's be off. The Spirit Sect. In a large hall, a man dressed in green robes rose and stared coldly at the people before him. Gu Shengxiao is still alive? He has been in the Infinite Manor for more than a month now. Even a martial honor wouldn't necessarily survive in that place, and he's still alive. This Gu Shengxiao must have lost his mind. He placed a body double in the Spirit Sect and had then snuck out secretly. This time, after his return, he had checked himself into the Infinite Manor. The Infinite Manor was a restricted area of the Spirit Sect. Besides the sect master, only someone with his express permission would have the right to enter. But not many would be fortunate enough to survive. However, the dangers were directly proportionate to the rewards. When a person was able to remain there for 3 years, he would receive deep comprehension and the opportunity to become the next sect master. But, the problem was, those who had previously entered the Infinite Manor were mostly at the rank of a martial honor. Only Gu Shengxiao had been bold enough to set foot in such a deadly place as a martial emperor. Of course, it would be better if he ended up dying in there. Without him around, the Spirit Sect would soon be in his bag. Gu Shengxiao, do you think that you can control the Spirit Sect just because you've entered the Infinite Manor? What a joke. You'll still need to come back here alive, sneered the man in the green robes. He turned his attention to the men kneeling before him as the space between his brows filled with impatience. Useless. I've sent you to capture Gu Shengxiao's precious little sister, yet you couldn't even do one simple thing. What on earth did I raise you for? One man trembled and replied in terror, Sir, Gu Ruoyun is no longer in Azure Dragon Country, that's why we had been unable to capture her. Useless, so damned useless. She's not in Azure Dragon Country, so you haven't been able to find her at all? I'll give you another half a month's time. If you still can't capture her, don't bother to come back. A murderous intent flashed across the eyes of the man in green and he laughed coldly. If one's state of mind cannot remain calm in a dangerous place like the Infinite Manor, then one's soul will be torn apart by the fearsome spiritual beasts within. In order to push Gu Shengxiao into an early death, he had no choice but to kidnap his sister. Now, as long as the news of his sister's kidnapping should reach his ears, he will lose his calm and his corpse shall soon be fodder for the spiritual beasts. Gu Shengxiao, don't think I'm ignorant of the fact that you only plan to obtain the Spirit Sect all for the sake of supporting your sister. However, I will never allow the Spirit Sect to defend such a useless thing. A person like her is a waste of resources for the mainland. What right does she have to stay alive in the world? If I were to kill a good-for-nothing like her, the entire mainland will surely thank me. Those old men from the spirit sect will thank me as well, but. The man in the green robe's cold smile grew even more pronounced as a malicious light filled his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 428, Yun 2. Chapter 428, Yun 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun's whereabouts after her departure to Black Tortoise Country and Heaven City had been shrouded in secrecy. When she was in Black Tortoise Country, she had only just broken through to the ranks of a martial king. Only half a year had passed since then, so no one would have expected her to progress by much. Besides, to that young man, anyone who was lesser than him was considered a good-for-nothing. Actually, Gu Shengxiao should thank me because I'm helping him get rid of a burdensome good-for-nothing, said the young man as he narrowed his eyes. The smile on his face was utterly complacent, as if Gu Shengxiao would certainly feel grateful to him for killing Gu Ruoyun. Big brother Nan. Suddenly, a soft and lovely voice sounded from outside the door. The man in the green robe's cold yet handsome face became gentle at the sound of the woman's voice. He gazed warmly at the woman in white who was heading leisurely towards him. The woman's robes were as white as snow. Her fine hair danced with her every move and her heart-stopping face carried a comforting smile. Her every move was absolutely moving, softening Koan Nan's heart. "Sure, why are you here?" Yun glided towards him and the smile on her face slowly disappeared. Her face now held a slight hint of sorrow. Seeing the look on her face, Koan Nan's heart could not help but ache, wishing he could pull her into his embrace and quell her pain. But he was afraid of scaring the beautiful woman away, so he forced himself to suppress the urge. "Sure, what happened?" Yun smiled bitterly and replied, "Big brother Nan, I seem to have heard you mentioning Gu Ruoyun's name just now." "Oh?" Koan Nan was astonished. "Do you know this woman as well, Sure? How could I not?" Yun shook her head sorrowfully and her lips curled into an agonized smile. "Big brother Nan, you should know that though Gu Ruoyun is not all that powerful, she's skilled in the art of seduction. She's fooled around with more than one man. No matter what, Yun would never admit the fact that Gu Ruoyun had great power, and she would never allow the man in front of her to know that she had lost to her. Years ago, my lover and I were deeply in love, but he was stolen away by Gu Ruoyun. I don't know what she did, but she caused him to lose his memories. He's even forgotten about my very existence. Even so, she wouldn't let go of me. Not only did she ally herself with the Xia family to destroy my weapon refining sect, she even murdered several elders from the immortal realm and looted some treasures from their corpses. Furthermore, she then shifted the blame to the weapon refining sect, and now my father's whereabouts are unknown. I suspect that he may have met with misfortune." As she spoke, a flash of hatred appeared in Yun's eyes. However, it left as quickly as it came and was so swift that Koan Nan never noticed it. "Big brother Nan, I really don't know what I've done wrong. She stole the love of my life, yet I've never confronted her about it. Why must she continue to be vicious and refuse to let me be, rendering me destitute and homeless? But I don't hate her, I cannot bring myself to hate her. After all, she was only someone whose mind is muddled by love. Her actions may have been underhanded, but she was not in the wrong." Koan Nan could no longer stand it. He raised his hand and pulled Yun into his embrace. In that instant, a blazing flame boiled from within his heart and he wished that he could charge out and kill Gu Ruoyun immediately. "Sure, you are far too kind. You are the only woman who is as kind as a fairy. Only you deserve to be loved by the heavens and earth. What is Gu Ruoyun anyways? Without Gu Shengxiao, she is nothing. I had initially planned on killing her on account of the fact that she is his sister, but I never thought that she would treat you in this way. She would even have the heart to harm such a beautiful and good woman like you and frame you in the process. I will never let her off." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 429, Yun 3. Chapter 429, Yun 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Koan Nan gnashed his teeth hatefully. To him, Yun was a fairy in everyone's hearts, kind and beautiful. She was above the commoners. No one could bear to react with blasphemy towards her. Unfortunately, there were women who were so malicious in the world that they could bear to harm such a beautiful and virtuous woman. People like that were simply not fit to be human at all. Big brother Nan. Yun's eyes filled with gratitude as she smiled bitterly and shook her head. "It's fine. We should place more importance on the present conditions. I don't want to haggle over personal grudges. The current situation of the mainland has become increasingly grim. One more person means one more helping of strength. Let her go." If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? I don't want to live in hatred for the rest of my life. Though she may be saying this on the outside, in Yun's heart she dearly wished to tear Gu Ruoyun into pieces. Only then would the hatred in her heart be appeased. Sure, Kuan Nan sighed, you are truly far too kind. Not everyone can understand your kindness. The man Gu Ruoyun had stolen from you truly has good taste. He loves you, not her. But no one could have expected Gu Ruoyun to be so malicious as to actually remove this man's memories. Actually, I'd really like to see what kind of man he is to gain the favor of the fairy like Yun. Yun's body shook and she lowered her head slightly. Big brother Nan, he has already forgotten me. Instead, he now believes that Gu Ruoyun is me. He even listened to her and hurt me. So what if he had once loved me? Now he no longer remembers a thing. Yun gently closed her eyes and the scene from her dreams replayed in her mind once again. The man was dressed in red and stood high above like a monarch of the world. It was as if one look could make all living things serve him, and it shook her heart as well. Having met him in this life, she could longer love any other man for the rest of her life. Hence, she must have him by any means possible. Big brother Nan, Yun suddenly spoke, in the divine trials which will take place a few days later, may I follow and participate with the spirit sect? I would like to see the standards of the new generation of geniuses. I wonder if you can help me, Big brother Nan. Kuan Nan nodded his head and agreed without hesitation, if it's something you like, sure, I can discuss it with those old men and grant you an entry to participate. The only exception is, even though the deaths of those elders from the immortal realm had nothing to do with you, it's best that you avoid letting those from the immortal realm to notice your presence. Do you understand? Big brother Nan, don't worry. I will stay hidden behind the scenes. I won't show myself and I won't cause trouble for you, Big brother Nan. Yun smiled gently and promised. Her sensible thoughtfulness unwittingly made Kuan Nan feel ashamed and his hatred towards Gu Ruoyun increased. If it wasn't for this evil woman, my Shura would not need to conceal herself in public, he thought. This is all her fault. I won't let her off. Meanwhile, Kuan Nan, who had been engrossed with mentally cursing Gu Ruoyun, did not notice a hateful glare in the eyes of that kind, fairy-like woman. The divine trials? She thought. It appears that the Xia family would certainly take part in the divine trials this time, and that proves that Gu Ruoyun will make an appearance as well. Out in the open, she had been unable to defeat this woman. Now that she was representing the spirit sect, there would be many ways for her to kill Gu Ruoyun in absolute secrecy. When that happens, Gu Ruoyun will regret having made an enemy out of her. Gu Ruoyun, from the moment you defeated me and framed the weapon refining sect, I swore that I would not let you have an easy death. Humph. Yun's smile became sinister, but when Kuan Nan recollected his train of thought and turned his attention back to her, she had already composed her facial expression and had changed back to her fairy-like manner, which was untainted by earthliness or smoke and fire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 430, The Medicine Order, 1. Chapter 430, The Medicine Order, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was a city in the clouds, in short, Cloud City. As the name implies, this was a city built within the clouds. It was also the place where the three great authorities would come to select geniuses. However, because Cloud City was located in the clouds, it was only accessible by a Pegasus of Cloud City. However, aside from the divine trials, Cloud City was not like the world outside. No one was allowed to enter the city most of the time. At this moment, in a small villa below Cloud City, a noisy crowd turned silent upon seeing a group of people slowly approaching their location. After a long pause, they began to softly debate amongst one another. The only lady at the very front is Dongfang Changjin of the Dongfang family. It would seem that the group that has just arrived are the representatives of the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family? Long ago, only Dongfang Yu was the most prominent figure. I can still remember the year when I had participated alongside Dongfang Yu in the trials. At that time, her innate skill shocked everyone and the three great authorities competed amongst themselves to entice her, but in the end, she had refused all three offers. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of heroic geniuses. After Dongfang Yu's death, it seemed that such a genius may never grace the halls of the Dongfang family ever again. That's just the way it is, right? Previously, the Dongfang family had Dongfang Yu, so they had always been ranked as number one in the divine trials. Ever since Dongfang Yu's death, the Dongfang family has turned into a lowly existence and no peerless genius has ever appeared in so many years. That year, Dongfang Yu could be described as a genius who had shaken the world and was an unsurpassed legend. Once, she used her power as a newly minted martial emperor to ward off a joint attack by two mid-level martial emperors on her own and defeated both of them without a hint of injury. Even the normally snobbish immortal realm was extremely shocked by her talent and offered to take her in as a subordinate. But that genius girl never liked being subjected to restrictions, so no matter how great their offers were, she had rejected them. Gu Ruoyun faintly curled the corners of her lips as her pure, beautiful face filled with a smile. So, my mother, whom I'd yet to meet, had been so outstanding, she thought. And I, as her daughter, am so proud of her. This time, even if it weren't for my brother, I will still walk the path that had once been traveled by my mother. These are your Pegasus. After this, you may enter Cloud City. After inspecting the identities of every representative in the Dongfang family, the soldiers of Cloud City opened the way. It was at that moment, however, when a cold laugh was heard from behind them. As the lowest existence, you have no right to be placed in the front. Dongfang Changjin, I'm sure you won't mind giving us those horses? You never know, I might even ask my medicine order disciples to spare you during the trials. The medicine order. Upon hearing the name of the faction, everyone subconsciously parted aside, giving the center of the road to the group. If one considered the Dongfang family's accumulated power as the strongest, then, besides the three great authorities, the medicine order would be considered as the privileged ones among those of the younger generation. Especially Rong Yue, the master of the medicine order's apprentice. In just 2 months she had reached the rank of a mid-level martial emperor and was considered to be unmatched in her generation. Most importantly, her medicinal skills were absolutely perfect. It was rare that anyone could defeat her in this area. The medicine order? Gu Ruoyun's expression grew cold and her icy gaze swept towards the woman who had just spoken. Qian Beiyi suddenly sensed a difference in Gu Ruoyun's demeanor and squeezed her hand, frowning at the members of medicine order. If my guess is right, it would seem that Xiao Yun has some form of enmity towards the members of medicine order, he mused. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 431, The Medicine Order, 2. Chapter 431, The Medicine Order, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I'm fine. Gu Ruoyun regained her senses and shook her head. For me to meet the disciples of the medicine order here, would this be considered as a case of enemies on a narrow road? Honestly, the medicine order had not slighted her in the least, but they carry a grudge against someone who was close to her. She would not forget the year when the master of the medicine order had passed away and Wei Yi inherited the treasury of medicine. However, Wei Yi was betrayed by her lover and her trusted junior sister, who then snatched the treasury of medicine from her. Fortunately, at that time, her master's only daughter had saved her. Otherwise, she would never have been able to escape the medicine order and would never have become the ghost doctor. Even so, her face had been destroyed and she was forced to constantly flee from punishment, concealing herself for so many years. Dongfang Changjin stared with a peculiar expression at Gu Ruoyun as she thought, this girl had an extreme reaction when they met the medicine order disciples. Could it be that something had happened between them? That's Elder Xue, the third most powerful cultivator of the medicine order. Unless my guess is wrong, the person next to her should be Lady Rong Yue, the number 1 cultivator. When the crowd noticed the group of fairy-like women gliding around and dressed in white, their eyes showed clear amazement. Some stared directly at Rong Yue, who was standing next to Xue, and simply could not look away. Rong Yue knit her willowy brows and did not speak. But her thin gaze was filled with a sort of unfathomable arrogance, as if those people were not worth her time to be spoken to. The disciples of the medicine order? Gu Ruoyun smiled coldly and spoke irritably. Could it be that the members of the medicine order enjoy relying on force to bully others? Or was it that the Dongfang family was available for bullying? Xue frowned and shot Gu Ruoyun a cold glare. Little girl, didn't your parents ever teach you to never interrupt a conversation? I'm speaking to the leader of the Dongfang family's representatives, so you shouldn't interfere. Then, Xue turned her attention back to Dongfang Changjin. She had assumed, based on Dongfang Changjin's status as an elder, that she was the one undoubtedly leading the Dongfang family's representatives to Cloud City. My apologies, Gu Ruoyun spoke with a smirk. I'm the leader of the Dongfang family's team. Wow! The crowd burst into a fervent discussion as everyone stared in disbelief at Gu Ruoyun. What did she just say? They wondered, she was the leader of the Dongfang family team? Wasn't every team supposed to be led by an elder? Just how old is this little girl? She's only a silly little girl. Could it be that the other young disciples had nothing to say about this? Hee, Xue sneered. Little girl, I don't think I've ever met you. Who are you to the Dongfang family? Gu Ruoyun smiled and replied without hesitation, Gu Ruoyun. If the crowd had been shocked when Gu Ruoyun claimed to be the leader of the Dongfang family's team, they were now so stunned that they were rendered speechless. Gu Ruoyun? She's Gu Ruoyun? The mysterious master of the 100 Herb Hall? TSK, this Gu Ruoyun was also considered a genius. She had been able to break through to the martial king level under the conditions of the outside world at such a young age. But when compared to some disciples from other families, she's not all that different. Unfortunately, this is the divine trials and all participants are the best of the best. Especially Lady Rongyue of the Medicine Order and the young master of the Darkeen Palace, Zhuishangchen. They've already broken through to the martial emperor level. She's only a low-level martial king. She may have been able to rain tyrannical abuse in the outside world, but that won't be possible over here. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 432, The Medicine Order, 3. Chapter 432, The Medicine Order, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The guests who had been in attendance at Lan Yuga's birthday party were all subordinates of the Dongfang family. Also, not much time had passed since then, so the news of Gu Ruoyun's current level of strength has yet to become common knowledge. That was why everyone currently believed that she was still a martial king, which was the rank she had attained during her visit to Black Tortoise Country. Actually, they couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. It hasn't even been a year, so who could have imagined that she would have jumped over an entire level from a martial king to a martial emperor? There was no need to even mention the Xia family. Aside from the citizens of Heaven City, the rest had all been killed. In order to avoid the news of the Holy Spirit Stone in Gu Ruoyun's hands from spreading, Master Xia had strictly ordered that no one was to speak about this to anyone outside of Heaven City. Therefore, no one else in the world had known of Gu Ruoyun's breakthrough. Gu Ruoyun? You're not a member of the Dongfang family, so what gives you the right to participate in the divine trials? Xu Wei then cast a disdainful stare at Dongfang Changjin. When had the Dongfang family declined to such an extent that you would rely on external help? Even if you had found someone slightly more powerful, wouldn't permitting her to participate mean an automatic defeat? Dongfang Changjin's expression sank. Just as she was about to open her mouth for a retort, the young girl's calm voice slowly rang out loud. Dongfang Yu is my mother, so why shouldn't I have the right to participate? Her words were like a tremendous weight that hammered fiercely into the hearts of the crowd. She's the daughter of Dongfang Yu? I thought Dongfang Yu had passed on ages ago? Where had this daughter come from? I remember that this Gu Ruoyun is the daughter of Gu Tian. At that time, Gu Tian was not a descendant of an aristocratic family. Could it be that Dongfang Yu's disappearance had been because she had eloped with Gu Tian? On this mainland, besides a small number of people, the rest had no idea of the incident which had happened that year. So naturally, they wouldn't know anything about the connection between Gu Ruoyun and the Dongfang family. Therefore, when they heard such an important news, the crowd felt as if lightning had struck their hearts, which quivered ceaselessly. He. Upon hearing Gu Ruoyun's words, Xu Wei's expression changed a few times before returning to its normal state. She sneered, I didn't think that Dongfang Yu's daughter would have become so grown up by now and is participating in the divine trials. Unfortunately, you are too far off from your mother's standards. You're only a puny little martial king, there's no way for you to pass the trials smoothly. Of course, if you're willing to give these Pegasus to the Medicine Order, then I wouldn't let you lose too badly, but... Gu Ruoyun rubbed her chin as she smiled and nodded, that's not a bad suggestion. If you politely apologize to the Dongfang family members now, perhaps I won't let you lose too badly too. The crowd, which had initially been chattering in a debate, was silenced upon hearing Gu Ruoyun's words. It was so quiet that you could hear the sound of a pin drop. What did we just hear? They thought. Did this girl just boast and say that she wouldn't let the Medicine Order disciples lose too badly? Is something wrong with her brain, or is she just insane? Lady Rongyue of the Medicine Order was already a martial emperor, and besides her, there were many other young geniuses in the Medicine Order. The Dongfang family couldn't possibly match up with them. One should not judge the Dongfang family's might based on their current level of power. However, it would seem that, unfortunately, the next generation was nothing to be excited about. The Dongfang family would certainly fall into decline once the master of the Dongfang family and Lan Yuga returned to the Western Paradise. So they simply could not understand how this woman would dare to boast so loudly? Obviously, Rongyue was quite annoyed by Gu Ruoyun's words. She knit her brows tighter and tighter, staring coldly back at her. Even so, she remained arrogantly silent as she cast a frosty look upon the opposition. With someone like you around, the Dongfang family has certainly reached its end. Xu Wei's smile held disdain and mockery. It would seem that the heavens are truly unjust to grant Dongfang Yu such great talents, yet giving her defects when it comes to bearing and raising children. She's even given birth to an ignorant child blessed with cerebral palsy. Gu Ruoyan, just because you were lucky enough to obtain a few pills doesn't mean that you can fancy yourself unrivaled in the eyes of the world. For in the eyes of our medicine order, you are nothing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 433, The Trade Fair, 1. Chapter 433, The Trade Fair, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The sun was setting in the east and the glow of the remaining light poured down and shone upon every corner of the manor. Just as Xu Wei's words fell, the disciples of the Dongfang family glared at her angrily. Obviously, Gu Ruoyan was already an idol in their hearts. Now, their idol has suffered slander. To be accused of having cerebral palsy, how could they bear it? Elder Changjin, Lady Gu, these medicine order disciples are simply too much. If this can be tolerated, what cannot be? We must all show our power for these people to see. The disciples were restless and some were rolling up their sleeves, readying themselves for battle. Gu Ruoyan needs only say the word, they would immediately charge forward and fight. Enough! Dongfang Changjin's expression sank and she sent Xu Wei an ugly expression. Xu Wei, years ago, you lost in the hands of the lady of my house and now you're looking for another public venue? Apologies, but my Dongfang family will never give you that chance. Xu Wei was once a rare, especially favored disciple and had always been proud and arrogant to the point of being extremely conceited. But her pride was destroyed at the divine trials. And the person responsible for that was Dongfang Yu. How could she not feel hatred? Even after that woman's death, it had not quelled the anger in her heart. Even now she found the Dongfang family representatives unpleasant to the eye and would always push the medicine order's disciples into starting a fight with them in the divine trials. Actually, even with the fact that the Dongfang family did not have many outstanding disciples, they should not be ranked in the last place. This had all been because of the animosity from the medicine order which had caused the Dongfang family to end up eliminated from the moment they went on stage. Let's go. Gu Ruoyun glared coldly at Xu Wei. She ignored her ashen face and calmly asked, I wonder if you remember someone named Wei Yi? One day, you will all pay for what you've done to her. She then left without a second glance. Xu Wei's face turned from green to white and then from white to green again as she stared at Gu Ruoyan's figure with an ugly expression on her face. Wei Yi. She thought, how could I ever forget her? Has that woman returned again? No, I won't allow her to return to the medicine order. Otherwise, the sins that the master and I have committed will be exposed. If that were to happen, the old people who have shielded Wei Yi would certainly make a stand. Wei Yi? Rong Yue wrinkled her willowy brows. Wasn't she the traitor who was behind the death of the old master and the person who stole the treasury of medicine? Only a traitor, she thought. I can't understand why this woman would shamelessly mention her name. There wasn't a single person in the entire medicine order who has not heard of how the old master had found out about Wei Yi's wild ambitions and had planned on giving the treasury of medicine to my own master, the current master of the medicine order. Who would have thought that Wei Yi had harbored great hatred in her heart and then caused the death of the old master before stealing the treasury of medicine? Then, she disappeared without a trace. I never imagined that she would reappear. As such, I, as a disciple of the medicine order, must tidy up the faction. At this moment, no one noticed that a woman, dressed in white amongst the group of medicine order disciples, was watching the direction where Gu Ruoyan had left and was utterly spellbound. Soon, she regained her senses and slowly disappeared into the crowd. Lady Gu. Dongfang Changjin finally caught up with Gu Ruoyan. She smiled and sighed, that Xu Wei had a dispute with your mother in her youth and was defeated by your mother at the divine trials. Because of this, she has always harbored hatred in her heart and goes out of her way to cause trouble for the Dongfang family. Elder Changjin, Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly and turned towards the older woman next to her. How much longer until the divine trials officially begin? About half a month. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 434, The Trade Fair, 2. Chapter 434, The Trade Fair, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Half a month? Gu Ruoyan smiled. I will help raise the powers of the Dongfang family members in half a month, and I will also conduct training sessions in fighting against demons. Of course, in the end, I may need to fire a few people and find replacements. I wonder if you have any objections? No, came the collective reply from the disciples. Now, not only have they entered the three great authorities' territory, in order to finish the fight in one breath, as long as they could defeat the arrogant medicine order, they would not have any objections even if it meant replacing the weaker members amongst themselves. All right. A glint flashed across her eyes, then let us make our way into Cloud City. From this day on, I will drown you in training. Not only do I want you to win, I want to make it such that no one in the world will ever dare look down upon the Dongfang family again. And no one shall dare to insult my mother, Dongfang Yu." These words raised the fighting spirit in many of the disciples. All of their eyes were now filled with the vitality of war, their resolution was absolute. "Lady Gu, may I ask, the people you're looking for as substitutes are from?" Dongfang Changjin furrowed her brows as she asked. Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow, "The members of the 100 Herb Hall." At the moment, no one knows that the Devil Sect was a power that belongs to Gu Ruoyun. So, she could only mention the 100 Herb Hall instead. Most importantly, the 100 Herb Hall used to belong to the Dongfang family, so there is nothing wrong with sending members of the 100 Herb Hall to participate in the trials. Dongfang Changjin relaxed her brows and smiled, "Lady Gu, since you are the leader of the team, everything shall be according to your arrangements. We will have no objections." Furthermore, all of this was for the sake of victory. They wouldn't possibly object. "Alright," Gu Ruoyun nodded her head, "then, let's get on the Pegasus immediately and make our way to Cloud City." There was only half a month's time left until the official launch of the Divine Trials. In half a month, all the participating powers will have arrived. Some have arrived early to attend a trade fair which was held before the trials. This trade fair was not like an average trade fair in the secular world. Since the first to arrive were strong cultivators who were a part of the three great authorities, if anyone wished to procure treasure, this trade fair would be an important outlet to do so. Here, there were a few treasures that could not even be exchanged, not even with an entire country. Nightfall. The cool light of the moon shone from the heavens and enveloped the noisy city. In the city center, the city governor, who was dressed in embroidered robes, walked slowly in front of the eyes of the crowd. He brushed his robes and sat down with a smile playing on his handsome face. He then raised his voice and spoke in a heroic manner, "Welcome to Cloud City. Not long after, the divine trials held by the three great authorities will start. I'm sure that all of you know that before the trials begin, we will have a grand trade fair. Hence, you may produce your treasure and use them to exchange for other treasures." Everyone present had arrived early for the trade fair, so after hearing the governor's announcement, everyone was eager to give it a try. They were desperate to know how many rare treasures would appear at the trade fair. Yuer Shui took a deep breath and spoke with a serious look on her face. "Long ago, I heard that a holy spirit fruit would appear at this trade fair. Now that you are on the brink of a breakthrough, consuming this holy spirit fruit will certainly allow you to break through easily. So we must have it, no matter what. Once Rong Yue has had her breakthrough, their chances of winning the trials would greatly increase." Rong Yue smiled indifferently, "Do not worry, Elder Shui. After all, I, Rong Yue, have never lost sight of anything I aim to have. This time it's no different. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 435, The Trade Fair, 3. Chapter 435, The Trade Fair, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After the city governor's announcement, the banquet began. The leaders of every powerful organization began looking for people to strike up a conversation with. Of course, as an organization known for its medical expertise, the medicine order was surrounded by many people. In contrast, the Dongfang family's surroundings looked rather empty. Aren't those members of the Dongfang family? Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise was heard, and a young man, followed by a group of footmen, headed towards the Dongfang family. His arrogant-looking eyes swept across the crowd before they finally landed on the woman behind Dongfang Changjin. "Lin Lang, what prospects would you have in following the Dongfang family? Why not come to our Gu order? I guarantee that we can raise your powers up one level." Lin Lang was so angered that her face turned ashen. She scoffed and turned her head away, no longer sparing the young man's vulgar expression another glance. "I'm doing this for your own good." Gu Ling stared measuringly at Lin Lang's angry little face and said, "You must know that I've chased after you for a very long time. If you come to the Gu family, I can decide to give you the best training. Unlike the others in the Dongfang family, TSK. Here to participate in the divine trials, yet not a single martial general in their ranks? Do you all intend on failing the first challenge just like the last time? You?" Lin Lang clenched her fist as her eyes burned with rage. Just as she was about to speak, Dongfang Changjin interrupted them. A cold light flashed across her eyes as Dongfang Changjin emotionlessly replied, "Young master of the Gu family, you are far too concerned. The disciples of the Dongfang family are doing very well. There's no need for you to meddle in our business." You don't know what's good for you. The footmen, upon seeing the discourteous manner in which the older woman had spoken to their young master, immediately rebuked her. "It's this lady's fortune for having my young master's favor." Such ignorance. Does your Dongfang family still think that you will remain immortal? Look at your current level of power. Once those two martial emperors of the Dongfang family have passed on, who would shield you then? Of course, if you discreetly offer your services to the Gu family, perhaps your lives will be spared. Ha ha. You think that you're still the Dongfang family of the bygone years? The Dongfang family had lost a genius like Dongfang Yu and will soon be on the path to its downfall. However, the young master of the Gu family has already broken through to the ranks of a high-level martial king. I reckon that the Dongfang family will never have anyone with such gifts in this lifetime. Indeed, the Dongfang family only ever had one genius, Dongfang Yu. Even though Dongfang Xiao's talents weren't bad, but when compared with Dongfang Yu's abilities, the difference was vast. Besides, they've long heard the news that Dongfang Xiao's powers have remained blocked at the rank of a high-level martial king and that he probably wouldn't be able to break the bottleneck within 10 years. Their young master, on the other hand, has reached the level of a martial king in, at the very most, a year. Hence, how could the Dongfang family be compared to that? Then I thank you, young Master Gu, for your generosity. However, Dongfang Changjin smiled coldly. I'm afraid such a day will not come for the Dongfang family. The world had heard of Mistress Lan's breakthrough to a high-level martial emperor but did not hear of the consistent slew of breakthroughs amongst the Dongfang family's cultivators. Her young master has already reached the ranks of a martial emperor. By the time they find out about this, the divine trials would be at its end. I certainly hope so. Gu Ling flashed a disdainful smile and wretchedly observed Lin Lang, who was hiding behind Dongfang Changjin. He curled his lips. Lin Lang, you know what awaits us in the first challenge. Usually, your Dongfang family will be eliminated in the first challenge. If you wish to reach the second challenge smoothly, look for me in my bedroom tonight, haha. He laughed as he turned around and walked away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 436, The Trade Fair, 4. Chapter 436, The Trade Fair, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The implications behind that last sentence caused Lin Lang to turn very red in the face. The rest of the Dongfang family's disciples were rubbing their fists, eager to pick a fight. This was simply an intolerable display of bullying. What's so great about the Gu family? The most powerful young disciple was only a high-level martial king. I simply can't understand what they're so pleased about. It's not their place to make thoughtless remarks about the Dongfang family. And he wants to bully Lin Lang. He simply doesn't place any importance on us. He would only dare to let out this spate of nonsense in Cloud City. If this were anywhere else, he wouldn't have dared to say a word. All right. Dongfang Changjin wrinkled her brows as she swept her gaze across every face of the Dongfang disciples who were ready to pick a fight. Gu Ling's powers are indeed strong. Besides, to be able to become a high-level martial king at such a young age does give him the right to strut around and show off. If you can't swallow the way he speaks, then defeat him in the divine trials. Lin Lang gritted her teeth, said nothing more. All these years, she has had to endure the humiliation from Gu Ling every time during the divine trials. Unfortunately, her powers were no match for his and she could only choose to tolerate it. She thought, if I could just surpass him. Lin Lang's eyes hardened with resolve at the thought. She must surpass him no matter what. Otherwise, she would forever remain living with his insults. Xiao Yun, these pastries are delicious. Here, let me feed you. From the start, Shen Beiyi did not seem to have noticed the altercation. He carefully raised a pastry to Gu Ruoyun's lips as his eyes filled with a satisfied smile. In his eyes, even the boundless universe could not be compared to the happiness in her every twinkle and smile. However, Gu Ruoyun could not understand why, but she seemed to sense a pair of eyes filled with envious hatred staring twistedly towards her. But when she turned around, the gaze disappeared. So she quickly retracted her gaze and swallowed the pastry that Shen Beiyi had raised to her lips. In a dark corner, a woman dressed in white coldly watched Shen Beiyi's every move. Her jealousy was like 10,000 ants which were climbing all over her heart. She wished that she could stab Gu Ruoyun's skull 100 times over. But she gritted her teeth and suppressed her impulses. Gu Ruoyun. She actually had not arrived with the Xia family but had followed the Dongfang family team instead. No wonder the Dongfang family would actually oppose me. It seems that they have an unshakable connection with Gu Ruoyun. Shi Yun sneered and spoke hatefully. This Gu Ruoyun is truly a bane. She has caused so much harm to me and to such a tragic degree. At least some good came from my disaster, having inadvertently met someone from the spirit sect. As long as I have that silly little boy dancing in the palm of my hand, he will certainly kill Gu Ruoyun for me, and this trial shall be the place of her death. Gu Ruoyun, so what if you are a genius? How are you going to oppose the spirit sect with your powers? Even if your elder brother was the heir to the spirit sect, unfortunately, he is unable to make an appearance. And before he emerges, you will already be dead. And she shall die by my hand. She thought. Shi Yun's smile grew increasingly more eerie and sinister. At this moment, she recalled how she had fallen from her status as a dignified fairy into such poverty. If it weren't for this woman, she could not possibly have ended up becoming homeless. Just as Shi Yun was gnashing her teeth in anger, Lang Yanfeng watched her from behind with his eyes filled with resolve. As long as it was something that junior sister Shi Yun desires, I shall fulfill it for her. He thought to himself, even if she were to walk the wrong path, I will help her along the way. All of this was because she had pulled me out of the darkness once. It was her hand that saved me. As such, I will have no regrets even if I have to give her my entire life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 437, The Trade Fair, 5. Chapter 437, The Trade Fair, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The banquet didn't last for very long and ended soon after. However, just as Gu Ruoyun and the others were about to retire to their lodgings at the guest house, they were greeted by an unfamiliar guest. Gu Ruoyun frowned as she stared at the woman who was dressed in white robes before her. I have never had any relations with the medicine order. What business do you have with me? A piece of white muslin concealed the woman's face and no one could see her features clearly. She appeared to carry herself in a sweet, fair, and graceful manner. Her movements were refined and it was easy to imagine that a beautiful face was hidden beneath the white muslin. I'm here to ask you something. Is Wei Yi with you now? Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow. That's right, Wei Yi is with me. Really? The woman's voice turned joyful. I haven't introduced myself. My name is Wu Yu, a disciple of Nan Xiao. Wei Yi can be considered as my senior fellow student. Nan Xiao was the only daughter of the previous master of the medicine order and Wei Yi's junior sister. Years ago, when Wei Yi was being forced to surrender the treasury of medicine, it was Nan Xiao who had placed her own life in danger and secretly broke her out of her prison. If it weren't for Nan Xiao, Wei Yi would probably have died at the hands of that wretched couple. So, upon hearing Nan Xiao's name, Gu Ruoyun felt her heart move and asked, You're Nan Xiao's disciple? May I know why you do not dare show your true face to me, Ot? Wu Yu trembled. She looked as if she was hesitating but in the end seemed to make a decision. She slowly placed one hand on the muslin, gently removing it. Upon seeing the face behind the white muslin, Gu Ruoyun's originally calm smile changed greatly. This was why I did not want to meet you with my true face. Wu Yu smiled bitterly. I know that you are enemies with Shi Yun of the weapon refining sect and as luck would have it, I look exactly like her. That's right, if one were to overlook the great scar running through her face, this woman basically looked just like Shi Yun. But Gu Ruoyun knew that she was not Shi Yun. Not only was there a vast difference between their auras, the woman before her also did not carry that familiar sense of comfort. The martial art that Shi Yun practices allowed her to give off a gentle and comforting aura, but the person in front of her does not have that feeling. What is your relationship to Shi Yun? Gu Ruoyun frowned as she asked. Wu Yu smiled bitterly. My real name is Shi Yu. It was Master who had changed my name to Wu Yu. Shi Yun is my twin sister. However, ever since we were young, my gifts had always been more powerful than hers. Later on, I don't know how it happened but she received a new technique. She absorbed my spiritual force which ended up increasing her own powers. She did not like having somebody who looked exactly like her and believed that only her looks alone deserved to be considered as the number one under the heavens. So she destroyed my face and imprisoned me in a dungeon, telling the rest of the world that I had died. Every day she would come and torture me. In the end, I feigned my own death in order to escape. I was thrown into an unmarked grave. Fortunately, Master happened to pass by and saved me. Gu Ruoyun fell silent. Honestly, she was completely shocked by Wu Yu's words. She never thought that Shi Yun had an identical twin sister. This revelation required a long time for her to digest. Does the sect master of the weapon refining sect know about this matter? She asked after a long, melancholic pause. Wu Yu shook her head indifferently. So what if he doesn't know and so what if he does? That man only prioritizes benefits. Shi Yun is more powerful than I am. Why would he seek justice for my sake? Furthermore, the weapon refining sect has now been destroyed and that man's whereabouts were unknown. I have no need to tell him anything. Now, I only have my master in my life. Lady Gu, if you happen to see Senior Aunt Wei, you must tell her that Master is in a very difficult situation now. Those people are racking their brains for ways to do something to her. I truly hope that Senior Aunt Wei can lend her a hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 438, The Trade Fair, 6. Chapter 438, The Trade Fair, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This was the Divine Trials, where many powerful organizations have gathered together. Senior Aunt Wei might have even snuck in to join in the fun, she mused. This was her true motive in following the Medicine Order team into Cloud City. She never thought that she would end up meeting someone acquainted with her senior aunt instead of Senior Aunt herself. That's good too, she thought, as long as the news reaches Senior Aunt, that is enough. Wu Yu Guruoyun rose from her seat and said, Tomorrow, I will send someone to escort Wei Yi to Cloud City. You may follow the escort as well, so when the time comes you may speak to her directly. However, with your absence, I don't know if the other members of the Medicine Order would. Do not worry, Lady Gu. I'm not a participant in the trials. Even if I were to leave, the members of the Medicine Order would not have much to say. Upon hearing that Wei Yi would be arriving soon, Wu Yu's eyes sparkled and she replied hurriedly. Alright, then come see me tomorrow. Gu Ruoyan had nothing more to say after that and yawned, looking slightly fatigued. Seeing this, Wu Yu did not linger any further. She joined her fists and bowed, Thank you, Lady Gu. I shall take my leave. She then turned around and left, closing Gu Ruoyun's bedroom door on her way out. Under a beautiful, moonlit sky. Along the quiet streets, a woman dressed in white, whose face was concealed by a white muslin, accidentally brushed Lang Yanfeng's shoulder. A peculiar feeling encircled his heart and he did not know why. Lang Yanfeng wrinkled his brows and turned his gaze towards the slowly disappearing figure in snow-white robes under the moonlight. A strange feeling seemed to take over his heart. Wait. Even Lang Yanfeng could not understand why he would call out to a total stranger on the streets. The woman paused in her steps and calmly replied without turning her head, Do you need something, mister? Wei. Have we met before? Lang Yanfeng turned silent for half a beat before asking as he stared at Wu Yu's shadow. Wu Yu smiled and replied in the calmest of voices, No. She then hurriedly took off and disappeared from view, leaving Lang Yanfeng spellbound and in a daze. This feeling was far too similar to what I felt from junior sister Shi Yun's body all those years ago, he mused. Who was this woman? Lost in thought, Lang Yanfeng's eyebrows were deeply creased. He resolved never to allow anyone to influence his junior sister Shi Yun's position in his heart. The trade fair was the most magnificent event in Cloud City. Every year, many skilled cultivators would have their prized treasures displayed in a stall for all to see. If the barterer happens to have a treasure that the vendor happens to be interested in, then a trade will commence. At this moment, in the middle of the Cloud City Plaza, Lin Lang stared curiously at the cat in Gu Ruoyan's arms and blinked. This was because she had previously seen a large white tiger turn into this tiny cat before her very eyes. There was only one type of spiritual beast that had the ability to shapeshift. It was the legendary spiritual beasts that had the blood of the divine beasts flowing in their veins. She never imagined that this would have been just like the rumors have said. Lady Gu does indeed have a bold and powerful divine beast in her possession. As long as she was around, the Dongfang family could not possibly lose in the trials this time. After the trade fair, you will all be placed under training for half a year. So if you have any weapons that you consider as your pride, find something to exchange for them. It will be very useful for your training later on. As she spoke, the eyes of the group sparkled and they began to look around, searching amongst the weapons in their surroundings. Suddenly, a flash of white robes caught Gu Ruoyan's attention and a cold smile formed on the corners of her lips. She said nothing more to Lin Lang and others as she started walking towards that particular direction. Xian Beiyi, who had been walking by her side, chased after her as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 439, The Trade Fair, 7. Chapter 439, The Trade Fair, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At an inconspicuous stall, an old man with his eyes closed stayed unmoving like a mountain. He didn't even bother to look at the women who were standing in front of his stall. Excuse me, sir, a woman next to Rong Yue suppressed her anger and said, We are from the Medicine Order and this is the disciple of our order master. Her name is Rong Yue and she is also the #1 genius in the Medicine Order. Can you sell this fruit to us? When she finished speaking, the old man finally opened his eyes. He lifted his eyelids and said, It's not for sale. You. The woman's face changed greatly and her every feature overflowed with rage. Just as she was about to vent her great irritation, a luxurious and jade white hand reached out to her, preventing her impulses. Only then did the woman calm down. No matter the circumstances, this was still a part of Cloud City and not any other place. Not everything that the medicine order fancies can be fought over at will. But this old man certainly does not know what's good for him, she thought. Junior sister Rongyue merely wished to have this Holy Spirit fruit out of the kindness of her own heart, yet he's acting so unreasonably. Elder Jiao, would you be willing to trade this Holy Spirit fruit with me? I, Rongyue, shall agree to whatever you wish. Elder Jiao? Hearing the way Rongyue had just addressed the man, the expression on the woman's face, which was initially full of contempt with the intention to teach the old man a lesson, changed greatly. She bit her lips forcefully and kept her mouth shut. It would seem that this inconspicuous-looking old man was actually Elder Jiao from the courts of hell. If she were to ever offend the courts of hell, not even the Order Master can save her. Little girl, you're certainly very sharp. You actually recognized this feeble old man. The old man smiled coldly and his yellow robes fluttered gently in the wind. His eyes were filled with an icy chill. Since you were able to recognize me, little girl, then I'll give you a chance. You want this Holy Spirit fruit? It's very simple. Show me something that will move my heart. Rongyue frowned with indifference. Honestly, she had received the news that the Holy Spirit fruit would make an appearance in the trade fair, but she certainly had not expected that Elder Jiao of the Courts of Hell would be the one to put it on display. The Courts of Hell is part of the three great authorities and has had strained relations with the immortal realm in the past. The Medicine Order, however, has been trying to establish a good rapport with the immortal realm. It would seem that obtaining the Holy Spirit fruit would be no easy feat at this time. Elder Jiao, perhaps you could name an object? As long as it is of the same value as the Holy Spirit fruit, I shall obtain it for you no matter what. Elder Jiao smiled coldly. I've heard that the Medicine Order dedicates itself to the progress of medicinal skills. Coincidentally, I've been suffering from an old affliction. If you are able to cure me of my illness, then this Holy Spirit fruit shall belong to you. Elder Jiao, are you joking with me? Rongyue smiled and said, the previous Order Master had given you his diagnosis years ago. Your veins are blocked, Elder Jiao, and as a result, no power can flow into your system. If even the old Order Master was unable to cure you, how could I possibly stand a chance? If you can't do it, then you can get out of the way. Don't get in the way of my trade with other people. Elder Jiao grew extremely irritated upon hearing her answer. Based on his position as an elder of the Courts of Hell, the reason why he had joined the trade fair was to use the Holy Spirit fruit to entice a strong cultivator to heal his affliction. If I were to remain in this state, unable to break through, my lifespan might end in just 2 years. He thought. For in the current state of the mainland, they cannot afford to lose any more martial emperors. Otherwise, they will no longer be able to resist the infiltration of the demonic spirits. Rongyue was angered by Elder Jiao's words. She was hindered by the latter's respected position, so she forcibly suppressed her fury and quietly stood aside, smiling coldly at the passers-by in the plaza. I'd certainly like to see if anyone can actually cure his affliction. She thought. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 440, The Trade Fair, 8. Chapter 440, The Trade Fair, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Holy Spirit Fruit, ... Those 3 words fell clearly into Yunyao's ear as she was carried around by Guru Oyun. Her eyes sparkled immediately and she quickly raised her head. Her gaze finally landed on the inconspicuous fruit sitting in Elder Jiao's stall. A Holy Spirit fruit was considered as a sacred object to a cultivator. However, if a cultivator wishes to consume it, it must first be properly processed. Even so, one can only activate half of its medicinal effects. In truth, Holy Spirit fruits were specially prepared for spiritual beasts. Furthermore, an unripe Holy Spirit fruit can even cause a fight to the death between spiritual beasts, all for the sake of obtaining one Holy Spirit fruit. She had not expected that they were able to find such a treasure here. Xiaoyun, this Holy Spirit fruit can help raise this little kitty into the ranks of a martial emperor, said Xian Beiyi as he turned his head to Guru Oyun. You're the little kitty, all of your family members are little kitties. Yunyao cursed silently. If it weren't for her curiosity towards this trade fair, she would never have disguised herself like this. If she had appeared in the form of the white tiger, she would certainly have caused a huge sensation. So she had no choice but to disguise herself as a cat. Guru Oyun gently raised a brow. This Holy Spirit fruit is certainly a rare treasure. With the help of this, Baobao and Yunyao's powers will greatly increase. Only one Holy Spirit fruit will ripen every 10,000 years. Therefore, it can be assumed that there was no one in this world who was ignorant of its great value. However, the Holy Spirit fruit doesn't look very much different from an average fruit. As such, not many can identify it at all. But what Gu Ruoyan did not expect was that someone from the medicine order actually knew about the Holy Spirit fruit. If you like, I can just grab it for you. Chen Beiyi lowered his head towards the young girl next to him and spoke as if it were as easy as having a meal or drinking a glass of water. If she wants something, forget about one Holy Spirit fruit, he would seize the entire mainland for her sake. Gu Ruoyan shook her head. Xiao Yi, we are refined citizens. There's no need to use violence to solve our problems. That was bad. Bad. Even though both parties had deliberately lowered their voices, with Elder Zhou's cultivation rank even the soft buzz of a mosquito could reach his ears. So, upon overhearing the couple's shameless conversation, the corners of Elder Zhou's lips twitched violently. He had to take a deep breath in order to prevent himself from fainting from anger. Refined citizens? He thought indignantly, do refined citizens casually open their mouths to snatch away other people's treasures? If they're refined citizens, then perhaps shameless people were now extinct from the entire mainland. However, Elder Zhou fixed his gaze upon the little white cat in Gu Ruoyan's arms. A strange light flashed across his eyes and left as quickly as it came. He said, you too, are you interested in my treasure? Gu Ruoyan rubbed her chin and smiled. A while ago, you mentioned that you would be willing to give this Holy Spirit fruit to anyone who would be able to cure you of your chronic disease? Holy Spirit fruit? The passers-by around Gu Ruoyan could not help but pause in their steps upon hearing her words. They stared in astonishment at Gu Ruoyan's direction as their eyes filled with shock. Holy Spirit fruit? Could it be that this fruit was actually the mythical Holy Spirit fruit? The Holy Spirit fruit, it is said that once consumed, it can raise a cultivator's powers over a few levels consecutively. Don't know if that's actually true though. Aren't those members of the Dongfang family? They want to obtain the Holy Spirit fruit? But their intentions are pretty normal. Without the help of the Holy Spirit fruit, they couldn't possibly be able to pass the trials. With the help of the Holy Spirit fruit, they just might stand a chance. The crowd began to whisper into one another's ears and discussed feverishly amongst themselves. Yet, Gu Ruoyan, who was in the middle of the whirlpool of discussion, only showed a calm smile on her face as she looked serenely back at the old man who was standing behind the stall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 441, The Trade Fair, 9. Chapter 441, The Trade Fair, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That's right. The old man smiled coldly. I have an ailment and my veins are blocked. Because of this, I'm unable to cultivate. If you can cure me of this, I'll give this Holy Spirit fruit to you. How about that? Hearing this, the woman in white robes next to Ron Yue sneered as she glared at Gu Ruoyan disdainfully from head to toe. Little girl, even if you wish to go up against our medicine order, you should probably check your own abilities first. Do you really think that you'd be able to cure a disease that even our previous order master could not? Whoa! The already noisy crowd grew increasingly excited as their eyes darted back and forth continuously between Gu Ruoyan and the disciples of the medicine order. This old fellow seems to have some kind of history. He was actually able to mobilize the previous order master of the medicine order to treat his illness. However, if even the old order master had his hands tied over this ailment, I'm afraid that not even the ghost doctor can cure him at all. I know this girl. I think she's actually Gu Ruoyan from the 100 Herb Hall. She is also the maternal granddaughter of Master Dongfang. This little girl was certainly blessed with good luck to obtain quite a few pills and further utilize their power to reach her current position. But just because she has good luck doesn't mean that she has great medical skills. After all, one can only grow more skilled in medicine as one ages. A person's medical prowess largely depends on undergoing a long period of practical experience. This girl seems to be only around 18 years of age. Based on how this looks, how could she possibly have the ability to cure an ailment that even the previous order master of the medicine order could not? Besides, the relations between the Dongfang family and the medicine order have grown increasingly strained over the years. In a time like this, it really looked as if Gu Ruoyan was intentionally giving the disciples of the medicine order a chance to embarrass her. Unfortunately, when a person has too much confidence in themselves, they would be the one to suffer humiliation in the end. Yunyao furrowed her brows and glanced in annoyance at the chattering crowd. A sharp light flashed across her eyes, which have now lost their former grace. From the beginning of it all, Gu Ruoyan did not seem to have noticed the disciples of the medicine order. She smiled faintly at the contemplative old man. With regards to your ailment, I'm not completely sure of my capabilities. I am only 80% certain. Gu Ruoyan never liked to overpromise. However, just as her words fell, a loud snigger was heard from the sides. The white-robed woman's eyes were filled with mockery as she swept her disdainful gaze across Gu Ruoyun's calm face. Little girl, you are indeed young and naive. You fancy yourself a genius just because you were able to participate in the trials. Unfortunately, there are countless geniuses scattered around on this mainland. You are only a martial king and that counts for nothing. With powers like yours, you are only fit to dominate a leading role in the secular world. Amongst the ranks of individual sects, orders, and factions, who would even pay attention to you? The sneer on her face grew even more pronounced as if Gu Ruoyun was some sort of enormous joke. Our junior sister Rong Yue of the medicine order is now a martial emperor. Her medical skills are second only to her own master. You are a person who relies solely on luck in order to reach your current level of strength. How could you possibly surpass a true genius? However, it was very clear that after the woman in white had finished speaking, an eerie aura began to rise in front of her and closely surrounded her. Her chest tightened and her face suddenly turned deathly white. Xiao Yi, Gu Ruoyun patted Qian Beiye's hand, pacifying his state of mind. When a dog bites you, would you still want to beat her? Don't you hate it when your hands get dirty? Qian Beiyi felt that her words made a lot of sense. He nodded and slowly withdrew the eerie aura from his body. To him, Xiao Yun was always right. She can never be wrong. And he only needs to listen to her. That was enough. Translator's thoughts. Spinny spinny. Qian Beiyi is pretty. Whipped. Rate translation quality. 89 comments join in. Chapter 442, The Eve of the Trials, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Humph. The woman in white's face grew increasingly unpleasant. Her beautiful eyes glared hatefully at Gu Ruoyun. Little girl, I've advised you as needed but unfortunately you weren't listening. Since you insist on doing so, don't blame me for not warning you. If anything were to happen. Having said that, she lapsed into silence. Her mocking gaze was full of disdain. It's not that I look down on Gu Ruoyun, she reasoned, but this woman was far too young. Based on her age, what abilities could she possibly have? Little girl, Elder Zhou finally spoke up after a long pause, I'll let you have a go at it. If you're successful in curing my ailment, the Holy Spirit fruit will be yours. All right. Gu Ruoyun raised her head lightly and walked slowly to Elder Zhou's side. She gently placed her palms on the latter's shoulders. A stream of spiritual energy then slowly began to transfer from her palm into Elder Zhou's body. Elder Zhou trembled and closed his eyes gently. He began to feel his entire body relax. Indeed, he hasn't felt like this in years. All the while, his veins had always felt as if they were filled with soil. He has not felt this refreshed in so long. The feeling was like taking a cold shower on an extremely hot day. It was so comfortable that he wanted to moan out loud in bliss. However, just as he was starting to enjoy feeling refreshed, Gu Ruoyun withdrew the spiritual energy from her palms. Little girl, was that all? Elder Zhou blinked and stared in astonishment at Gu Ruoyun. Seeing the puzzled look on Elder Zhou's face, Gu Ruoyun laughed bitterly and said, Do you think that it would be that easy to completely clear out the blockage in your veins? Like I said, I only have an 80% guarantee. Now I know that I can gradually clean it up bit by bit. It would take at least a month for the blockage in your veins to be completely cleared. Actually, if she were the previous Gu Ruoyun, it would not be an easy feat to clear his blockage completely. But in this life, she could call upon the ancient divine pagoda to aid her in clearing the blockage in Elder Zhou's veins. However, the price for this was rather steep. Clearly, Gu Ruoyun was not willing to pay such a high price for the sake of someone who was insignificant to her. Ha ha! Elder Zhou laughed and stroked his beard. He then replied in a satisfied manner, Little girl, I can feel the might of your power. How about this, I'll give you a month. I'll also let you have the Holy Spirit fruit right now, but. Thank you very much. Gu Ruoyun smiled and picked up the Holy Spirit fruit in the vendor's stall. This sudden turn of events was obviously beyond anyone's expectations. No one could have guessed that Gu Ruoyun truly had the ability to help this old man. This was especially so for the disciples of the medicine order, who had witnessed this scene with extremely ugly looks on their faces. Their expressions looked as if Gu Ruoyun had snatched away a treasure that was rightfully theirs. Elder Zhou, Rong Yue frowned and she shot Gu Ruoyun a look before she turned towards Elder Zhou. I think you should wait until your body is fully healed before giving that Holy Spirit fruit to her. Otherwise, who can guarantee that she is truly capable of healing you? Her words were fair and reasonable and the crowd of onlookers nodded in agreement. Lady Rong Yue is right, the crowd thought in unison. This girl hasn't completely healed the old man's body yet. Who can say for sure that she is truly capable or if she was just deliberately creating a fantastical air? After all, she's only a little baby girl who is just over 10 years of age. If she is truly powerful enough to clear the blockages from his veins, it would be a completely outrageous feat. However, just as Rongyue finished talking, Guru Oyon had fed the Holy Spirit fruit to the small cat in her arms. It had happened so fast that no one had the time to stop her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 442, The Eve of the Trials, 1. Chapter 442, The Eve of the Trials, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Humph. The woman in white's face grew increasingly unpleasant. Her beautiful eyes glared hatefully at Guru Wayun. Little girl, I've advised you as needed, but unfortunately you weren't listening. Since you insist on doing so, don't blame me for not warning you. If anything were to happen. Having said that, she lapsed into silence. Her mocking gaze was full of disdain. It's not that I look down on Guru Wayun, she reasoned, but this woman was far too young. Based on her age, what abilities could she possibly have? Little girl, Elder Joe finally spoke up after a long pause, I'll let you have a go at it. If you're successful in curing my ailment, the Holy Spirit fruit will be yours. All right. Guru Wayun raised her head lightly and walked slowly to Elder Joe's side. She gently placed her palms on the latter's shoulders. A stream of spiritual energy then slowly began to transfer from her palm into Elder Joe's body. Elder Joe trembled and closed his eyes gently. He began to feel his entire body relax. Indeed, he hasn't felt like this in years. All the while, his veins had always felt as if they were filled with soil. He has not felt this refreshed in so long. The feeling was like taking a cold shower on an extremely hot day. It was so comfortable that he wanted to moan out loud in bliss. However, just as he was starting to enjoy feeling refreshed, Guru Wayun withdrew the spiritual energy from her palms. Little girl, was that all? Elder Joe blinked and stared in astonishment at Guru Wayun. Seeing the puzzled look on Elder Joe's face, Guru Wayun laughed bitterly and said, Do you think that it would be that easy to completely clear out the blockage in your veins? Like I said, I only have an 80% guarantee. Now I know that I can gradually clean it up bit by bit. It would take at least a month for the blockage in your veins to be completely cleared. Actually, if she were the previous Guru Wayun, it would not be an easy feat to clear his blockage completely. But in this life, she could call upon the ancient divine pagoda to aid her in clearing the blockage in Elder Joe's veins. However, the price for this was rather steep. Clearly, Guru Wayun was not willing to pay such a high price for the sake of someone who was insignificant to her. Ha ha! Elder Joe laughed and stroked his beard. He then replied in a satisfied manner, Little girl, I can feel the might of your power. How about this, I'll give you a month. I'll also let you have the Holy Spirit fruit right now. Thank you very much. Guru Wayun smiled and picked up the Holy Spirit fruit in the vendor's stall. This sudden turn of events was obviously beyond anyone's expectations. No one could have guessed that Guru Wayun truly had the ability to help this old man. This was especially so for the disciples of the medicine order, who had witnessed this scene with extremely ugly looks on their faces. Their expressions looked as if Guru Wayun had snatched away a treasure that was rightfully theirs. Elder Joe, Rongyue frowned and she shot Guru Wayun a look before she turned towards Elder Joe. I think you should wait until your body is fully healed before giving that Holy Spirit fruit to her. Otherwise, who can guarantee that she is truly capable of healing you? Her words were fair and reasonable and the crowd of onlookers nodded in agreement. Lady Rongyue is right, the crowd thought in unison. This girl hasn't completely healed the old man's body yet. Who can say for sure that she is truly capable or if she was just deliberately creating a fantastical air? After all, she's only a little baby girl who is just over 10 years of age. If she is truly powerful enough to clear the blockages from his veins, it would be a completely outrageous feat. However, just as Rongyue finished talking, Guru Wayun had fed the Holy Spirit fruit to the small cat in her arms. It had happened so fast that no one had the time to stop her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 443, The Eve of the Trials, 2. Chapter 443, The Eve of the Trials, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This time, it wasn't just the woman in white, even Rongyue's face turned a particularly unpleasant shade. She glared frostily at Guru Wayun who was feeding the Holy Spirit fruit to the little cat in her arms and her fists were clenched so tightly that they trembled. Her master had obtained the news surrounding the Holy Spirit fruit with great difficulty. She had also made many preparations for the sake of acquiring the Holy Spirit fruit. She never expected that this devil incarnate would suddenly appear in their way. Furthermore, this woman had fed the fruit to a useless spiritual pet with no fighting power. One should know that this was a Holy Spirit fruit. It's a spiritual treasure that countless cultivators yearn to own. Yet she'd given this treasure to a little cat. She's deliberately humiliating me, she thought angrily. That's right, from Rong Yue's point of view, it would seem like Gu Ruoyun had been doing this on purpose, all for the sake of humiliating her. Gu Ruoyun, are you doing this on purpose? Of course, Rong Yue wasn't the only one who thought of it that way. Before Rong Yue could even open her mouth to speak, the ashen-faced woman in white next to her stared at Gu Ruoyun and said, I know that you're only tagging along to Cloud City for the sake of taking revenge for the humiliation we've caused. However, regardless of how great your hatred towards the medicine order is, you should never have resorted to stealing the Holy Spirit fruit so recklessly. Such actions will cause you to become an enemy to all. Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow and noticed the hurtful eyes of the crowd which were directed towards her. It was as if she had snatched away their baby. Since this Holy Spirit fruit belongs to me, I can give it to whomever I wish. Even if I were to burn it, that has nothing to do with any of you. Gu Ruoyun smiled coldly and stared at the woman in white whose face was full of hate and rage. But I simply cannot understand this. I'm using something that belongs to me yet I'll become everyone's enemy? Or is it the fact that the disciples of the medicine order are so shameless that they would put someone off for one's own treasure? Hearing this, the crowd could not help but nod in agreement. Even though the old man may have been hoodwinked by the little girl, he had indeed given the Holy Spirit fruit to her as a gift. As such, it was the girl's right to give the Holy Spirit fruit to whomever she wishes. No matter how hurtful everyone else felt about it, they do not have the right to meddle in her affairs. As if feeling the disdain in the eyes of the crowd, the woman in white's expression changed and changed again. She tried to say something but was stopped by Rong Yue, who looked at her and shook her head. The woman in white then swallowed her words. Lady Gu, Rong Yue slowly opened her mouth to speak, I'm sure you know the current situation of the mainland. I can see that you have pretty good talent. If you had consumed this Holy Spirit fruit yourself, you might be able to serve the mainland in a positive way. Yet you've given it to a spiritual pet, isn't that a waste? Yunyao, who had just swallowed the Holy Spirit fruit and has yet to digest it, heard Rong Yue's speech. A glint flashed across her eyes and her normally graceful gaze turned cold. She glared icily at Rong Yue with a scornful look on her face. I told you, I'm free to give this Holy Spirit fruit to whomever I choose. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, my breakthroughs in cultivation are not for the sake of serving the mainland. I'm only doing this for myself, so you shouldn't hold me in such high esteem. Gu Ruoyun stared calmly at Rong Yue's arrogant face before retracting her gaze. Xiaoyi, let's go have a look at what Lin Lang and the rest are up to. All right. Qianbei Yi nodded gently. His eyes had never left her from the very beginning. Wait a moment. Rong Yue tried to say something when suddenly a chilly wind charged sharply towards her. It felt as if a hand had reached out and pushed violently on Rong Yue's chest. Before she could regain her senses, Rong Yue was flung out of the area. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 444, The Eve of the Trials, 3. Chapter 444, The Eve of the Trials, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At the same time, the man's low and hoarse voice rang out like the god of death himself. Leave. Rong Yue trembled. Upon raising her head, she came face to face with a pair of blood-red eyes. His silvery hair was like an immortal's, fluttering in the wind. The man was dressed in blood-red robes and his face was incomparably beautiful. One could even describe this demonic man as a beauty that can cause the downfall of a country. It was fine that such a man could be exceptionally beautiful. There was also the fact that this guy was capable of acting out two extremes at the same time, both as an immortal and as a demon. His every action was completely suffocating. Sha Yun, Qianbei Yi turned and walked back to Gu Ruoyun's side. His originally eerie and somber expression was now filled with smiles. No one will disturb you now. His one smile can cause the heavens and the earth to lose their splendor. It also took everyone's breath away as they were utterly mesmerized by that peerlessly beautiful face. Junior sister Rong Yue. The woman in white hurriedly rushed to her side and asked anxiously, Junior sister Rong Yue, are you all right? Rong Yue did not reply. She was staring foolishly at Qianbei Yi's disappearing figure and mumbled to herself, I think I've just met the person whom I've been searching for my entire life. She had already noticed the silver-haired man from the very beginning. Even though the man was incomparably beautiful, she took no notice of him because he had been tagging along with the Dongfang family. Unexpectedly, this man whom she had initially ignored would turn out to hold such power within his grasp. After all the women of this world prefer strong cultivators. A man with only incomparable beauty doesn't count for much, but if he had great power, he could conquer many women too. Obviously, Rong Yue was that kind of woman. Junior sister Rong Yue? The woman in white was in a daze. One should know that with her junior sister Rong Yue's level of talent and position, there were countless men who were vying for her attention. Even the disciples of the three great authorities have fallen for her endlessly. However, the junior sister had high expectations. No matter how many eligible men would come her way, they had been unable to hold her gaze. She did not expect junior sister Rong Yue to fall for a complete stranger. She's even declared him to be the husband whom she'd been searching for. At the bazaar on the plaza, Shen Beiyi followed Gu Ruoyun around pitifully and stared hurtfully at the lit person before him. Sha Yun, why didn't you let me kill her? If Gu Ruoyun had not tugged at him, Rong Yue might not have only been flung to the ground. Xiao Yi, Gu Ruoyun paused in her steps as a cold smile formed at the corner of her lips. I don't have any disputes with the medicine order. However, the medicine order had once caused harm to one of my subordinates. Do you think that I would let them off so easily? Shen Beiyi shook his head. My Xiaoyun has never been a kind person, but this was also why I've grown to admire her more and more. So, Gu Ruoyun paused before continuing, I won't let anyone from medicine order who had hurt Wei Yi off so easily. Of course, this matter should be handled personally by Wei Yi herself. Do you understand? She won't let the medicine order get away with everything they've done, but she won't be the one handling it personally. There was only one person who should take care of them. Gu Ruoyun was deep in thought when she heard a familiar voice in front of where she was standing. Lin Lang, I never expected you to have such good taste. To find a crippled spirit weapon in a place like this, I had nearly missed out on this myself. However, it was I who had taken this crippled spirit weapon first. Obviously, it should belong to me. If you really want it, come to my quarters tonight and I'll give this crippled spirit weapon to you. What do you say? Translator's thoughts. Spinny. The Gu Ruoyun Chen Beiyi Shi Yun love triangle just got a lot more complicated. Also, what is it with these women? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 445, The Eve of the Trials, 4. Chapter 445, The Eve of the Trials, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ling, you may have noticed this crippled spirit weapon first, but you didn't want it then. You even threw it aside like it was a useless object. But now that I've noticed this crippled spirit weapon, you suddenly want it back. How can you go on in life with such shamelessness? Lin Lang blushed red with anger as she glared furiously at Gu Ling. Gu Ling sneered and stared disdainfully at Lin Lang's flushed face. Even if I were to let you have this crippled spirit weapon, what were you going to use to trade for it? Lin Lang, if you use your body to win my favor, then perhaps I might be amenable to give this crippled spirit weapon to you. There wasn't a single person who doesn't know the value of a crippled spirit weapon. So, why would Gu Ling want to use a crippled spirit weapon to curry favor with a woman? Once I have this woman's body, she'll be nothing but damaged goods, he thought maliciously. Would she still want the crippled spirit weapon? Dream on. Based on who she is, she certainly doesn't have the right to control this crippled spirit weapon. Gu Ling, you've overstepped the limit. The Dongfang family disciples who had been watching the scene could not stand it any longer. They stood up and glared angrily at Gu Ling. If it weren't for the fact that they were not allowed to have personal scuffles before the trials, they would certainly have beaten this B***starred to a pulp. He had dared to devise plans on Lin Lang. He's completely disrespecting the Dongfang family. The members of the Gu family stared back at the disciples of the Dongfang family and took one step forward, glaring like tigers watching their prey. Instantly, the atmosphere grew extremely intense as if the two parties were ready to fight at any minute. The air had turned icy and every eye was fixed upon this direction, anticipating the fight. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded from behind the crowd, falling into each and every ear. Lin Lang, what are you all doing here? How goes your weapon selection? The expressions of Lin Lang and the rest shook upon hearing that voice. They turned to face its source. The sunset glow poured down on the entire trade fair plaza. Under the light of the setting sun, the young girl's fine hair shone with brilliance. She walked slowly towards the crowd while carrying a small cat in her arms. Her face shone with a calm light and her dark eyes were like black pools of water as they swept their gaze across the faces of the crowd, causing their hearts to tremble. But what shocked the crowd most was the silver-haired man in red robes who walked by her side. He was so beautiful that he could overturn all living beings. However, the eyes of such an incomparably beautiful man were filled with a murderous bloodlust. Taking no notice of the eyes of the crowd, Gu Ruoyan walked directly towards Lin Lang and asked, "If you've selected your weapons, then it's time for us to leave." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the sword in Lin Lang's hands. This was a rapier. Its surface was slightly uneven, but it emitted vague fluctuations of spiritual energy. Not a bad sword. Gu Ruoyun praised sincerely. Honestly speaking, a crippled spirit weapon was not a spiritual weapon. Most crippled spirit weapons were either failures from the smelting process or were weapons which had lost their original spiritual energy. All that's been left was a nearly unnoticeable portion, so it was easily discarded as a useless piece of metal. She didn't expect Lin Lang to have such sharp eyes. She was actually able to pick out a crippled spirit weapon, Gu Ruoyun mused. However, crippled spirit weapons no longer attract Gu Ruoyun's attention. Hearing this, Lin Lang bit her lip and made no rebuttal. Actually, Gu Ling was right, she thought. So what if I've found a crippled spirit weapon? Based on my fortune, I have nothing of worth to trade for this crippled spirit weapon. She put the crippled spirit weapon back in its place at the thought of this and shook her head. So what if the sword is good? At the end of the day, it does not suit me. Lady Gu, let's go. Gu Ling glanced at Lin Lang and sneered, "Lin Lang, at least you're still clear of the situation. You understand that you have no way of obtaining this crippled spirit weapon. However, I stand by what I've said. As long as you're willing to give yourself to me, this crippled spirit weapon shall belong to you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 446, The Eve of the Trials, 5. Chapter 446, The Eve of the Trials, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Pa! Lin Lang spat at him just as he finished speaking. Her small face was filled with anger. "Gu Ling, hear this, give up on your illusions already. I, Lin Lang, will never have illicit sexual relations with such a vile character even if I become a good-for-nothing. You can have this crippled spirit weapon. Even if you were to use it, you'll never be able to defeat our Dongfang family anyway." Gu Ling's expression turned increasingly stormy. He raised his hand to wipe off Lin Lang's spit from his face. He glared coldly at her furious and flushed little face and spat, "Lin Lang, don't forget your original rank. Your parents were merely servants of my Gu family and you will never escape the fact that I'm your master. But your ignoble parents refused to let me make you my concubine and secretly had you given away. I never imagined that the old man from the Dongfang family would take a liking to you and accept you as a disciple. But your ignoble parents still belong to my Gu family. Now, I want you to kneel before me and apologize. Otherwise, when I return to the Gu family home, I will ensure that your parents shall be thoroughly tortured and I will make sure that they know that they brought up such an ungrateful daughter." This speech caused Gu Ruoyun to tighten her brows even more. She didn't think that Lin Lang would be connected to the Gu family in that way. It wasn't just her. Even the members of the Dongfang family had not expected this. They all stared in astonishment at Lin Lang. "You?" Lin Lang trembled in fury and her eyes filled with tears. She would never have thought that Gu Ling would reveal her origins in such a public place. The more she thought of this humiliation, the paler her face became. Tears now overflowed her eyes. Gu Ling had done it on purpose. He had purposely exposed her origin as a servant so that the Dongfang family members would know where she came from and completely humiliate her at the same time. This was the consequence of her actions in rejecting him. Just as Lin Lang began to feel a wave of panic in her heart, she felt a hand on her back. The warmth it emitted brought Lin Lang a small sense of calm. Seeing as Lin Lang has already been accepted as Elder Chang Jin's disciple, she is a member of the Dongfang family. The Gu family does not have the right to address a disciple of the Dongfang family as a servant, but... Gu Ruoyan lifted the corners of her lips and smiled calmly. As for Lin Lang's parents, we, the Dongfang family, will not make any demands towards the Gu family. I only ask that the Gu family would treat them with honor and have them personally sent to the Dongfang family. Lin Lang was in a daze as she raised her tear-filled eyes towards Gu Ruoyan. Honestly, all these years, she had missed her parents who had remained in the Gu family residence. However, it was the Dongfang family who had taken her in when she was in dire straits and given her the opportunity to expand her abilities. So, she had never thought of troubling the Dongfang family to invite her parents to join her in the family. Seeing as the Gu family was so powerful and was equally matched with the Dongfang family at the time, how could she drag the Dongfang family down with her personal issues? Hence, even her master knew nothing of her past and she had endured the longing she had for her parents all on her own. But now, Gu Ruoyun's words brought a warm surge of current through Lin Lang's heart. She could no longer hold back her tears. She hurriedly covered her face, trying to stop the overflowing tears from rolling down her face. This crippled spirit weapon is indeed pretty good, but as you said, it does not suit you. When the time comes, I'll give you an even better weapon," said Gu Ruoyun, who had turned towards Lin Lang. Lin Lang wiped the tears off her face and nodded. "Thank you, Lady Gu. I don't need anything especially good as long as it can be wielded easily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 447, The Eve of the Trials, 6. Chapter 447, The Eve of the Trials, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A weapon better than a crippled spirit weapon can only be a full-fledged spiritual weapon. However, there were precious few of those in the world. So, even if Lady Gu had a few of them in her possession, she would not casually give them away to just anyone. Because of this, Lin Lang's heart was completely moved. Gu Ruoyun had been the only one besides her master and her parents who would step up and have her back. "Humph." Gu Ling scoffed and replied disdainfully, "That I'd like to see just how you're going to get me to send Lin Lang's parents back to her. Besides, I'm afraid you may not have a weapon that's actually better than a crippled spirit weapon. Whatever it is, I'll leave you with this: don't act like a pretentious prick or you might end up struck by lightning. Don't think that you can scare me just because you're some master of the 100 Herb Hall. Honestly, the only people of the same age as me who can actually strike fear into my heart are Rong Yue and Zhuishengchen. You don't count for much." Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly but did not respond. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go. We only have half a month before the trials. We must work hard and train well within this half a month." After she spoke, she left the scene with Qian Beiyi. Just as she left, the Dongfang family disciples surrounded Lin Lang immediately and erupted into a cacophony of discussion. "Lin Lang, why did you not tell us your origins? No wonder Gu Ling had looked at you with such surprise a few years ago and would constantly clash with you. I didn't think that you would be connected to the Gu family in that way. This Gu family has crossed the line. After all, you are part of the Dongfang family. As a disciple of Elder Changjin, your status can't be any worse than those disciples of the Gu family. What right does he have to call you a servant? Lin Lang, like Lady Gu said, we will make the Gu family personally send your parents back to you. Lady Gu is such a great person, she'll definitely get it done. Let's trust in her and you'll be reunited with your parents very soon. Honestly, you should have mentioned this to Master a long time ago. Why quietly endure this on your own? You didn't even tell us, are we even friends?" After her identity had been revealed, Lin Lang was worried that the Dongfang family disciples would look down on her. But upon hearing their voices of criticism and concern, her eyes grew red and tears streamed down her face once again. Thank you, all of you. I really. As she tried to speak, she found that she could no longer spit out the words. She felt as if something was choking her throat and she looked tearfully at the group. Alright, let's not waste any more time with talking. We should hurry off now. One of the Dongfang family disciples, a man dressed in green robes, stepped forward and patted Lin Lang on her shoulder. Your parents will be fine. Trust Lady Gu. Lin Lang nodded. At this very moment, her heart was filled with warmth. Only half a month had remained until the start of the divine trials. Within this half a month, every single one of the Dongfang family representatives worked hard in their training. It soon became obvious that every person in the group rapidly grew in strength. Some have even broken through to new ranks. Prior to this, they never would have dared to imagine any of this. In the midst of their hard training sessions, the person Gu Ruoyun had been waiting for finally arrived. Master. Upon seeing Gu Ruoyun, Wei Yi flew straight towards her with a big smile on her seductively charming face and rendering Wu Yu, who had been following closely behind her, to become completely dumbstruck. Master? She thought. If Senior Aunt Wei addresses Lady Gu as her master, then shouldn't I be addressing her as a senior great aunt? But Wu Yu looked utterly confused at the thought of having to address a girl younger than herself as a senior great aunt. She wondered how her own master would have reacted to this situation. Bai Chuan, who had been following behind them, showed no reaction. His adorable doll-like face was staring curiously at his surroundings before his gaze finally landed on Gu Ruoyun's fresh and beautiful features. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 448, The Eve of the Trials, 7. Chapter 448, The Eve of the Trials, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Master, I've heard everything now. This is one match that I will not lose. Wei Yi raised her head and fixed her gaze upon Gu Ruoyun. Her usually charming face now held a never-before-seen resolve and a long-restrained hatred. How many years has it been? She wondered. How many years have I awakened from countless nightmares? Every time she thought of all that had happened years ago, she would feel a pain as if her heart had been torn out from her chest. But now, she finally had the power to face the medicine order and no longer needed to live a life of hiding. All right. Gu Ruoyun nodded. Wu Yu, you should first return to the medicine order. Wei Yi, Bai Chuan, follow me. Yes, Wu Yu hesitated for a bit, then replied with a confused look on her face, I will obey your order, senior great aunt. Let's go. Gu Ruoyan did not say anything more as she led Wei Yi and Bai Chuan to the Dongfang family disciples' training area. At this moment, most of the disciples had kept their heads high and puffed out their chests as they awaited the new arrivals. The eyes of many disciples brightened up upon seeing the two people who have arrived with Gu Ruoyan, but they remained still. After training for over half a month, they have all shirked off their squeamishness as disciples of an aristocratic family and acted a lot more like soldiers who strictly observed discipline. In just half a month, most of the disciples have had their breakthroughs. We even have a few high-level martial kings now. The rest are mostly at mid-level. Gu Ruoyan nodded in satisfaction and her gaze finally landed on Lin Lang. Lin Lang shook and lowered her head in embarrassment. Lady Gu, I'm sorry. I was unable to break through. Over the past half a month, she had worked extra hard, probably even more than the rest. All for the sake of gaining enough power to defeat Gu Ling. But no matter how much energy she devoted to her training, it seemed that something was blocking the bottleneck and she had been unable to break through at all. She clenched her fists tighter and tighter at the thought of this. Countless emotions appeared from within her chest, making her feel suffocated. She understood that if she missed this opportunity, she would never have the chance to defeat Gu Ling ever again. Lin Lang, this was not your fault. After all, you have only just broken through to a low-level martial king not too long ago. Your next breakthrough shouldn't be so soon. One man, afraid that Gu Ruoyan would blame Lin Lang, quickly stepped out to explain things on her behalf. Gu Ruoyan did not say anything, she only observed Lin Lang quietly. Lin Lang lowered her head even more as if she could feel Gu Ruoyan's gaze, wishing that she could bury herself in the dust. I've once mentioned that I will bring a few cultivators to substitute some of you. This time, I've brought along 2 and they will be replacing 2 of you. Does anyone have any objections? The group was shaken as they all stared at the 2 people behind Gu Ruoyan. When their gaze fell on Bai Chuan's cute little face, the disciples of the Dongfang family were utterly shocked. Lady Gu wants to allow a little boy no more than 10 years of age to replace one of us? They thought. Was this boy even capable? However, even though most of them were suspicious, they stayed silent. They respected Gu Ruoyun's decision. Lady Gu, please give me a chance, exclaimed a now anxious Lin Lang. The rest have already reached the rank of a mid-level martial king. Only she and another disciple had remained stuck as low-level martial kings. If anyone should be replaced, it would be them. I may not have been able to break through, but I won't lose. Please give me a chance to fight. Gu Ruoyan fell momentarily silent and slowly replied, all right, I'll give you this one chance. If anyone is willing to be replaced in your stead, I'll let you fight. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 449, The Eve of the Trials, 8. Chapter 449, The Eve of the Trials, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just as she spoke, the young man in green who had spoken up for Lin Lang hurriedly stepped forward and said, Lady Gu, I'm willing to substitute for Lin Lang and step out of the trials. Dongfang Han, thank you. Lin Lang stared in gratitude at Dongfang Han and replied. Dongfang Han blushed at the sight of the girl's grateful-looking eyes and quickly stepped back. He shook his head and replied, Lin Lang, you don't have to thank me. Remember to hit that Gu Ling kid hard, we're all rooting for you. He shook his fist and smiled at Lin Lang. Lin Lang began to choke with emotion but said nothing more, placing all her gratitude in her heart. Seeing as we've pretty much decided on the team members, then let us welcome tomorrow's trials with open arms. Today, you will all go back and train well. Lin Lang, come see me after this. As she spoke, she left the place without a second glance. Seeing this, Lin Lang hurriedly followed Gu Ruoyan. Her eyes were shining with the light of resolution. Inside the room, a gentle breeze stirred the bed curtains, causing them to flutter. Gu Ruoyan was seated in front of a table. She gazed at the girl standing before her and said, all of them had obtained the weapons of their choice during the trade fair. Only you have not. At that time, I mentioned that I would give you a weapon that is far better than a crippled spirit weapon. This sword has been specially prepared for you. Have a look and see if you can wield it. Then, she produced a rapier before Lin Lang's eyes. Just as she presented the rapier, a strong wave of spiritual energy flourished from the sword, giving off the sense of strong power. Lin Lang was dazed and stared in shock at the rapier in Gu Ruoyan's hands. Her lips trembled, unsure of what to say. A spiritual weapon. She thought in astonishment. That's right, only a spiritual weapon can give off such thick spiritual energy. When she told me that she would give me a much better weapon, she wasn't lying. Lady Gu, this is far too valuable. Lin Lang bit her lip fiercely and stared at Gu Ruoyan in complete gratitude. I can't accept this. A spiritual weapon. If news of this were to get out, I'm afraid that even the three great authorities will be shaken, she thought. Yet she's actually giving it to me. I may never be able to return this favor, not even if I were to use my entire life. You may hold on to this spiritual weapon on one condition: you must only use it as a last resort. The young girl's calm voice made Lin Lang's heart tremble. She gazed at the spiritual weapon before her and slowly took a deep breath. All right, Lady Gu, this spiritual weapon is your gift to me, so I shall accept it. But I will not use it in the trials this time. I want to rely on my own abilities to defeat Gu Ling in the trials. At this moment, a new form of determination stemmed from her heart. No matter what, she will never use the spiritual weapon. Also, she would not cause trouble for Lady Gu. Even if she has to rely on her own capabilities, she will not lose. Gu Ruoyun smiled. The reason why she had allowed Lin Lang to participate in the trials was because she could see her determination. With such a strong resolve, perhaps Lin Lang will be able to change her fortunes in the trials. Make your preparations for the trials tomorrow. Our Dongfang family must obtain first place in the divine trials no matter what. As she said this, Gu Ruoyan narrowed her eyes and a glint of light flashed across them. Big brother, wait for me. Wait for me to find you in the spirit sect, she thought. When that time comes, no one in the entire spirit sect will dare to lay a single hand on you. But I don't know where you are at the moment. Every time she thought of Xia Linyu, a small hint of anxiety would appear on Gu Ruoyun's face. They only managed to see each other for such a short period of time, and who knows when they'll meet again. However, Gu Ruoyun believes that he was somewhere on the mainland, alive and well. Once the trials end, she will find him even if she has to journey to the ends of the earth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 450, The Meeting of Old Friends, 1. Chapter 450, The Meeting of Old Friends, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the plaza above the clouds, one could see a large crowd of human heads from a distance. In the area surrounding the plaza, a number of chairs had been properly set out and the city governor of Cloud City was seated at the very front. Next to the governor sat three guests, one of which was actually Gu Ruoyun's old acquaintance, the Honorable Sir Tianqi, while another, Elder Jiu, was also someone whom she just met half a month ago. As for the old man in white who had remained silent the entire time, one does not need to guess too much to know that he was from the immortal realm. Gu Ruoyun. Gu Ruoyan was deep in thought when a disdainful voice cried out from behind her, I will ensure that you understand the distance between the Dongfang family and our medicine order in today's trials. Gu Ruoyan frowned and turned to face a white-robed woman behind her. She immediately recognized her as the person who had followed Rong Yue around half a month ago. Qingling, what's going on? Before Gu Ruoyan could speak, Xue, who was dressed in white robes as well, slowly approached them. Don't judge her by her age. She was more than 50 years old, but due to a well-maintained body, she looked like a 30-something-year-old woman at first glance. She had intended to mock Gu Ruoyan as well when suddenly, her eyes narrowed and fixed their attention on the charming and seductive-looking woman behind her. Wei Yi, it's you. Impossible. She thought in disbelief. This woman has had her face scarred by the Order Master. How did she fully recover looks? Elder Xue, long time no see. A cold smile appeared on the corners of Wei Yi's attractive lips. It's been 10 years since we've last seen each other. Do you not recognize me anymore? Xue's facial expression changed many times but eventually settled into a particularly ugly color. She glared hatefully at the woman whose smile was as beautiful as a flower. Wei Yi? The woman in white who was addressed as Qingling was astonished. She then spoke mockingly, Wei Yi, weren't you merely a traitor of the medicine order? Not only had you abused our teacher and murdered our forefather, you've even forcefully harmed your senior brothers and junior sisters. You've been listed as a fugitive long ago. I didn't think that anyone in this world would be daring enough to shelter this woman. What? Wei Yi? You'd want to butt into the trials too? I've heard that your powers have long been destroyed though, you're simply a useless good-for-nothing. Qingling has heard some part about the events that had occurred that year. According to the rumors, Wei Yi's power had degenerated by a few levels and it would be difficult for her to improve again. So, what could a good-for-nothing hope to gain by coming here? Because Qing Ling did not lower her voice and everyone present were strong cultivators, they all heard her words very clearly. All eyes instantly fell upon Gu Ruoyun and Wei Yi. Wei Yi, I've heard of her situation. Rumor has it that she was a traitor of the medicine order. I didn't think that the Dongfang family would be so daring to even accept a traitor. Wasn't this a clear display of going against the medicine order? Even though the Dongfang family is indeed great in power, the medicine order, by comparison, are more powerful. Do they want to become enemies with countless powerful cultivators? That's right. That year, the old order master of the medicine order had established connections with the strong cultivators of the world. He had many good friends and he even had good alliances with strong cultivators from the three great authorities. This Wei Yi killed her own master and stole the treasury of medicine. She's definitely a traitor of the medicine order. The crowd began to discuss amongst one another and eyed Wei Yi with scorn and mockery. But some recognized her as the famous ghost doctor and did not say anything. They only sent friendly smiles in her direction. Suddenly, a melodic sound that could pierce through one's soul was heard. The sound came closer and closer, slowly falling into every ear. Peach blossom flowers rained from the heavens and paved the way. A group of red-robed maidservants carried a sedan chair as they slowly made their descent. Their incomparably beautiful figures drew everyone's attention, especially the two women at the front of the group who were holding a jade flute each. These were such outstanding beauties. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 451, The Meeting of Old Friends, 2. Chapter 451, The Meeting of Old Friends, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Seated in the sedan chair was a person with a head full of inky black hair which fluttered in the wind. The man was leaning lazily against the back of the chair. He was dressed in peach blossom pink robes which did not look tacky on him at all. His beauty could be described as one of an evildoer that could enrapture an entire city. He held a jade fan in one hand and his phoenix-like eyes were filled with smiles. The curl in his lips seemed to hold some sort of power and drew everyone to him. His face was as beautiful as a peach blossom, his features were exceptionally magnificent. Instantly, one thought appeared in the hearts of the crowd. The man before them was so beautiful it was almost evil, like the exceptionally breathtaking view of 10 miles of peach blossoms in full bloom. Xiao Yuner, long time no see. I've really missed you to death. Come, give this prince a hug. Zhuo Shengqian ignored the crowd's gloomy stares as he stretched out his hands towards Gu Ruoyan with a big smile on his face. His languid mannerism and flirtatious tone of voice caused an indignant jealousy amongst the women in the crowd. All of them glared hatefully at Gu Ruoyan, wishing that they could tear her into minced meat. She already has one man following her around, they fumed. What right does she have to fight for the young master of the Darkeen Palace's attention with us? Women like her who only know how to use their innate charm should be struck by lightning and split into two halves, they should not have an easy death. This mischief maker, is there really a need to display such flirtatious behavior upon your appearance? 3 black lines immediately appeared on Gu Ruoyun's face. She was completely at a loss for words towards the mischievous man whose arms were still opened wide. You're not allowed to go. Suddenly, a hand reached out from beside her and pulled her into an embrace. Gu Ruoyun's face was filled with surprise as she felt the warmth from that man's chest. She turned her head to look at the man's peerlessly beautiful face and blinked. Xiao Yi, are you jealous? Furthermore, when had this guy arrived? She wondered. I don't recall telling him about my participation in today's trials. Qian Bei blushed and stared pitifully at Gu Ruoyan. Xiao Yun, I don't like him. Let's ignore him, okay? Okay. Gu Ruoyan nodded, then we'll ignore this flirtatious fox. Their conversation leaked into Zhuo Shengqian's ears. As a result, his expression turned as black as the bottom of a cauldron. Flirtatious? Fox? He fumed. Are they talking about me? Actually, Gu Ruoyan can't really be blamed for saying this. After all, Zhuo Shengqian's appearance, especially with those petals strewn all over the ground, has been far too flirtatious. It was simply a nauseating sight for her. Sigh. Xiao Yuner, what a loss for me. I've thought of you day and night. I didn't think that you would have forgotten me so quickly, you're not even taking responsibility for me. What? Zhuo Shengqian's words were far too sensational and caused the crowd to explode into a cacophony of discussion. Qing Ling's face was an especially ugly sight to behold. One should know that her admiration for Zhuo Shengqian was not a 1 to 2 day thing. She never expected the powerful Zhuo Shangqian to turn out to be that sort of man, and she had admired him greatly. She simply could not understand what was so charming about this woman. Feeling the stir of murderous intent from Qian Beiyi, Gu Ruoyan gently patted his arm to calm him before raising her head towards Zhuo Shangqian. I have no interests in homosexuals. Zhuo Shangqian's expression was greatly shaken, but he quickly regained his composure and raised an eyebrow lazily. Xiao Yuner, this prince was only jesting. However, even if I have had relations with you, I won't make things easy for you in the trials just because of that. Of course. Gu Ruoyun smiled, I'll be going all out as well. Soon, all the powerful organizations have arrived and the trials were about to begin. But someone, it was unknown who that person was, had been sharp enough to notice the little lord standing next to Gu Ruoyun and cried out in alarm. A kid? How could a kid participate in this sort of competition? Is something wrong with the Dongfang family's brains? They already had a foundation, yet now they're allowing a child no more than 10 years of age to join the competing team? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 452, The Group Battle, 1. Chapter 452, The Group Battle, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It would seem that the Dongfang family knew that they would undoubtedly lose, so they wanted to lose even faster. Has this little boy reached the rank of a martial general yet? Such a weak presence, anyone could easily kill him off. The people who already had bad blood with the Dongfang family could not help but open their mouths and spout mockery as they stared at Bai Chuan's young and tender little face. Even the Cloud City governor, who was seating in the seat of honor, wrinkled his brows. Though the rules of the trials did state that all participants must be below the age of 30. However, for a wimpy little brat who was just over 10 years old to come and join the trials, this was certainly an act of making a farce out of the trials. However, because they never specified a definite age, the governor couldn't really say very much against this. It seems that the Dongfang family is growing increasingly weak, sneered the old man in white who was seated next to the governor. However, one could say that they're now reaping what they've sown. Had Dongfang Yu joined the immortal realm long ago, she wouldn't have had such a tragic death and the Dongfang family would never have fallen. At the end of the day, they've dug their own graves and can't blame anyone else for their misfortune. The immortal realm has never been magnanimous. All kindness displayed was simply hypocritical and would only be shown when in public. Hence, even to this day he has never forgot his hatred when Dongfang Yu rejected the immortal realm's offer. Of course, Dongfang Yu also rejected the offers from the courts of hell and the spirit sect. This lessened the blow for him. Just what is this girl doing? The Honorable Sir Tianqi shook his head helplessly and sighed. What does she want to achieve by letting a child participate in the trials? Could it be that this kid has surpassed the others in some way? Elder Jiao stayed silent. After all, the two men next to him were martial honors and he was only a high-level martial emperor at the moment. This time, he had personally requested to come to Cloud City since the courts of hell was a part of the three great authorities. But as a martial emperor, his words do not carry as much weight when in front of the two martial honors. However, even when faced with the skeptical stares of the crowd, Bai Chuan remained silent. His adorable face held a maturity far beyond his years. Cough, cough. The governor cleared his throat awkwardly. Honorable Sir Shangtian, Honorable Sir Tianqi, and Elder Jiao. May we begin? Begin. Bai Shangtian nodded his head lightly as he coldly replied. As you command. The governor slowly rose from his seat and faced the crowd before him. First of all, welcome everyone to this year's divine trials. You all know the rules, no weapons are allowed near the eyes. Since all participants are geniuses from their own organizations, I hope that you will all show some restraint. Now, let the trials begin. As she heard the governor's words, Gu Ruoyun wrinkled her brows and scanned her surroundings. She then sighed. The competition has already begun, but the members of the Xia family are not here. It seems that this would be the first trial that the Xia family will not participate in. Actually, she had been holding on hope that she would see Yuer in Cloud City from the beginning. Since no one from the Xia family was participating this time, this proves that Yuer was still missing. The first round is a group battle. Every organization shall assign a group of 5 to the stage. The first group to be kicked off the stage shall be eliminated. The last one standing will win first place. However, since this is a group battle, we emphasize on teamwork. So it is only considered a victory if all members remain standing on the stage. As long as one person falls off the stage, the entire team is eliminated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 453, The Group Battle, 2. Chapter 453, The Group Battle, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What he meant was that if one person was defeated, the entire group would lose as well. Every member must remain standing on the stage for it be considered as a win. Usually, the Dongfang family would be quickly eliminated during the first round. This time might not be any different. Xingling sneered and glanced at Guruoyun and Wei. This is a fate that the Dongfang family can never escape, to forever face elimination in the first round of the trials. Then, she raised her head arrogantly and walked towards Rong Yue. But when she was in front of Rong Yue, she quickly changed her insufferably arrogant expression into that of a compliant and respectful servant. Merely a dog that threatens based on its master's power. Wei Yi curled her lips and turned towards Guruoyun. Master, I'd like to compete in this round. Very well. Guruoyun gently nodded. Alright, you, Qingyun, Linlang and Tianyun shall represent us this round. Amongst the team members, Wei Yi has reached the rank of a high-level martial king and was only one step away from becoming a martial emperor. The rest had only reached the level of a martial king during the past half a month, and only Linlang remained as a low-level martial king. Of course, with Wei Yi around, Guruoyun wasn't too worried about Linlang's safety. Every organization sent their 5 representatives to the center of the plaza to participate in the battle. However, they did not send out their most powerful military strength. Even though the elimination round was extremely crucial, everyone wanted to save their trump card. Wei Yi, even though you are a traitor of the medicine order, you are still at the rank of a senior ant. Do you not feel embarrassed when competing with people younger than you? A disciple of the medicine order pointed at Wei Yi and shamed her. Wei Yi pursed her lips. If I remember correctly, the competition rules state that participants should be aged 30 and below. Since it includes those in their 30s, and as it happens, I have only just managed to fulfill that condition. I am not breaking the rules, so why can't I participate in the competition? You really don't know the meaning of humiliation, sneered the medicine order disciple. You're nothing but a traitor. Do you still think that you're the Wei Yi of the past? You were poisoned by our order master and so many years have gone by. You should have lost your powers long ago, so what makes you think that you can go up against our medicine order? Wei Yi's gifts were not like Rong Yue's, who had risen to the level of a martial emperor at a young age. But if she had not been poisoned, based on her skill in cultivation in the past, she would have been at least a mid-level martial emperor by now. Unfortunately, she was poisoned and she lost her power long ago. Where did she get the courage to appear in such a place? Wei Yi curled her lips. Traitor? I believe that only some, deep down, know who the true traitor is. I will return to the medicine order sooner or later. Not only will I return, but I will reorganize the order in the previous order master's stead. She will never forget what that wretched couple did to her all those years ago, and she will never rest until she has had her revenge. Wei Yi clenched her fist at the thought of this, and took a deep breath. A chill enveloped her beautiful face. Whoosh! The disciple of the medicine order finally made her move. Her blade work was swift and pierced towards Wei Yi's face like a strong gust of wind. At the same time, the rest began to act as well. They only have one target, to attack Wei Yi. Elder Shuei, what do you think? Rong Yue frowned as she observed the battle and asked, this Wei Yi sure has a lot of courage to come here and participate in the trials. Could it be that she had regained her powers? Knowing Wei Yi, she would never send herself to death's door so foolishly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 454, The Group Battle, 3. Chapter 454, The Group Battle, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That's very unlikely. Shuei shook her head. No one can cure the Order Master's poison, and at the time of her escape, her powers were already degenerating. If it weren't for that worthless little girl who had set her free, this woman should not even be able to walk by now. Unfortunately, that worthless girl was the daughter of the previous Order Master. In order to avoid a rebellion from those old fellows, she cannot be touched. However, it's been 10 years since Wei Yi left. Her powers would have degenerated to the rank of a martial warrior by now. Rong Yue stayed silent. Although she was barely even 10 at the time, no one else knew better than her of the events which had transpired that year. As her master's disciple, she had tagged along with her master everywhere she went. Watch, Wei Yi will be thrown off the stage very soon. Elder Shuei smiled disapprovingly and swept her disdainful gaze towards Wei Yi. However, what happened next caused her expression to change greatly and she widened her eyes in shock. Boom! The aura from Wei Yi's entire being stirred and her seductive face was filled with such a cold chill that it was terrifying. Her eyes glared coldly at the swords aimed towards her. A high-level martial king? Impossible, her poison could not be cured. Based on Wei Yi's talent in the past, it would not be difficult for Xu Wei to believe that she would successfully break through to the rank of a high-level martial king. But the problem was, Wei Yi had been poisoned in the past. Forget about breakthroughs, it would not even be possible for her to stop her powers from degenerating. How? She wondered. How was she able to cure the poison? The treasury of medicine. It must be the treasury of medicine. Elder Xu Wei gritted her teeth and fixed a furious glare on Wei Yi. That's right, she fumed. This must be due to the treasury of medicine which allowed her to cure herself of the poison. This Wei Yi cannot be spared. A murderous intent flashed across Rong Yue's eyes as she mumbled to herself. Wei Yi must die no matter what. She fumed. Otherwise, if she were to return to the medicine order and unite the old fellows who still do not believe that she betrayed us, it would definitely bring danger to my master. As for that Guru Oyan who had taken her in, she must die too. Rong Yue suddenly remembered the person who had visited her yesterday in the middle of the night and she instantly felt calmer. That person had guaranteed to her that the medicine order will be the champions of the divine trials this year. Furthermore, even if she were to murder the Dongfang family team on the spot, he assured her that the medicine order would not receive any repercussions. Bang! Wei Yi quickly leaped into the air and stepped onto the swords. Then, just as the medicine order disciples were recovering from the shock of seeing her true power, she drove her heel in and shattered the blades, causing the shards to fall to the ground with a loud clang. She then slowly descended to the ground. Kill her! The medicine order disciples exchanged a look and charged towards her with murderous intent in their eyes. These disciples of the Dongfang family must all die here. During Wei Yi's duel with the medicine order disciples, the eliminations were already in motion. Even if the Dongfang family team were pushed off the arena now, they would at least be placed last in the trials and would not be eliminated. Since that was the case, it's best to kill them now. Watch out! Dongfang Qingyun wrinkled her brow and joined the other disciples surrounding Wei Yi. Even though they have had their breakthroughs, the opposing team members were all high-level martial kings. They cannot afford to slack off in this competition. Rong Yue, did you say that that person can guarantee that the medicine order won't face any punishment even if we end up killing someone? Xu Wei still found this hard to believe. She wanted to kill them all off too, but she did not dare commit such a crime out of fear that the three great authorities would punish them severely for it. But can the person who had paid Rong Yue a visit last night really guarantee that? That's right, Rong Yue nodded. That person held a token from the spirit sect and is not of a low rank in the sect either. Furthermore, our medicine order has vowed our loyalty and devotion to the immortal realm. Now that both the spirit sect and the immortal realm stands with us, we need not worry about the courts of hell. Besides, the representative from the courts of hell this year is the high-level martial emperor, Elder Jiu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 455, Gratitude and Resentment, 1. Chapter 455, Gratitude and Resentment, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xu Wei began to feel calmer upon hearing her reassuring words. As long as they had that person's promise, they need not fear the consequences. There weren't many people left standing in the arena. The Dongfang family team stood together in a circle and stared alertly at the medicine order disciples who were advancing towards them. Wei Yi's expression had remained the same from the very beginning, but no one knew of the earth-shattering emotion she was feeling within her. It has been over 10 years. During these past 10 years, how many times had she dreamt of this scenario and thought about how impossible it was that she would have the chance to duel with the disciples of the medicine order at the trials? She will not let her master down, no matter what. All of you, stand down. Let me handle them. Wei Yi took a deep breath and a thick murderous intent appeared on her charming face. The crowd went into a daze. Forget about the disciples of the medicine order, even the Dongfang family disciples did not know what Wei Yi was up to. After all, she was up against 5 martial kings. Even though she was a martial king as well, she was heavily outnumbered. How could she possibly be a match for them? Lady Wei, isn't it a bit far-fetched for you to face them alone? Qingyun frowned as she asked. This is a grudge between me and the medicine order. Wei Yi raised her head and her eyes filled with an unusual determination. I will not lose to the medicine order here. This is my fight with them and it has nothing to do with any of you. All of you, watch from the sides. Realizing that the disciples of the Dongfang family were about to speak further, Wei Yi no longer gave them the opportunity to speak and charged immediately towards the group of 5. You're overestimating your abilities. The disciples of the medicine order sneered. Do you still think that you are the senior auntie of days gone by? Now, you are no different from us and still, you want to face all 5 of us alone. You'll be the first to die. Whoosh! His cold blade flashed as he brandished it at Wei Yi. Wei Yi's expression grew serious at the sight of the lightning-fast blade coming towards her. That woman was only a martial king and she thinks that she can defeat all 5 of them on her own? Bai Xiangtian deepened the crease in his brow and shook his head. The Dongfang family has certainly gotten more and more useless, producing such an egotistical disciple. Unless this woman holds a treasure equivalent to a spiritual weapon, she wouldn't stand a chance against the odds. He thought. Furthermore, the disciples of the medicine order are no weaklings. Lady Gu, this. Dongfang Changjin looked doubtfully at Gu Ruoyun. She had faith in her, but one martial king against 5. No matter how you look at it, it was simply outrageous. If the Dongfang family was eliminated from the competition, they won't get a second chance. Gu Ruoyun did not reply and only stared silently at the shock of red robes in the arena with an unreadable expression on her beautiful face. No one knew how Wei Yi had managed to endure the past 10 years. If it were not for her thirst for revenge that pushed her forward, she would not have progressed to this day. She would support Wei Yi's decision in whatever she does. The medicine order? Wei Yi's robes fluttered against the violent winds as a disdainful smile hung on her beautiful and seductive face. She swept an intimidating gaze across each and every face of the disciples of the medicine order. Are you really fit to be the disciples of the medicine order? The medicine order under that woman's control. I don't think that there's much to shout about. Today, I, Wei Yi, shall clean up the organization in my previous master's place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 456, Gratitude and Resentment, 2. Chapter 456, Gratitude and Resentment, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bang! At this moment, her aura stirred from within. Wei Yi did not seem to feel the dangers which were heading towards her from all directions as she quickly pulled out a soft strip from her waist and lashed out fiercely at the people surrounding her. Wei Yi, you're looking for death. You're nothing but a traitor. The one who should be wiped out is you. The 5 disciples of the medicine order made their move and aimed their swords at Wei Yi's throat at the same time. High-level martial kings' auras erupted from within them and a murderous intent stirred recklessly around the plaza. Everyone began to grow anxious as if they could almost see that woman, as beautiful as a rose, lying dead in a pool of blood. Some of them were shaking their heads hopelessly. This was the consequence of her arrogance. If the Dongfang family members had attacked as one, they probably wouldn't be losing so badly even if they ended up pushed off the arena. Unfortunately, these people were far too savage. Whoosh! The soft strip in Wei Yi's hand was like a sword that cut sharply across the surroundings. A loud slashing noise could be heard as if something had torn through the air. However, the 5 disciples of the medicine order had leaped back and dodged the attack. Their swords were like a rain of blades that pierced towards Wei Yi. Even the people around her spread out and some even rolled off the arena out of fear that the battle would wound them as well. Soon, only a few organizations remained on the arena stage. Just as Wei Yi managed to dodge the rain of swords, a sharp wind came slicing towards her back. Before she could avoid it, the sound of a blade piercing through the skin could be heard. The blade had stabbed her arm and blood began to trickle down from the wound. Gradually, more and more blood started to flow and her entire arm was soon stained with blood. He. Wei Yi licked the blood from her arm. She swept her alluring gaze towards the medicine order disciple and spoke seductively, "Was that all you've got? As a disciple of the medicine order, when have you all become so disappointing? Want me to teach you? Bang, dot." He didn't know why, but upon locking eyes with Wei Yi's seductive gaze, the disciple's mind went blank and he began to hum to himself. The art of seduction. Seeing the dazed look on the male disciple's face, Xu Wei's expression changed greatly. That demon woman Wei Yi has actually learned the art of seduction. This was bad. Just as she spoke, Wei Yi made her move. She lifted her long, snow-white thigh, and aimed it straight towards the male disciple's lower abdomen, sending him flying out of the way in one kick. He landed on the very edge of the arena with a loud crash and his head made contact with a pillar, causing the male disciple to faint. Now it's your turn. Wei Yi slowly turned her gaze, her seductive face was devoid of emotion. She had kicked the male disciple to the edge of the arena on purpose. If one person was pushed off the arena, the medicine order will have lost. And she will of course never be able to vent her frustrations this time, but hence, she was not going to allow such a swift defeat for the medicine order. Whatever happened next shocked the crowd so much that their eyeballs nearly fell to the ground. Initially, the medicine order had 5 high-level martial kings and Wei Yi would face some difficulty in her fight against them. But after taking care of one, it was easier for her to take care of the rest. Don't judge Wei Yi just because she was a high-level martial king, as there were no more levels that can outmatch her in that particular rank. Unless the opposing team suddenly breaks through to the rank of a martial emperor, they cannot possibly defeat her. But really, under these circumstances, who could possibly break through to the rank of a martial emperor now? Hence, under Wei Yi's powerful attacks, the opposing team was forced to concede even with 4 martial kings on their side. Some had been pinned to the ground and treated to a thorough punching session from Wei Yi. They were hit so many times that they did not even have the chance to beg for mercy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 457, A Wager, 1. Chapter 457, A Wager, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The medicine order has lost. Gasp. The crowd was astounded. They were all martial kings, but only one from the Dongfang family had gone up against 5 from the medicine order. Yet the 5 could not defeat one. Had they not seen this with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Elder Shui, there's no need to worry, said Rong Yue soothingly upon seeing Elder Shui's ugly expression. This Wei Yi may have gotten rid of the poison and broken through to the rank of a high-level martial king, but so what? A martial king, when compared to a martial emperor, is an entire level apart. The Dongfang family could not possibly win. It is only the elimination round, so what if they passed? I'll show the Dongfang family what a true nightmare looks like in the rest of the trials. Gu Ruoyun, was it not enough for you all to admit defeat in the elimination round like obedient little children? She thought. Yet you stubbornly insist on showing off. Since that's the case, don't blame me for whatever happens next. Rong Yue swept her gaze towards the peerlessly beautiful man next to Gu Ruoyun, and a sense of determination to win flashed across her eyes. When the time comes, I will show that man that when compared to me, Gu Ruoyun was a good-for-nothing with no redeeming qualities. As if sensing her gaze, Shan Beiyi wrinkled his brows and turned his bloodthirsty yet ethereal gaze towards Rong Yue. A cold light flashed across his eyes. She didn't know why, but when Rong Yue's eyes met Shan Beiyi's, she felt her heart tremble. His blood-red eyes were cruel and fearsome. There was an arrogance in his expression as if everyone was beneath him. It was hard to believe that anyone would have a gaze that looked as if he viewed the people of the world as tiny individuals with no power. Yet, in front of that Gu Ruoyun woman, he presents such gentleness and listens to her every word. Why was it that when he looks at me, it was always with such cruelty? No. I must make it such that I will be the only one in that man's eyes. And only I shall receive his gentleness. Xiaoyun, I don't like the way her eyes look. Shan Beiyi wrinkled his brow. She looks at me with too much greed, it's disgusting. Gu Ruoyun noticed Rong Yue's gaze as well and furrowed her brow. A cold light flashed across her clear eyes. If you don't like her eyes, then I'll dig out her eyes in the end for you, alright? Alright. Shan Beiyi's face lit up with a smile. In that instant, it was as if every living thing had lost their color. Xiaoyun was willing to dig out this woman's eyes for me, he thought. Does this prove that I'm in Xiaoyun's heart? This new piece of information put Shan Beiyi in such a great mood that even the gloomy aura from his body dissipated by quite a bit. In the plaza's arena, the disciples of the medicine order had all been flung onto the ground. They panted as they stared at the woman in red. Their eyes were filled with hatred as one spoke, Wei Yi, you will not have an easy death. Bang! Wei Yi threw her leg forward and fiercely flung the medicine order disciple who had spoken off the arena and into the crowd of spectators with one swift kick. You'd better report to that SL*T and tell her that I, Wei Yi, will soon storm the medicine order and have my revenge. Wei Yi touched her red skirt and smiled coldly as she spoke, in this elimination round, I'll let you off for now. But next time, for the rest of the trials, I will kill any disciple of the medicine order that comes my way. Even if you were to send 2 at a time, I'll kill them both. What are you still doing here? Leave. The disciples of the medicine order scrambled to their feet and quickly jumped off the arena. Just before they left, they glared hatefully at Wei Yi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 458, A Wager, 2. Chapter 458, A Wager, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This woman's schemes do not seem to be in the right place. At the judge's seat, the Elder of the Immortal Realm, Bai Shangtian, stared coldly at Wei Yi in the arena and slowly spoke, the medicine order ha lost long ago, yet she would not allow them to leave the arena. She didn't even give them the chance to surrender. A woman like this will be the bane of the mainland sooner or later. The Honorable Sir Tianchi laughed coldly. When compared to Wei Yi, I'm afraid that the disciples of the medicine order were far crueler. They clearly used killing attacks. Anyone with subpar powers would have died by their sword immediately. If that were to happen, would you still say this? Even though the Honorable Sir Tianchi did not know Wei Yi personally, she was still a member of the Dongfang family team. He would certainly provide help at a time like this. Honorable Sir Tianchi, don't think I don't know your relationship with the Dongfang family. You've kept this from many people, but you can't keep this away from the eyes and ears of the immortal realm, sneered by Shangtian. So that's why you would stand on the Dongfang family's side, but unfortunately, those from the younger generation of the Dongfang family are unable to support the mud on the walls and are no match for the geniuses of the medicine order. The Honorable Sir Tianchi's eyes flashed as he smiled. Honorable Sir Shangtian, if that's the case, how about we make a little wager? A wager? Bai Xiantian sneered. How would you like to make this wager? It's very simple. Honorable Sir Tianchi's elderly face was plastered with smiles. He stared cunningly at the old man in white next to him. I bet that the Dongfang family will be the champions of this year's divine trials. I've also heard that your immortal realm has obtained the historical remains of an ancient folk remedy. If you lose, you'll give that folk remedy to me. If I lose, I will give this low-class spiritual weapon in my possession to you. Bai Shangtian fell silent. This old man may be quite shameless on a regular basis, but he wouldn't possibly make a wager with me, knowing that he would lose, he thought. Especially since this fellow can be quite petty, he wouldn't risk anything if he wasn't 100% sure. Could it be that there's something in this that I don't know about? Honorable Sir Tianchi, I have no interest in making wagers. Just as Bai Shangtian was about to reject him, he noticed that the Honorable Sir Tianchi was letting out an obvious sigh of relief. His expression was as if he had regretted his proposal and, upon seeing that the opposition did not agree to it, felt immediately more relaxed. However, after seeing the Honorable Sir Tianchi's expression, Bai Shangtian quickly changed his tone. If you, Honorable Sir Tianchi, is interested in this sort of thing, then I am willing to keep you company. What? The Honorable Sir Tianchi cried out anxiously and stared in panic at Bai Shangtian. He looked as if he was thoroughly regretting this. This is... Arg. He let out a heavy sigh. For such a pure and virtuous person like me, since the words have been spoken, then I cannot take them back. All right, let's make a wager. The Honorable Sir Tianchi seemed to have used all his might to spit out those words, and his entire body leaned softly against his chair. Bai Shangtian smiled disdainfully at the sight of his pale face. This old man actually dared to scare me. He nearly saw through my moralities. He thought. Luckily, I've managed to call his bluff and agreed in time. The Dongfang family could not possibly defeat the medicine order in the trials this time. And as for the spiritual weapon in this old man's hands, it will soon be mine. Bai Shangtian smiled in satisfaction at the thought of this. In that moment, he did not notice that the Honorable Sir Tianchi was also grinning from ear to ear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 459, Cheating, 1. Chapter 459, Cheating, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That pill formula is far more valuable than a spiritual weapon, thought the Honorable Sir Tianchi. Nowadays, pill formulas have all vanished from the face of the mainland, but the old man from the immortal realm seemed to have had a stroke of luck to discover pill formulas at an archaeological site. And I have long coveted that pill formula. As if he could almost see that pill formula in the palm of his hand, the Honorable Sir Tianchi nearly laughed out loud, but he held it back as he was afraid that Bai Shangtian, who was right next to him, would notice. In the plaza, Zhuo Shengqian lightly curled his lips and shot a look at the disciples of the Darking Palace who were still in the arena. Then, he turned towards Gu Ruoyun and smiled with magnificence. Xiao Yuner, the Darking Palace will not quibble with you over the first place in this elimination round. Whatever comes next in this competition, we won't go easy on you. Whoosh! In that instant, the crowd began to scuttle away. Even though the Darking Palace disciples had forfeited the elimination round and accepted the second place, based on the Dongfang family's current level of strength, not only were they not eliminated from the divine trials, but they've even defeated the medicine order. This has shocked the entire crowd. Cough, cough. Seeing that the competition was over, the city governor glanced at the old men next to him before letting out a dry cough and said, "The elimination round is over. We will arrange the ranks based on the results of the elimination round. Please get some rest now, everyone. Let us all gather at the plaza again tomorrow." After the city governor spoke, the crowd began to disperse. The participants in the arena also returned to their respective teams. Amidst the crowd, Rong Yue made her way to the Dongfang family's domain. Her eyes swept past Gu Ruoyun and landed on Wei Yi's charming face. Senior Auntie, long time no see. Master and Senior Uncle have missed you. Why don't you visit them? Wei Yi laughed charmingly, but her smile did not reach her eyes. Far more than their thoughts of me, I miss them dearly as well. Once the trials are over, you can go back and report to that SL*T and B*** that I, Wei Yi, will soon pay them a visit to reminisce about the good old days. A cold light flashed across Rong Yue's eyes, but her arrogant and cold face maintained its smile. All right. Then we'll await your arrival, Senior Auntie, in the medicine order. I will take my leave now. One more thing. As she spoke, she paused, then stared down at her in an arrogant manner. Even though you are my senior aunt, I won't go easy on you in the trials. Then, she said nothing more as she led the medicine order out of the area. From the start of the altercation to the end, Rong Yue did not even look at Qian Beiyi. It was as if she did not see him at all. The second round of the competition was held the following day and was filled with more excitement than the elimination round. Many powerful organizations have gathered and some were still discussing Wei Yi's heroic feat as a one-woman show against a group of enemies. However, the Dongfang family's performance yesterday was particularly shocking. It still does not mean that the crowd fully believed in their strength yet. As long as they did not even have one disciple with a breakthrough to the rank of a martial emperor, they could not possibly achieve victory in the trials. Cough. Under the gaze of the crowd, the governor of Cloud City brushed his robes and took his seat. He let out a dry cough and spoke, "Everyone, quiet please." It was as if his voice held power. The crowd became absolutely silent in an instant. Based on yesterday's elimination round, the official trials will begin today. We will follow the sequence of the ranks obtained during yesterday's elimination round. Furthermore, I want to declare this beforehand: in the subsequent competitions, every winning team shall accumulate 10 points while every losing team will only receive 5 points. The team with the most accumulated points will be the final victors. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 460, Cheating, 2. Chapter 460, Cheating, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That also meant that in the subsequent rounds of the competition, one win or a loss doesn't really count for much. Only the team with the most accumulated points will become the champions of the trials. This caused a lot of added pressure to the crowd and they grew increasingly anxious. Soon, the city governor's servants began to hand out tokens to every organization. As the Dongfang family was in first place during the elimination round, they got the first number, followed by the Darkeen Palace and the Medicine Order. As for the Gu family, they were in the 6th place, the last place. When he received his number, Gu Ling's expression turned into a particularly ugly shade as he glared at the Dongfang family with gloom and ferocity. Humph, that was merely an elimination round. You guys can have it. Next time, my Gu family will fiercely devastate your Dongfang family. I'll make you understand the consequences of sheltering a person who belongs to me. No matter what, he wanted to destroy the Dongfang family in the competition so that they would understand that he was not the kind of person who should be provoked. Seeing as everyone has already received their numbers, then let the trials officially begin. Allow me to first introduce the teams. The city governor glanced at the crowd before him and let out a dry cough. Number 1 will go up against number 3, number 2 will go up against number 4, and number 5 against number 6. All teams mentioned shall send one representative to participate in the competition. Now, you may all discuss on whom you wish to send as a representative, then write it on a piece of paper and hand it to me. There were 3 arenas in the plaza. In order to save time, all 6 team members will be put through the trials at the same time. Of course, in order to ensure a fair match, the teams will not be allowed to know the opposition's chosen representative. At the same time, members who have already competed were not allowed to enter any subsequent matches. However, no one expected the Dongfang family to go up against the Medicine Order so soon. Guess, who do you think will win this round? It goes without saying that it's going to be the Medicine Order without a doubt. Based on the Medicine Order's powers, they cannot lose. I think so too. The Dongfang family cannot be compared with the Medicine Order. The crowd shook their heads, obviously looking down on the Dongfang family. Meanwhile, in the Dongfang family team, Dongfang Changjin turned towards the group and asked, "We'll be going against the Medicine Order in the first round. Who amongst you is willing to go first?" "Elder, L will go." Hearing this, Xingyun quickly stood up and said, "I am willing to fight the Medicine Order." All right. Dongfang Changjin paused in silence, then nodded her head. "Xingyun, your powers are at the rank of a high-level martial king. It would be safer for you to go." Hence, you shall represent us in the match against the medicine order. Furthermore, you must be careful. If you really cannot go on, admit defeat. Don't worry, Elder. I won't lose. How many years has it been? How many years has it been where the Dongfang family was forfeited in the elimination round? All of this has been due to the machinations of the medicine order. Now, with great difficulty, we finally have the chance to vent our frustrations. I will not give up. Soon, the other teams finished choosing their respective representatives and the eyes of the crowd slowly drew their attention to the arena. Rongyua observed Qingyun who was making his way onto the arena and a peculiar glint flashed across her eyes. The Dongfang family is sending him? Since that's the case, Qingling will not lose. In the arena, Qingling's disdainful gaze swept towards the man's face and laughed scornfully. Qingyun, we meet again. What? You, a warrior vanquished by my hand, would actually have the guts to fight with me? Are you not afraid of me beating you like a dog once again? Fun fact, Qingling is actually written as, which means quick and agile. Qingyun is written as, which means clear skies. They are in no way related to one another, smiley face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 461, Cheating, 3. Chapter 461, Cheating, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Qingyun's expression changed. That was last year. This time, I won't lose to you. A defeated opponent is a defeated opponent, nothing will ever change that fact. Qingling sneered and without warning, an aura burst from her entire body. If this was the mid-level martial king Qingyun, he would be cowering in fear under my coercion, she thought. And then I will have the opportunity to trample all over him. Of course, this time should be no different. But just as her aura burst towards Qingyun, another burst of energy which was not her own erupted from the other's body. Upon feeling the strong coercion, Qingling's face changed greatly and she cried out with an ugly expression on her face, a high-level martial king. You've had a breakthrough. If I remember correctly, Qingyun seemed to have been stuck as a mid-level martial king for the longest time, she thought. I didn't think that he would have his breakthrough before the divine trials. Qingyun, do you think that you can defeat me just because you've broken through to the rank of a high-level martial king? Stop dreaming, I will never lose to you. Bang, dot. The aura from both sides clashed and dispersed throughout the surrounding area, causing the both of them to stumble a few steps back. Qingling drew her sword and with a magnificent flash of the blade and the light of the sword came piercing towards Qingyun. Then, with one quick wave of her sword, countless rays from the sword shot towards Qingyun like a meteor rain. Qingyun leaped back to dodge the attack and just as he retreated, the rays from the sword fell onto the arena, carving out endless deep crevices on the ground. They were so deep that it was absolutely shocking. Qingling, previously my powers were no match for yours so I had to suffer your humiliation. Now, I will no longer give you any chance to humiliate me. Give me an explosion. Qingyun pointed a finger at Qingling and suddenly a golden light shot out from his fingertip. A deafening thunderbolt exploded towards Qingling. But just as the golden ray of light fell, Qingling had already dodged its attack. Boom, dot. A loud, blaring sound was heard. At the same time, a large hole was chiseled into the place where Qingling had once stood, drawing the attention of the rest of the spectators. Qingling's expression turned into an extremely ugly shade. She had never anticipated that she would not be able to get rid of her opponent so quickly. She'll never live this down. Qingyun, initially I had not wanted to attack you too brutally on account of the fact that we were old acquaintances. Unfortunately, you are far too insensitive. If you could only stand there quietly and remain still, wouldn't that have been much better for you? Yet you stubbornly insist on opposing me. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being vicious and merciless. In Qingling's eyes, this Qingyun was nothing but an idiotic moron. If only he could have stayed obediently still, I might even have spared his life, she thought. Yet he stupidly insists on fighting back. This was simply the act of committing a foolish crime, dot. Alright then. Since he's insisting on being that way, then I will show no mercy. In the judge's box, Bai Shangtian wrinkled his brow as he observed the arena and calmly declared, the Dongfang family will lose this round. What makes you think so? The Honorable Sir Tianqi raised an eyebrow and asked. It's easy. Qingling has already broken through to the rank of a high-level martial king long ago but the Dongfang boy has only reached that rank just a few days ago. So, it would seem that he hasn't accumulated enough stamina. Even though he may be able to defend himself with a few techniques, his spiritual energy will soon deplete and he will soon fall into a losing end. While both sides seemed to be evenly matched, some could already tell that Qingyun was at a disadvantage. Especially since he'd only just had his breakthrough, and doesn't have enough control over his powers within this new rank. So, obviously, he was no match for Qingling. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 462, Cheating, 4. Chapter 462, Cheating, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Even the Honorable Sir Tianchi could not help but frown, clearly feeling mildly troubled. Noticing the expression on his face, Bai Xiangtian was even more confident of the result. His initially arrogant and cold old face was now painted with an utterly complacent color. Time rolled on, and soon one burning incense was about to be burned out. The two opponents in the arena began to pant in exhaustion. By this time, Qing Yun was not as capable of resisting Qingling's attacks as he had been during the start of the battle. He was forced to defend himself and did not have the chance to fight back. This was the difference between a long-time high-level martial king and one who had just recently broken through to the rank. Sigh, let's just watch the other arenas. It's not even the least bit unclear on who will win or lose here. It's not interesting at all. The spectators shook their heads and turned around to watch the other fights. Just at that moment, Qing Yun suddenly took out a pill from his lapel and swallowed it. His tired and wounded body recovered visibly in an instant. Then, he took out another pill and swallowed it as well. His exhausted spiritual energy began to rejuvenate, filling to the brim. Again, said Qing Yun as he wiped the sweat from his brow and stared at Qingling. Boom! The crowd was in a sensation and all eyes stared in disbelief at that handsome face. They looked as if they had all discovered a new mainland and were completely shocked to the core. What was that thing that he just swallowed? How did he manage to heal all his wounds in an instant and refill his spiritual energy? Heavens, I've heard that the maternal granddaughter of the Dongfang family is the master of the 100 Herb Hall, Gu Ruoyun. Could it be that that candy-like object he had swallowed was actually a pill? A pill? You mean the pills that have long vanished from the face of the earth for over 10,000 years? My God, this pill was simply too miraculous, no wonder so many in the mainland are fighting for one. In that instant, Qingling's expression turned extremely ugly. Her pale face was drenched in sweat as she gritted her teeth and glared at Qing Yun. You're cheating. Qing Yun curled his lip scornfully. How am I cheating? If it's cheating to heal myself during battle, then you may use this method to cheat as well. Are you not a disciple of the medicine order? I've heard that the medicine order is quite excellent. Could it be that you can't even do this one thing? TSK, if that's the case, then you guys shouldn't be named the medicine order anymore. It's best that you change your name to the ghost order and be done with it. Ha ha. Just as he spoke, the audience laughed. The ghost order? In this entire world, he's probably the only one who would dare to spew such words, they thought in unison. You're looking for your own death. Qingling was thoroughly enraged and her eyes seemed to be spitting fire. My medicine order is holy and sacred, how can someone like you insult us? Anyone who dares to insult the medicine order must die. Whoosh! Qingling gripped the sword in her hand and charged like a lightning bolt towards Qing Yun. Her eyes were filled with the intent to kill as she gathered her spiritual energy into the palm of her hand. She then dispersed it into her sword and slashed it towards Qing Yun with all her might. Due to her loss of spiritual energy, Qingling could only struggle with everything she had left. Win or lose, everything depended on this one attack. She believed that even though Qing Yun had broken through as a high-level martial king, he would not be able to withstand her last attack. Go to hell, you go to hell. Bang! Both swords clashed against one another and a strong light exploded from the collision. Qingling widened her eyes as she looked at Qing Yun who had blocked her attack. Her face turned pale. How could this be? She wondered. The attack that I gave everything that I had was blocked? I have now exhausted all of my spiritual energy, what can I do now? Anger, hatred, and humiliation. These three feelings appeared within Qingling's expression at the same time. Especially when she thought of how she would soon be defeated by Qing Yun in front of the entire crowd. Her heart trembled violently as she gritted her teeth and stared hatefully at him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 463, Cheating, 5. Chapter 463, Cheating, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I can't take this. I really can't take this. My powers were clearly stronger than Qing Yun's. It's only because he had used that pill to regain his spiritual energy that caused me to lose by his hand. How could I possibly concede to this? These medicine order disciples are truly useless. From not too far away, a white-robed Shiryun coldly stared at the fight in the arena as she lightly stroked the back of her snow-white jade-like hand with one finger. A sneer hung from the corners of her lips. No matter what, I cannot allow the medicine order to lose this round. As she spoke, she lowered her pupils and calmly raised the corner of her lips, but if I made a move to cheat, Gu Ruoyun and Qian Beiyi will notice it in time. So this time, I'll have to rely on you. Whoosh! A shapeless form shot out from Shiryun's body and flew towards Qingyun in the arena. In that instant, because everyone else was too far away from him, no one noticed a thing. Xiao Yun! Watch out! Suddenly, Qian Beiyi seemed to have noticed something and reached out to pull Gu Ruoyun into his embrace. His blood-red eyes were filled with terrifying bloodlust as an air of ruthlessness erupted from his entire being. His silvery hair entangled in the wind and his demonic yet peerlessly beautiful face was suddenly filled with murderous intent. Xiao Yi? Gu Ruoyun was dazed, but when she regained her senses, a powerful explosion erupted from the arena. The next thing everyone saw was Qingyun's body exploding like a firecracker with a crackling and rattling sound. Bai Xiangtian's nervousness suddenly disappeared. It seems that Qingling's attack was effective at the last minute. The Dongfang family loses. The Honorable Sir Tianqi's elderly face changed completely. His sharp eyes searched the surroundings as a thick, gloomy anger stirred from within his body. The medicine order has cheated. That's right. At that moment, I could feel an external energy from outside the arena, he mused. That energy did not belong to Qingling. But just when I wanted to investigate it, that energy had disappeared. Hee, Bai Xiangtian sneered, Honorable Sir Tianqi, just admit it. They've lost. Besides, everyone saw how Qingyun had lost to Qingling. You would disregard your honor as a judge for the sake of the Dongfang family and spew such accusations. If you say that the medicine order has cheated, then show us the evidence. Actually, Bai Xiangtian had also sensed that distinct energy, but he would never admit it. But as long as the Honorable Sir Tianqi has no evidence, the medicine order will win this round. Pop. Pop, pop, pop. Explosion after explosion went on, destroying every inch of Qingyun's body as the crowd watched. The blood gushed out of his now limp and lifeless body. It was a dreadful sight to behold. Qingling had been initially stunned but quickly let out a loud laugh. I told you, you were no match for me. How could anyone like you defeat me? I was only toying with you in the beginning, this was my true power. Ha ha ha. Even though Qingling knew that someone was helping her from behind the scenes, nothing could stop her from taking all the glory. Besides, who could possibly know that someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes for her? The audience only saw her defeating Qingyun. So, as it turns out, Lady Qingling was taking it easy on Qingyun. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken so long to defeat him. If Lady Qingling had utilized the scale of this power from the start, she probably would have killed her opponent in one blow. Clearly, the disciples of the medicine order were too kind. They didn't want their opponent to lose too badly. TSK, this Dongfang family is still too weak. No one noticed that at this very moment, Gu Ruoyun's face was as black as the depths of the ocean. A murderous intent flashed from within her once clear and calm gaze. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 464, Gu Ruoyun's Rampage, 1. Chapter 464, Gu Ruoyun's Rampage, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xiao Yi, do you know who's behind this? Furthermore, that person's powers were at least one level above hers. Otherwise, she would not have been unable to detect her movements. A blood-red light flashed across Qian Beiyi's crimson gaze and he replied gloomily, it was that man who had whisked Shiryun away back in Heaven City. I initially thought that he was targeting you. I didn't think that it would be Qingyun. Shiryun? She's here? Gu Ruoyun smiled icily and raised her head. Her fine, black hair danced against the wind. Her cold, clear eyes held a thick murderous intent as she said, Xiao Yi, please help me. Conceal yourself in the dark and investigate for the rest of the trials. Catch Shiryun. Understood. Qian Beiyi nodded, leave it to me. You can concentrate on the trials in peace. Gu Ruoyun said nothing more, staring coldly at the arena with an unreadable expression on her fair visage. The medicine order, Shiryun. When the time comes, I will make you pay for everything you've done. In the arena, Qingling slowly approached Qingyun and sneered as she observed him. She stared down upon with arrogance, seeing as you were so great earlier on, come and get me. Hit me if you can. Ha, Qingyun, you are a good for nothing from head to toe. Your Dongfang family members are all good for nothings. Even after you've broken through to the rank of a high-level martial king, you're still no match for me. Qingyun clutched his chest as he raised his head and glared fiercely at Qingling. His face was dripping with blood. The expression set off on his bloodied face was an absolutely terrifying sight. You're despicable. Despicable? Qingling replied contemptuously, everyone on Earth knows the kind nature of our medicine order. The word despicable can never be used to describe us. Qingyun, had you obediently stayed still instead of resisting, you would have been much better off. You deserve this. Stomp. Qingling drove her foot fiercely onto Qingyun's head. He let out a muffled groan as blood overflowed from his mouth. You. Qingyun wanted to curse and swear at her, but before the words could come out of his mouth, Qingling grabbed his hair and bashed his head against the ground. Gasp. The crowd was shocked. No one thought that Qingling would have treated a defeated man in such a manner. Stop it. The Dongfang family members' eyes filled with red-hot rage at the sight of Qingling's actions. They roared madly, clamoring to rush into the arena and beat her to a pulp. However, Qingling, who had clearly heard their angered cries, drove her foot into Qingyun deeper and kicked him a meter away from her. The extreme force of it caused Qingyun to spit out a mouthful of blood. The man was in such agony that he no longer had the strength to speak. I'm going to beat you until you beg me for mercy. Are your bones not strong and hard? I want to see which one breaks first, your bones, or my leg. Bang! Qingling's leg landed on Qingyun's head once again and Qingyun spat out another mouthful of blood. At that moment, his vision began to grow blurry and the piercing rays of the sun greatly tired his eyes. He felt a strong urge to drift into sleep. Enough! The Honorable Sir Tianqi could no longer sit still. He rose from his seat with one swift move and spoke with fury burning in his eyes, Medicine Order Girl, Dongfang Qingyun has lost. The results of the trials are already out. You can leave now. Lost? Qingling sneered, he hasn't been thrown off the stage nor has he begged for mercy. How can this be considered defeat? I gave him the chance to beg for mercy, he chose not to take it. Who was to blame now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 465, Guru Oyun's Rampage, 2. Chapter 465, Guru Oyun's Rampage, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Honorable Sir Tianqi's expression changed greatly. You've beaten him to such a degree, how is he supposed to admit defeat? Seeing as the results are out, then I can declare that the victory of this round goes to the Medicine Order. As he spoke, Bai Shangtian stared mockingly at the Honorable Sir Tianqi. I believe that the Medicine Order girl makes sense. The rules of the trial state that as long as the opponent does not admit defeat, the competition is not over. Honorable Sir Tianqi, you cannot show favoritism. You. The Honorable Sir Tianqi was so angered that his face turned black. He clenched his fist tightly as his heart filled with rage like waves crashing in turmoil in the ocean. He gritted his teeth and spoke, Bai Shangtian, don't you King act so shamelessly. Whether the Medicine Order truly cheated, you know the truth deep down in your heart. Bai Shangtian sneered and turned around, not even bothering to look at the Honorable Sri Tianqi's ashen face. So what if the Medicine Order had cheated? As long as there was no proof, the victors in this round will not be the Dongfang family. Qingyun. In the arena, Qingling took one step forward, and looked down at the motionless man on the ground with a smile filled with great contempt. You should rejoice that you're going to die at the hand of a genius like me. Well, it's your Dongfang family's fault for being on the same team as that traitor, Wei Yi, of all people. So when you die, you shouldn't blame me. If there's anyone to blame, blame Guru Oyun and Wei Yi. It's their fault for causing your death. Then, Qingling lifted her leg once again and aimed it towards Qingyun's head. Once her leg lands on his head, Qingyun's skull will certainly crack open and he will die tragically beneath her feet. The Dongfang family members were enraged and glared with reddened eyes at Qingling. They could not stand by idly and watch Qingyun die so violently, and some wanted to rush into the arena, even if they had to break the rules of the trials or face elimination. Just as Qingling's foot was about to land on Qingyun's head, a hand grabbed onto her ankle and with one swift move, flung Qingling a few steps back. A murderous intent flashed across her slightly narrowed eyes. What are you doing? Bai Shangtian's expression fell. He rose from his seat and stared at the green-clothed young girl and bellowed coldly, who gave you permission to enter the arena? Underneath the wild winds, the young girl lightly raised her lovely face. Her clear and cold voice rang aloud against the whistling sound of the wind in a lukewarm manner. Qingyun has already lost this battle. I'm here to escort him off the arena. This honored one has spoken, the participant has yet to admit defeat. Hence, the competition has not yet ended. Continue. Bai Xiangtian wrinkled his brow and coldly declared. Oh, really? Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly as a frosty light flashed across her clear, cold eyes. I'd like to see who dares to lay a finger on my Dongfang family member. I'd like to see who dares to lay a finger on my Dongfang family member. This one sentence was spoken with such clear dominance and arrogance that it moved the hearts of every member of the Dongfang family. Gu Ruoyun. Bang! Bai Xiangtian slammed his hand onto the table in front of him and spoke with a cold glare in his eyes. Do you want to be stripped of your right to participate in the trials? If every judge was as blind as you, then what does it matter if I forfeit the trials, said Gu Ruoyun as she lightly raised her head. At this moment, her body seemed to radiate a kind of aura that none could match. Furthermore, I won't let anyone harm the Dongfang family members even if I have to be forfeited from the trials, but this is not the only way for me to enter the spirit sect and help my brother, Gu Shangxiao, she thought. This was merely the simplest way. Just because I lose the chance to compete in the trials does not mean that I have no other way to help my big brother. Bai Xiangtian, I seem to remember another rule in this competition. The Honorable Sir Tianqi glanced at Bai Xiangtian as he said, if the participant in the arena is unable to admit defeat, then his team member can admit defeat in his place. If the Gu girl is admitting defeat in his place, then this competition has now ended. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 466, Gu Ruoyun's Rampage, 3. Chapter 466, Gu Ruoyun's Rampage, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That's correct. Elder Zhou, who had remained silent for the longest time as he sat next to those two, finally spoke up. Honorable Sir Tianqi is right. Hence, this competition shall end here. That member of the Dongfang family has suffered heavy injuries as well and would require immediate medical attention. Humph. Bai Xiangtian's expression changed in an instant. He scoffed coldly and said nothing more. Seeing this, Elder Zhou smiled. Since that's the case, then the competition in Arena Number 1 is now concluded. The victors are the Medicine Order. In that instant, the hearts of every member of the Dongfang family sank. They were so close to winning the battle, but the Medicine Order had turned the tides in the end. Even though many of them knew that the Medicine Order utilized external means to cheat their way through but without any proof, what could they possibly do? Lady Gu, Qingyun, will he be alright? Dongfang Chongjin surveyed the half-conscious Qingyun and asked worriedly. Gu Ruoyun paused in silence before replying, Qingyun's wounds are extremely serious. There will be 2 more matches after this. I'm no longer participating and I've sent Xiaoyi to investigate any movements in secret. No one should be able to cheat during the subsequent battles. You need not worry. Alright. Dongfang Chongjin nodded and stared gratefully at Gu Ruoyun. Lady Gu, I know that this competition is very important to you, yet you were willing to give up the trials for the sake of our Dongfang family disciples. I am truly thankful for how you've protected Qingyun. Gu Ruoyun smiled. Her voice was as fresh as a spring breeze, but it drove into the hearts of every person like a stone, generating great waves. Because my mother is Dongfang Yu. I will give everything I have to protect the family she once loved. Because my mother is Dongfang Yu, I will protect every single disciple of the Dongfang family. The crowd found it extremely difficult to calm their hearts as they watched the young girl leave. Gu Ruoyun's actions today have undoubtedly conquered the hearts of every member of the Dongfang family. Hence, Gu Ruoyun's words would become even more important than Master Dongfang's in the future and cause a great imbalance in the old man's heart. Gu Ruoyun's departure had no effect at all on the next competition. After the battle at Arena Number 1 has ended, the outcome of the other 2 victors had already been determined. One of the organizations with a higher chance of receiving the championship title was the Dark Yin Palace. However, no one had expected for the Gu family, which was placed last during the elimination round, to also emerge as victors. Hence, upon receiving news that the Dongfang family had lost to the Medicine Order, Gu Ling couldn't stop laughing. The Dongfang family certainly hasn't changed. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Already defeated in the first round, he said smugly. They can't possibly win in the next few matches now. However, because Gu Ling had not watched the battle, he was not aware of the exact situation and thought that the Dongfang family had been immediately defeated by the Medicine Order upon setting foot in the arena. After all, in his eyes, the Dongfang family will always be useless. Remember this, all of you. Dongfang Chongjin scanned the faces of every Dongfang family disciple. In the next few rounds, should we face the Medicine Order again if you truly cannot withstand their attacks? Admit defeat. There is no shame in that. Understood? Elder Chongjin, as long as Ron Yue of the Medicine Order does not compete, the rest of us have nothing to fear. Besides, we must brutally defeat the medicine order and vent Qingyun's frustrations in his place. That's right, if we face the medicine order again, let me go out there and fight. I won't let those be asterisk stars off. The medicine order was simply too disgusting for words. Not only have they cheated, they even wanted to murder Qingyun. They simply could not tolerate this. Should they face the medicine order again, they will show no mercy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 467, Gu Ruoyun's Rampage, 4. Chapter 467, Gu Ruoyun's Rampage, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sigh. Dongfang Changjin sighed softly. Romue of the medicine order is the person that I am most worried about. If the representative of the medicine order turns out to be her, you must concede no matter what. Nothing is more important than your lives. As long as you're alive, there's still a chance. Just as she spoke, the city governor's voice could be heard from the front. In the second round of the competition, number 1 will go against number 5, number 2 will go against number 6, and number 3 shall go against number 4. Hearing this, the insufferably smug Gu Ling suddenly began questioning. Are you kidding me? We're going against the Dark Yin Palace? Why didn't we get the Dongfang family? If we go up against the Dongfang family, our Gu family will certainly win. The Dark Yin Palace, in the eyes of the secular world, were equally matched in power with the medicine order. But the powers of Zhuo Shangqian of the Dark Yin Palace are shrouded in mystery. He has never allowed anyone to have any knowledge of his exact rank. Hence, anyone who has gone against a member of the Dark Yin Palace will certainly die without question. How unfortunate, Zhuo Shangqian lightly raised his lip. I really was hoping to have a duel with the Dongfang family members, especially my Xiao Yuner, but if Gu Ruoyun was still here, she would certainly be fiercely cursing this showy little fox from the bottom of her heart. Honestly, amongst all the participating organizations, she only feared Zhuo Shangqian the most. This imp seems to have purposely concealed the true extent of his powers, even she could not sense a thing. Which one of you is going to participate this round? Dongfang Changjin looked at her team members and asked. Everyone fell silent. No one uttered a single word. They all wanted to fight the medicine order. Hence, no one was actually interested in facing number 5, the Tianqing order. Right as Dongfang Changjin was spiraling into a particularly difficult situation, a young, tender voice said, I'll go. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads. Their gaze fell on the little lord's adorable face. Bai Chuan bit his lip, but his small face carried a maturity far beyond his years. His eyes sparkled with determination and the profound experience of a small adult. I want to try. May I? Dongfang Changjin was in a daze and knit her brows in confusion. It's not that I don't have faith in Bai Chuan, but this guy only looks to be about 10 or 12 years old at the very most, she thought. And the participants in the trials are ranked as low-level martial kings at the very least. If I let this kid go up there, wouldn't that be equivalent to sending a lamb into a slaughterhouse? Let him go. When it comes to facing the Tianqing order, Bai Chuan would have a better chance. Wei Yi slowly chimed in as she glanced at Bai Chuan. Actually, Gu Ruoyun had permitted Bai Chuan to join the competition for selfish reasons. Even though Bai Chuan's current level of strength wasn't exactly powerful, prior to this, Gu Ruoyun had given him a book of cultivation skills. That book was not about gaining strength and power but about rapid cultivation, but Bai Chuan had always remained within the compound of the Devil Sect and has never had any experience in battle. So she had asked Wei Yi to bring Bai Chuan along to the trials. All right. Dongfang Changjin sighed. The Tianqing order isn't very powerful, but they still have a few expert cultivators in their ranks. You must be careful. If you're really unable to beat them, admit defeat. We'll regain our points in the subsequent battles. Bai Chuan raised his twinkling eyes and smiled shyly. Actually, even I don't know if I'll win, but I'll do my best. I won't let you all down. Then, he slowly walked into the arena under the gaze of the crowd. Put. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed observer caught a glimpse of Bai Chuan and burst out laughing. He laughed so hard that he cried and exclaimed exaggeratedly, Am I looking at this right? The Dongfang family is sending a little boy to the arena? Ha, have they lost all hope for victory? Translator's thoughts. Spinny spinny. Bai Chuan, you are too cute for words. Pinches cheeks. Rate translation quality. 70 comments join in. Chapter 468, Coincidence, a definite coincidence. 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Whoosh. In an instant, all eyes had turned to the arena. They could not help but laugh once they saw that small, childish figure. TSK, looks like the Dongfang family is ready to throw in the towel. Sending a young boy into the arena. How is this different from bowing out and giving way to the competition? Perhaps this is the suspenseful battle that we've never had for so many years, and it'll be the most laughable I've ever witnessed so far. Could it be that the Dongfang family has run out of fighters? The chattering gossips of the crowd had no effect whatsoever on Bai Chuan. He merely furrowed his brow with profound maturity and observed his enemy in complete seriousness. His small face held a kind of somber maturity far beyond his years. Don't worry, little man. When the time comes, I'll be a little gentler on you. Even I can't bear to harm such a cute little guy like you. Zhao Lin rubbed his fist and stared smilingly with pearly white teeth at the bright-eyed young boy. Honestly, amongst the team members of the Peaceful Heaven Order, he was considered to be at the bottom of the rank. He was still a low-level martial king. He had expected to lose this round, but instead, the opposition had sent a small child who was not even a martial king as a representative. Now, wasn't this a special gift to him? Uncle. Bai Chuan blinked as his soft and tender face lit up with a smile. I'm only here to have fun. So please be a little gentler, I'm a bit afraid of enduring the pain. Initially, Zhao Lin was rather surprised at the sight of the child's display of maturity, having kept his silence in the face of such a great slew of humiliation. However, upon hearing Bai Chuan's request, he could not help but laugh. A child will always be a child, they will never lose their naivety. This child is probably a disciple from a direct descendant of the Dongfang family, so he's utilizing this opportunity to have some fun, thought Zhao Lin. However, I will make this little guy understand that this is not his personal playground. Don't worry, little guy. I won't hurt you at all. Zhao Lin burst out laughing before charging towards Bai Chuan without even drawing his weapon. The tiny figure stayed very still in the arena and did not move a single muscle. It almost seemed as if he was petrified with fear as he stared with wide eyes at the large man charging towards him. Alright, the competition is over. Bai Xiangtian sneered and shook his head. The losing team this round will be the Dongfang family again. He could already see the little kid being picked up by Zhao Lin and thrown out of the arena. A match like this between two opponents with such a vast difference in rank, there wasn't a lot of suspense. The Honorable Sir Tianqi stayed silent. He wrinkled his brows and was unsure of what to think as he stared at the arena with troubled eyes. Is the Dongfang family really going to lose? No. Knowing that girl, she would never risk the lives of anyone close to her unless she was absolutely sure. I don't believe that this little boy would lose so easily. Just as Zhao Lin was about to grab Bai Chuan's arm, the young boy's small body moved aside. His opponent ended up grabbing the corner of his sleeve instead, ripping it off entirely and exposing his fair, dewy white skin. Uncle, if you want to fight, then fight. Why must you tear off my clothes? Bai Chuan stumbled a few steps back and covered his arm with tears glistening in his eyes. The hurt look on his face was as if someone had ravaged him. He bit his pretty pink lips and said, could it be that you have that sort of addiction? You like children? Zhao Lin's face turned white then green. Based on his estimation and range, he should have been able to catch Bai Chuan with total accuracy. Yet this child was actually able to dodge my attack? He thought. No. It's surely a coincidence. This must definitely be a coincidence. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 468, Coincidence, a definite coincidence. 1. Chapter 468, Coincidence, a definite coincidence. 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Whoosh. In an instant, all eyes had turned to the arena. They could not help but laugh once they saw that small, childish figure. TSK, looks like the Dongfang family is ready to throw in the towel. Sending a young boy into the arena. How is this different from bowing out and giving way to the competition? Perhaps this is the suspenseful battle that we've never had for so many years, and it'll be the most laughable I've ever witnessed so far. Could it be that the Dongfang family has run out of fighters? The chattering gossips of the crowd had no effect whatsoever on Bai Chuan. He merely furrowed his brow with profound maturity and observed his enemy in complete seriousness. His small face held a kind of somber maturity far beyond his years. Don't worry, little man. When the time comes, I'll be a little gentler on you. Even I can't bear to harm such a cute little guy like you. Zhao Lin rubbed his fist and stared smilingly with pearly white teeth at the bright-eyed young boy. Honestly, amongst the team members of the Peaceful Heaven Order, he was considered to be at the bottom of the rank. He was still a low-level martial king. He had expected to lose this round, but instead, the opposition had sent a small child who was not even a martial king as a representative. Now, wasn't this a special gift to him? Uncle. Bai Chuan blinked as his soft and tender face lit up with a smile. I'm only here to have fun. So please be a little gentler, I'm a bit afraid of enduring the pain. Initially, Zhao Lin was rather surprised at the sight of the child's display of maturity, having kept his silence in the face of such a great slew of humiliation. However, upon hearing Bai Chuan's request, he could not help but laugh. A child will always be a child, they will never lose their naivety. This child is probably a disciple from a direct descendant of the Dongfang family, so he's utilizing this opportunity to have some fun, thought Zhao Lin. However, I will make this little guy understand that this is not his personal playground. Ha, don't worry, little guy. I won't hurt you at all. Zhao Lin burst out laughing before charging towards Bai Chuan without even drawing his weapon. The tiny figure stayed very still in the arena and did not move a single muscle. It almost seemed as if he was petrified with fear as he stared with wide eyes at the large man charging towards him. Alright, the competition is over. Bai Xiangtian sneered and shook his head. The losing team this round will be the Dongfang family again. He could already see the little kid being picked up by Zhao Lin and thrown out of the arena. A match like this between two opponents with such a vast difference in rank, there wasn't a lot of suspense. The Honorable Sir Tianqi stayed silent. He wrinkled his brows and was unsure of what to think as he stared at the arena with troubled eyes. Is the Dongfang family really going to lose? No. Knowing that girl, she would never risk the lives of anyone close to her unless she was absolutely sure. I don't believe that this little boy would lose so easily. Just as Zhao Lin was about to grab Bai Chuan's arm, the young boy's small body moved aside. His opponent ended up grabbing the corner of his sleeve instead, ripping it off entirely and exposing his fair, dewy white skin. Uncle, if you want to fight, then fight. Why must you tear off my clothes? Bai Chuan stumbled a few steps back and covered his arm with tears glistening in his eyes. The hurt look on his face was as if someone had ravaged him. He bit his pretty pink lips and said, could it be that you have that sort of addiction? You like children? Zhao Lin's face turned white then green. Based on his estimation in range, he should have been able to catch Bai Chuan with total accuracy. Yet this child was actually able to dodge my attack? He thought. No. It's surely a coincidence. This must definitely be a coincidence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 469, Coincidence, a definite coincidence. 2. Chapter 469, Coincidence, a definite coincidence. 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, he nearly exploded with rage when he heard what the audience was saying. I never thought that as a man, Zhao Lin would turn out to have such urges. Furthermore, he has a preference for children. TSK. I really couldn't tell. But is that not so? Based on his level of power, catching the boy would be an expected move. Yet he didn't catch him at all and instead tore off his clothes in public. What a pervert. No way. I'd better keep a distance from him next time. What if he takes an interest in my anus? What should I do then? That last sentence came from a middle-aged man with pockmarks all over his face. In addition, he flashed a set of yellowed teeth as he spoke and sprayed his spit all over the place. His beady eyes were squinted into one line and had a hairy mole grew on the corner of his eye. It was a disgusting sight. Zhao Lin nearly puked at the sight of him. With looks like that, he dares to claim that I would take a fancy to his anus? If I were to look at him again, I wouldn't be able to eat for 3 consecutive days. How disgusting. Kid, I started off having no intentions of hurting you, but the situation has now escalated beyond my control. For the sake of my reputation, I must torture you brutally. Zhao Lin's face had darkened and he spoke in a voice that was so low that only the two of them could hear it. What? Bai Chuan suddenly cried out in shock and his adorable little face twisted into a state. You want me to meet you at your quarters tonight? And you want to torture me brutally? Can I not go? I don't like men, especially men of your type, uncle. After he spoke, the crowd burst into a cacophony of discussion once again. Their eyes were staring disdainfully at Zhao Lin, especially a few women who were overcome with motherly love. Their hearts were cursing Zhao Lin's ancestors up to the 18th generation. You brat, you're F***king slandering me. Zhao Lin's expression took a violent turn as he roared angrily and charged towards Bai Chuan. His face was filled with malevolence, his eyes were bloodshot like a fierce, starving wolf that hasn't had anything to eat for days. Ry up. Zhao Lin's hand had reached out for Bai Chuan's chest, poised to scratch and tear out his opponent's flesh. However, he did not expect that small figure to take a few steps back just in time. This caused him to grab onto Bai Chuan's lapel instead, tearing out a rather large piece. In that instance, Zhao Lin's face looked like he had been made to swallow a pile of sh*t. It was an absolutely ugly sight to behold. His bloodshot eyes made a brutal impression, as if he wanted to throw himself onto the adorable little child and eat him up. I say, Zhao Lin, haven't you had enough? This is a public area. Can't you take care of your image? Are you trying to show everyone how perverted you really are? Tearing off the clothes of someone's child. You better not tell me that this small child somehow managed to avoid your attack and caused you to tear his clothes off instead. What rank are you in, and what rank is he in? I bet you could kill him before he can even react. So you're definitely doing this on purpose. Not a single person believed that Bai Chuan could have avoided Zhao Lin's attack. After all, the difference in power between the two was far too great. When faced with an attack from a low-level martial king, this little boy could never have been able to react in time. So, Zhao Lin was definitely doing it on purpose. The crowd thought in unison. Hearing this, even Zhao Lin could not air his grievances. He simply did not know how this child was able to time his movements so perfectly each time until he ended up tearing off his clothes. I was moving at the fastest speed possible, he thought. Based on his level of strength, he shouldn't even be able to avoid my attacks at all. You brat, you dared to frame me. Alright, very well. I'm going to make sure you pay for this. Zhao Lin laughed coldly and, displaying his eagle-like claws, aimed them straight at Bai Chuan's exposed chest with ferocity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 470, Coincidence, a definite coincidence. 3. Chapter 470, Coincidence, a definite coincidence. 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. From what he could see, there were no more clothes for him to grab onto. Let's see how he's going to escape this time. However, Zhao Lin was clearly overthinking things. Just as he closed in on Bai Chuan, the originally smiling boy suddenly widened his eyes in fear. He then turned around and fled, screaming as he ran, "Help! This uncle is trying to take off my pants. I'm still young, I don't want to lose my innocence so soon." Slam! Zhao Lin, who had been gaining speed behind him, nearly tripped and fell onto the ground. He roared angrily, "You stupid brat, King, stand still." Stand still? Bai Chuan curled his lips. If I stayed still, wouldn't that be an idiotic move? As long as I don't want to be caught, no one can catch me. TSK, this peaceful heaven order simply has no principles, said Honorable Sir Tianqi with a disdainful look on his face. The most I've done is peep at young ladies in the bathhouses or look for some action. This guy here is really good. Not only does he have the hots for men, he will even set his sights on a small boy. At this point, that homosexual Honorable Poison Master is far better than him. At least that guy doesn't bully small boys. Not too far away, just as the Honorable Poison Master was about to gallop off into the distance, he sneezed. The man wrinkled his brows and said, "Who's talking about me behind my back? Could it be the Honorable Sir Tianqi?" That be starred. Unfortunately, even after chasing him for so long, he had lost sight of that old man. If I don't kill him and news of my preference for men gets out, my reputation will crumble into pieces. Sadly, the Honorable Poison Master had never expected that the Honorable Sir Tianqi would end up exposing his darkest secret in broad daylight. If he finds out about this, he would probably have the urge to whip the Honorable Sir Tianqi's corpse for 100 days. The matches in the other arenas have pretty much concluded. Only Bai Chuan and Zhao Lin were still in the middle of their chase. However, no matter how hard Zhao Lin tried to catch up, Bai Chuan was always a few steps ahead. He felt as if he was always just about to catch up to him. But no matter how hard he tried, both sides still remained a few steps apart. Just what is Zhao Lin doing? Is he throwing in the game on purpose? I think so. After all, isn't that guy concerned about the opponent's delicate little anus? That's why he's throwing in the towel on purpose. Perhaps he didn't eat enough last night. The peaceful heaven order must have starved him so he isn't able to use his strength. This competition is getting boring, we don't want to watch it anymore. The crowd wrinkled their brows. They had believed that this would have been an easy match. Yet it had dragged on until one entire incense stick had burned out. The peaceful heaven order disciples were running out of patience too and yelled, "Zhao Lin, are you even competent? You're taking so long just to take care of a little child? If you can't finish this competition, don't even think of returning to the peaceful heaven order." Our peaceful heaven order has no place for a good-for-nothing like you. Zhao Lin only wished that he could curse and swear at the idle gossipers who weren't suffering a backache like him. You mother asterisk curs, you get rid of him yourself if you think you can. Even I don't know what kind of devil I've encountered, I can't even catch up to someone who hasn't even reached the rank of a martial king. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhao Lin huffed and puffed until his entire face turned red in color. He glared furiously at Bai Chuan, who was sprinting ahead of him. Compared to him, Bai Chuan's state of mind was actually pretty calm. He didn't look like someone who had been running for a long time. Zhao Lin, you mother asterisk cur. Do you even want to fight? You've only been running for a while, and you can't even stand it anymore. Did you not have enough to eat? You can't even defeat a child. You're nothing but a useless piece of trash. The peaceful heaven order disciples spat angrily at him. Their humiliating words caused Zhao Lin to go even redder in the face. Finally, he could no longer stand the insults hurled towards him. He stepped out and bellowed, whichever mother asterisk cur wishes to spout more nonsense should come up here and fight personally. So what if I throw in the towel? Referee, I wish to concede. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 471, Coincidence, a definite coincidence. 4. Chapter 471, Coincidence, a definite coincidence. 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Boom. In that moment, the crowd dived into a sensation. Everyone was engrossed in a fervent discussion and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Zhao Lin from the Peaceful Heaven Order actually conceded defeat. Besides, he'd lost to a child whose wings were not even fully grown yet. Did we hear it wrong? The crowd wondered in unison. Even if Zhao Lin fully intended on taking it easy on him, there was no need to admit defeat. Yet he has clearly admitted defeat. Bai Shangtian's expression turned an ugly shade and he asked darkly, "You're sure about your choice?" "Yes." Zhao Lin gritted his teeth, "I admit defeat." He knew that if he were to continue chasing the boy, he would end up dying from exhaustion. As such, it would be better for him to admit defeat. At least he wouldn't lose so spectacularly. Seeing as the Peaceful Heaven Order has admitted defeat, Honorable Sir Tianqi hurriedly spoke up, not giving Bai Shangtian any more opportunities. Then the victor of this match is the Dongfang family. This time, forget about everyone else, even the Dongfang family was stirred up. Lin Lang did not restrain herself and scooped up Bai Chuan, who had been making his way out of the arena, into her arms before kissing him furiously. This caused Bai Chuan's face to flush with embarrassment. He stared at Wei Yi as if pleading for her to save him. Wei Yi had been smiling since the very beginning. She did not say much. She was probably the only one who had truly believed that Bai Chuan would not lose in this match. It's true, Bai Chuan would not have been able to defeat Zhao Lin in a one-on-one fight. But Bai Chuan was exceptionally fast. Unless the opponent was at the rank of a martial emperor, not many would be able to catch him. Since they would be unable to catch him, he could actually exhaust them to death. Humph. Just then, a cynical scoff was heard from the sides. Lin Lang frowned at the sound of the voice and a sense of loathing flashed across her eyes. "Gu Ling, what do you want now?" The faces of the members of the Dongfang family changed greatly at the sight of Gu Ling, who was leading a group of people towards them. The Dongfang family members quickly surrounded Lin Lang protectively. Gu Ling sneered and spoke snobbishly, "It seems that the Dongfang family is lacking in manpower. It's the only explanation as to why you've sent a child into the arena. Even if he did win, it was truly due to a stroke of luck and not based on his innate powers. I don't see why you should be celebrating at all." His words greatly enraged the disciples of the Dongfang family. If Dongfang Changjin had not stopped them, they would probably have charged towards him and beat him into a pulp. Bunch of useless cowards. Gu Ling's voice grew colder and colder, containing an unrestrained snobbishness. "If the Dongfang family goes up against the Gu family in the next round, I, Gu Ling, shall personally take on the match. I wonder if any of the Dongfang family members would dare go up against me. Ha ha ha." He threw his head back and laughed before leaving despite the angry glares from the group. "There's no need to be rash," said Dongfang Changjin as she stared at the direction of Gu Ling's departure. "Settle all your grudges in the arena. That's the only way to avoid causing trouble for the Dongfang family." The group remained indignant anyway, that Gu family was simply made up of a bunch of intolerable bullies. However, possibly due to a fate determined by an unseen world, in the next draw, the Dongfang family coincidentally ended up having to fight against the Gu family. Some parties, who were already aware of the dispute between the two families, began to gossip fervently. "Master, I want to participate in this match." Lin Lang raised her head with eyes full of resolve. Dongfang Changjin furrowed her brows. Are you sure? Your powers. Master, this has been a great burden from within my heart. If I don't defeat him, I'll never be able to live it down. So I must fight him. Don't worry, I won't lose. And I will not humiliate the Dongfang family. In this moment, Lin Lang's heart held far more resolve than anyone else. She begged for the chance to participate in the trials. For what reason? To defeat Gu Ling, of course. To wipe off her past disgrace. Hence, in this battle, not only was she going to participate, she was going to defeat Gu Ling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 472, Lin Lang vs. Gu Ling, 1. Chapter 472, Lin Lang vs. Gu Ling, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The two opponents faced each other in the arena, ready for battle. Lin Lang tightly clenched her fist as she saw Gu Ling, who was standing in front of her. At this moment, all his past insults suddenly appeared in her mind's eye, giving further resolve in her obstinate little face. If I lose the battle today, she thought, I'll probably never be able to recover from the reality of it all. Especially this grudge that I'm holding, that I can never get over. Lin Lang. Gu Ling raised his chin arrogantly, coldly fixing his attention on the petite yet exquisite girl before him. I don't want to hurt you. How about this, you admit defeat and I'll let you off. What do you say? Lin Lang raised her head and stared with full determination at Gu Ling in front of her. Gu Ling, I've been waiting for this fight for a very long time. This is a rare opportunity. So even if you kill me, I'll never admit defeat. You fail to appreciate my kindness. Gu Ling laughed coldly, then slowly raised his hand. With one gentle wave, he raised a catastrophic storm and directed it straight towards Lin Lang. Lin Lang failed to dodge in time and was hit by the violent storm squarely on her chest. Her body was slammed a few steps back and stopped in a screeching halt at the edge of the arena. She wiped off her bloodstains before charging quickly at Gu Ling. Her eyes were filled with such resolve that it was hurtful to watch. Before Lin Lang could even reach Gu Ling, the man suddenly lifted his leg and directed it at Lin Lang's chest. Blood sputtered from Lin Lang as her body was flung high up into the air. Then, with a sudden leap, Gu Ling landed his fist onto Lin Lang, slamming her onto the ground. Thump, dot. Her body landed heavily on the ground and smashed through a layer of wooden planks in the arena. The amount of force that Gu Ling had used in this one attack was clear for all to see. Lin Lang. The disciples of the Dongfang family began to panic as they screamed wildly with concern. Even Dongfang Changjin felt her heart fill with worry. After all, the contrast in the level of strength between both parties was far too great. She didn't know if allowing Lin Lang to go into battle was the right decision. Cough, cough. Lin Lang coughed and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. She wiped away the blood from her lips and staggered to her feet. I must not lose. I refuse to lose. She thought as she tightened her resolve. Not only for the sake of shaking off the shadows of my past, but also because I refuse to betray the hopes of those who believe in me. But such extreme stubbornness. Gu Ling stared mockingly at the faltering woman and exclaimed with a disdainful look on his face, Lin Lang, I'm the sun and moon, you are but a single grain of rice. Your light can never eclipse me. Everything that you will suffer today was brought upon yourself by your own doing. If you had only obeyed my wishes like a good little girl, wouldn't things have turned out better? Bang! Then, with a single wave of his hand, he raised a storm of dust and nearly caused Lin Lang's staggering body to topple over once more. Luckily, she drew her sword and blocked his attack in the nick of time, digging her heels into her stance. However, it became very obvious that Gu Ling has no intentions of letting Lin Lang off so easily. His attacks landed like a thunderstorm on Lin Lang, coming at her one after another, mercilessly. This was clearly a case of one-sided abuse. Many in the audience had to turn away as they were unable to continue watching the fight. Lin Lang raised her hand to shield her head, forcibly stiffening her dainty little body to resist the merciless attacks as blood trickled endlessly from her mouth. However, she never begged for mercy the entire time, nor did she make a single sound. That's enough, Lin Lang. Admit defeat now. You're no match for him. Dongfang Changjin's expression changed greatly as she screamed in panic. Admit defeat? Lin Lang smiled bitterly, I've waited far too long for this day. How could I give up just like this? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 473, Lin Lang vs. Gu Ling, 2. Chapter 473, Lin Lang vs. Gu Ling, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. No. She thought. I can't live with this. Even if I die, I will not admit defeat. Besides, the Dongfang family had climbed back into the innings with great difficulty. If I surrender, wouldn't it strip them into retreat? If I do this, how can I face Lady Gu who had such faith in me? I will not admit defeat, Gu Ling, I will defeat you today. Lin Lang declared stubbornly as she pushed back forcefully, causing Gu Ling to stumble a few steps back. You've overestimated your abilities. Gu Ling laughed coldly, raising the corners of his lips into a disdainful smile. Then, his body appeared behind Lin Lang in a flash. Before Lin Lang could grasp what was going on, he picked her up into the air and threw her body down with ferocity. Bang! A large hole appeared in the sturdy wooden planks of the arena where Lin Lang had violently landed. Her mouth was filled with blood and her face was as pale as a sheet. Lin Lang, I thought you enjoyed running away? I'll make it so that the lower half of your body can no longer move. Let's see how you're going to run away now. Gu Ling slowly walked towards Lin Lang, then leaned over to look at the girl whose face was now completely drained of color. He sneered, if only you had immediately become a little slave girl who warms my bed, wouldn't that have been much better than this? This time, I'm definitely taking you back to the Gu family. If you still refuse, I can use your mother in your place. Don't judge your mother based on the fact that she's already a middle-aged woman, she's still rather attractive. My subordinates have been drooling over her for a very long time now. I'm sure they'd love to have a taste of her. Lin Lang gritted her teeth and her eyes were bursting with flames of rage. When paired with her bloodied face, it was an extremely terrifying sight. Ha ha! Gu Ling burst into laughter and spoke disdainfully, watch and see if I dare, Lin Lang. People like you don't have the right to yell and scream at lords like myself. Just because you've managed to curry favor with the Dongfang family, do you think you can sit at the same table as me? Servants are servants. You will always be a servant. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the ruins. Upon feeling this power, Gu Ling went into shock. A breakthrough? Gu Ling's eyes darkened. Lin Lang actually had a breakthrough at a time like this. But so what if she had a breakthrough? He sneered to himself, I'm a high-level martial king. Why should I fear a newly broken through mid-level martial king? Gu Ling, I'm going to murder you. A loud, furious roar was heard. The next thing everyone could see was Lin Long's body charging like a bolt of lightning towards Gu Ling. Lin Long's eyes were bloodshot. She drew her sword and pointed it at Gu Ling. This sword was not the spiritual weapon that Gu Ruoyun had given her. After all, she was not going to use the treasured spiritual weapon unless she had absolutely no other choice. You're looking for your own death. Gu Ling shouted. The aura from his body grew into a riot, as if a hurricane was being raised from his surroundings. Zing! The force from Lin Long's sword clashed with the hurricane around him. A wave filled with turmoil erupted from the explosion, causing Lin Lang to stumble a few steps back. Regardless, the distance between a high-level martial king and a mid-level martial king was not a small one. However, Lin Lang did not retreat. Instead, she charged forward once again towards Gu Ling, attacking at full force. Her attacks were brutal. Each blow was greater than the last and she charged her opponent as if her own life did not matter. Lin Lang, have you King gone insane? Gu Ling's expression finally drained of color. He never expected Lin Lang to attack so wildly. What good will this do for her? Gu Ling, I want to kill you. As long as I kill him, she thought, I don't care if I'm hurting myself. Sensing the ferocity that stirred vigorously in Lin Long's murderous intent, Gu Ling's face turned an extremely ugly shade. This woman is clearly disregarding her own life. He thought. If she actually manages to kill me, I'm afraid she will end up crippling herself in the process. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 474, Lin Lang vs. Gu Ling, 3. Chapter 474, Lin Lang vs. Gu Ling, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Is that truly worth all of this? Wondered Gu Ling. But unbeknownst to Gu Ling, in Lin Long's eyes, everything was worth it as long as she could kill him. Even the crowd was confused over what had happened and erupted into fervent discussions. What kind of attack is that Dongfang family girl utilizing? How can it be that a high-level martial king, Gu Ling, could end up being caught downwind? It seems that those attacks will not only hurt her enemy, it will cause harm to herself as well. Has she gone insane? Utilizing this last resort for the sake of victory? Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of violent attacks was thrown at Gu Ling. The more Lin Lang attacked, the paler her face became. Her face seems to completely drained of color and blood began to flow from her nose. It was almost as if her blood was slowly being depleted from her system. Bang! A wave of her sword broke through Gu Ling's defenses and caused him to immediately stumble backwards. His forehead was now drenched in cold sweat and his face was as white as a sheet. This girl is actually using the martial skill that I'd once taught her. Dongfang Changjin sighed helplessly. Actually, if Gu Ling hadn't angered her with his words, she would never have used it. Now, she has only one goal: kill Gu Ling. As such, it does not even matter if she ended up harming herself in the process. Lin Lang. Gu Ling finally panicked and gritted his teeth as he declared, "You quit being so king insane. Can't you calm down?" Now, he thoroughly regretted needling her with his words. Because he had underestimated his enemy from the beginning, he did not even bother to bring along the crippled spirit weapon he had acquired during the trade fair, so that now he was simply no match for her. Yet he never thought that Lin Lang would resort to attacks that would damage herself just to take down her opponent. "Gu Ling, you can go to hell." Boom! Lin Lang's attack pushed Gu Ling back as she then raised her sword. Her bloodthirsty eyes were filled with a thick murderous intent. She then slashed her sword towards Gu Ling's chest in one fell swoop. The audience held their breath. No one had imagined that Lin Lang was truly going to kill him. The elder of the Gu family's expression fell immediately and they bellowed angrily, "Stop this right now." Bang! A flash of white light suddenly appeared and crashed into Lin Lang's chest before the elder of the Gu family could reach her. Lin Lang's body was promptly flung into the air, streaking across the skies like a curveball before falling to the ground. Shortly, an elderly yet chilling voice rang aloud. "Be lenient wherever possible, little girl. Your Dongfang family wins this round, there's no need for ruthlessness here." Bai Xiangtian's voice was cold yet it held unquestionable firmness. "Bai Xiangtian, what's the meaning of this?" The Honorable Sir Tianqi was enraged. "You, as a judge, would actually raise your hand and harm a participant?" Bai Xiangtian swept him a cold glance. "The participants here are all geniuses, we cannot afford to lose a single one of them. Their loss is equivalent to the loss of the mainland." "Honorable Sir Tianqi, as an elder of the spirit sect, how could you not be aware of this one small thing?" His words held such an awe-inspiring righteousness that it was difficult for anyone to find a way to argue with him. Lin Lang. The Dongfang family disciples quickly rushed to Lin Lang's side and carried her from the ground. Lin Lang's eyes were tightly shut and her expression was weak. Her attacks had been detrimental to her physical state and left her heavily injured. Then, she had to endure Bai Xiangtian's attack as well, which rendered her far too weak to even stand. "Master." Lin Lang slowly opened her eyes and clutched Dongfang Changjin's hand. A smile gradually appeared on her pale little face. "I won. I did not end up humiliating the Dongfang family, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 475, Lin Lang vs. Gu Ling, 4. Chapter 475, Lin Lang vs. Gu Ling, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Dongfang Changjin felt her heart ache. She gently stroked Lin Lang's head as she struggled to hold back tears and spoke with gratitude. "You've suffered greatly, my child." As Dongfang Changjin uttered these words, Lin Lang closed her eyes once more. If not for the faint sound of her weak breaths, everyone would have thought that she was dead. "Lin Lang has fainted, haha, she fainted." Gu Lin, who had escaped the clutches of death, watched as Lin Lang lost consciousness and laughed. "Since she has fainted, then I should be the victor of the match. I am the winner. Ha ha." Everyone looked at him with disdain as he made his declaration. If it weren't for the fact that the Honorable Sir Xiangtian had managed to save him in the nick of time, he would have fallen by Lin Lang's sword, they thought. And the reason why Lin Lang fainted was because of the Honorable Sir Xiangtian's attack. What did that have to do with him? Besides, the Honorable Sir Xiangtian has already declared the Dongfang family as the winners of this round. Is this man an idiot? As such, the ones who had initially looked down on Lin Lang could not help but respect her when they compared her to Gu Ling. Enough! Bai Xiangtian wrinkled his brows and glared coldly at Gu Ling as a hint of scorn flashed across his eyes. "The victors of this match are the Dongfang family. If it wasn't for the sake of preserving the talented individuals of the mainland, I would never have bothered to save this piece of trash." He fumed. He has seriously humiliated me in front of everyone. Gu Ling's smile slowing disappeared as he stared dazedly at Lin Lang, who was being carried off the arena by the Dongfang family's disciples. The color of his face changed from green to white, then from white to green. "I've lost. He fumed, "I've lost to the Dongfang family. No. This is unacceptable. How could I have lost? What power does that good-for-nothing Lin Lang have to defeat me? I did not lose. I will not lose. I have yet to utilize my crippled spirit weapon. How could I have lost? Get me my crippled spirit weapon. I want a rematch." That Lin Lang is nothing but a servant to the Gu family. As a servant, how could she have possibly defeated her master? Had he lost to anyone else, Gu Ling may not have had such an exaggerated reaction. But when faced with the reality of being defeated by the Dongfang family, he could not believe it at all. Humph. The Honorable Sir Tianqi's expression darkened. "If you've lost, then you've lost. The choice does not belong to you. Servants, have this fool thrown off the arena. What a humiliating eyesore." And he paused before turning to face Bai Shangtian and smiled coldly. "Why didn't you stop the fight when Qingling of the Medicine Order was trying to kill the disciple of the Dongfang family? You've even made excuses for her actions by saying that her opponent did not admit defeat. Yet now, in the match between the Dongfang family and the Gu family, you move to stop her. Bai Shangtian, as a human being, how could you be so shameless? As they say, the heavens are watching over the deeds of men. One who has done many wrongs will soon face retribution." Then, he rose from his seat, straightened his robes and walked away. Elder Jiu rose and followed suit, not bothering to even glance at Bai Shangtian's face. As he watched the actions of both men, Bai Shangtian's face turned ashen. "Merely an insignificant Dongfang family, was it even worth it for you both to act in such a way? The Dongfang family did not have to face the Medicine Order or the Darkeen Palace the previous 2 rounds. Otherwise, they would have been defeated, without a doubt." In the guest house, Gu Ruoyun had only just emerged to find Lin Lang being carried back. She frowned. What happened? Upon hearing her question, Wei Yi immediately explained everything which had happened in the arena. Gu Ruoyun's expression sank as a cold light flashed across her clear, beautiful eyes. "It seems that the trials must end as soon as possible. Wei Yi, I had initially planned on letting you take care of the Medicine Order, but now it seems that I have no choice but to make an appearance. Tomorrow, in the trials, everyone shall know the true power of the Dongfang family. I will make sure of it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 476, A Decisive Battle, 1. Chapter 476, A Decisive Battle, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The next day. At first light. In the bustling plaza, the crowd was in the midst of fervent gossip. However, they no longer looked at the Dongfang family with their initial disdain. The reason behind this was clear. Lin Lang's battle yesterday had successfully conquered the hearts of many. While she may not have been the most outstanding and talented participant, her immense courage and willpower kindled great admiration in everyone's heart. Just then, a faint cough sounded. The city governor cleared his throat and spoke in a grave and stern voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, today we shall continue with the conclusion of the trials. Now. Wait. A voice from below interrupted him before he could finish his announcement. The crowd's eyes then turned collectively towards a young girl in green who was standing above the plaza. The young girl slowly made her way towards the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. A gentle breeze brushed through the girl's fine, black hair. The morning light illuminated her delicate features and cast a faint glow on her face. Her clear, cold gaze pierced through the hearts of the crowd. What is she doing? Rong Yue frowned and stared coldly at Gu Ruoyun as she made her way towards the arena. A cold glint flashed across her eyes. Young lady, this is a competition. The city governor could not help but frown as well. If there's anything you wish to say, you may speak after the trials. He calmly stated. Gu Ruoyun smiled gently. City governor, since this is a competition, then can we have a decisive battle? A decisive battle? What do you mean? The city governor's frown deepened as he thought, I seriously don't know that this girl is playing at. It's simple. Gu Ruoyun lightly raised the corners of her lips as she swept her cold gaze across the faces in the crowd. If anyone thinks they can defeat me, step forward and fight me. If any of you manage to defeat me, that means that the Dongfang family has truly lost. If none of you manage to defeat me, then the championship title of the trials shall belong to the Dongfang family. The entire crowd was rendered speechless upon hearing Gu Ruoyun's proposition. It was so quiet that you could even hear the sound of a gentle breeze blowing, crystal clear. However, after a silent pause, they suddenly erupted into a gigantic sensation. The noise immediately blanketed the entire plaza. She wants a decisive battle? Against all the geniuses from every organization. Where does this woman get her confidence? Forget about the martial emperor Rong Yue and Zhuo Shangqian, she isn't even a match for the rest of the participants. How could the Dongfang family allow her to act with such carelessness? Insane, this woman is surely insane. Only a madwoman could spout such delusional intentions. Forget about the rest, even the Dongfang family disciples were stunned by Gu Ruoyun's declaration. No one had anticipated that she would resort to such means to speed up the conclusion of the trials. But when they remembered Gu Ruoyun's recent display of talent, they began to slowly calm down. One could say that she would never execute a plan if she did not have a guarantee. Seeing as she had made such a daring decision, she must be absolutely certain of the outcome. And they can only trust in her, that would be enough. This. The city governor stared in astonishment, then turned around to the three people behind him. See this, O wise elders. All right. Bai Xiangtian sneered, I have no objections. Let us bend the rules a little for her sake. As long as she wins the competition, I will declare the Dongfang family to be the champions of the trials. However, she must complete all battles within an hour. That also means that Gu Ruoyun must fight her opponents one after another without any opportunity for rest. Regardless of how powerful she is, facing her opponents one after another will tire her out. By then, she will face imminent defeat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 477, A Decisive Battle, 2. Chapter 477, A Decisive Battle, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bai Xiangtian could not help but turn towards the Honorable Sir Tianqi at the thought of this and spoke in a condescending manner. Honorable Sir Tianqi, it seems that you've lost our wager. The Honorable Sir Tianqi scoffed and did not respond. His eyes, now full of anxiety, never left Gu Ruoyun. This girl is certainly being a bit impulsive. I don't know what's gotten into her to cause her to make such a decision. Seeing as the elders have no objections, the city governor turned towards the crowd in the plaza and said, then we shall hold the trials as per her suggestion. If anyone wishes to challenge her, please step into the arena. As long as you defeat her, the Dongfang family will lose all rights to participate in the trials. I'll do it. Just as he spoke, a woman stepped out from among the disciples of the medicine order. She raised her chin arrogantly as her lips curled into a sneer. I shall be the one to defeat her. You. Gu Ruoyun looked down at the woman, then pointed a finger at her and shook it back and forth. She spoke calmly with a voice as cold and clear as the moon. You are not worthy enough to fight against me. Clamor. This egotistical statement caused the medicine order to explode in fury, especially the girl whom Gu Ruoyun had deemed unworthy. Her face was ashen. She gritted her teeth and said, if I'm unworthy, then who is? Don't tell me that you wish to fight against senior sister Rong Yue? No. Gu Ruoyun shook her head. I never said that I wanted to fight against Rong Yue. When she heard this, the cold smile on the woman's grew even more pronounced. She raised her snow-white chin in an arrogant manner and stared at Gu Ruoyun. At least this woman has some form of self-awareness, she mused. At least she knows that she is no match for senior sister Rong Yue, but... Just as the woman was about to speak up and mock her, Gu Ruoyun spoke again with her delicate face devoid of emotion. Because she is also not worthy. Because she is also not worthy? Boom! Her declaration was like a shocking lightning strike that exploded into the ears of the crowd. Everyone now looked at Gu Ruoyun differently, with a hint of scorn in their astonishment and an undeniable sense of shock. Just how bold is she to even be able to spout such words? Not even Zhuo Shangqian of the Darkeen Palace would have said this so casually. Yet she had the guts to ignore the number one talent of the medicine order, Rong Yue. At the same time, Rong Yue's expression grew increasingly cold. Her body seemed to emit an icy chill, sending out a frosty chill into the atmosphere. You say that I'm not worthy enough to duel with you? Rong Yue asked coldly, raising her head and glaring at the young woman in the arena. All these years, no one has ever dared to say such a thing. She fumed. Fine then. Since that's the case, I'll make her understand what it means to be a true genius. That's right. Gu Ruoyun gently raised an eyebrow and spoke coldly, you are definitely not worthy. Alright, I hope you remember your words. Rong Yue fiercely took a deep breath with an icy expression on her face. Gu Ruoyun, I know that you're utilizing methods to provoke me into dueling with you. It goes without saying that you've succeeded. Since you're so eager to be defeated by my hand, then I'll fulfill your wish. Provocation methods? You're overthinking things. I'm only speaking the truth. You are not worthy of the opportunity to duel with me. Gu Ruoyan did not seem to notice Ron Yue's increasingly chilly expression and continued to speak. If you really want to duel with me, then how about this? Let all of the medicine order come at me at once. I'd like to get this over and done with as soon as possible. Gu Ruoyan shrugged her shoulders and spoke with a bite of impatience in her voice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 478, A Decisive Battle, 3. Chapter 478, A Decisive Battle, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The young girl stood tall as her green robes fluttered against the strong winds. She was like a slender bamboo tree standing proudly before the eyes of the world. Her delicate features were as calm as the gentle breeze. But her words had caused the entire plaza to erupt into a cacophony of discussion. This time, her words caused a greater sensation than when she casually declared Ron Yue to be unworthy of dueling with her. The color on Ron Yue's face changed from green to white, then from white to green again. Many expressions could be seen on her face as her beautiful eyes filled with anger, yet she somehow managed to suppress all of it to stare coldly at the insufferably arrogant young girl in the arena. Gu Ruoyun, aren't you behaving too much like a savage? If that's the case, then allow me to teach you some basic morality in your parents' stead. Whoosh! A beam of white light flashed and landed in the area. Ron Yue immediately drew her sword and charged towards Gu Ruoyun. In that instant, the might of her aura as a martial emperor erupted from within her and enveloped the atmosphere of the entire arena. The woman's white robes and fine hair fluttered against the strong winds. A chill seemed to take over the features of her beautiful face as her body showcased her powerful killing intent. I've already told you, if the medicine order wishes to attack, you should all attack in unison. I have no interest in dueling with you alone. Boom, dot. In that instant, Gu Ruoyun released her spiritual energy without restraint. When compared with that of Ron Yue's, her spiritual energy was pretty much on the same level. Ron Yue was dumbfounded and quickly retreated. Her beautiful features stared at Gu Ruoyun in amazement. Obviously, she never expected that this woman, who had looked down on her, was also a martial emperor. Martial emperor? Gu Ruoyun has actually broken through to the rank of martial emperor? I seem to recall that she was only a high-level martial general just a year ago. Leaping from the rank of a high-level martial general to martial emperor in just 1 year. Is this fellow F***king abnormal? That's right, I sent my family servants to investigate the outcome of the pill auction held by the 100 Herb Hall just a year ago. At that time, Gu Ruoyun was indeed at the rank of a high-level martial general. Even a greater genius could not possibly have been able to break through to the level of martial emperor in such a short time. If one considered Ron Yue of the medicine order to be a peerless genius, then what would this little girl be? Hearing the fervent discussions of the crowd, the Honorable Sir Tianqi raised his lips into a smile and glanced mockingly at the increasingly ugly expression on Bai Xiangtian's face, who was seated right next to him. He spoke in a voice full of mockery, "Tsk tisk, I've said it. There's no way that the Dongfang family members could possibly lose. Now do you believe me? Don't pile your hopes on the medicine order just because they have a young genius at the rank of a martial emperor. The Dongfang family has that abnormal girl in their ranks, dot." Bai Xiangtian scoffed coldly and replied without emotion, "If you were to follow the previously set rules of the trials, you definitely can't say for sure who will win or lose in the duel between the medicine order and the Dongfang family. Unfortunately, this little girl is far too brash and arrogant, wanting to stand against everyone on her own. Even if it was by some stroke of luck and she manages to emerge victorious in her fight against Ron Yue, anyone can step forward and kill her after that. In a fight between two low-level martial emperors, injuries were bound to happen even if no death occurs. Even if Gu Ruoyun had pills, what use would they be?" He sneered. "Pills are no longer of any use to a martial emperor." He. Honorable Sir Tianqi laughed with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Bai Xiangtian, don't always speak as if you have too much confidence in the outcome. Don't forget, you also once made a solemn vow that the Dongfang family will never match up to the medicine order. The trials have yet to be concluded, so how could you know that they will never achieve progress?" Once he said his piece, the Honorable Sir Tianqi no longer bothered about the old man next to him and focused his attention on the events in the arena. "It's been several months since we last saw each other, yet Xiao Yun'er has grown so much." Zhuo Shangchen reclined indolently on his sedan as his mesmerizing gaze fixed upon that delicate and beautiful face. His lips curled into a smile. His smile was so magnificent that it was unmatched amongst those in his generation, so beautiful that it could charm all living beings. It rendered many women around him completely dumbstruck, and they stared foolishly at him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 479, A Decisive Battle, 4. Chapter 479, A Decisive Battle, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A few ladies stepped forward to hit on him but were stopped by his beautiful palace maidens who refused to allow them to come any closer to their master. Meanwhile, in the arena, Rong Yue gripped her sword firmly in her hand and fixed her cold gaze upon the young girl before her. She no longer held any trace of her initial arrogance in the space between her brows. Instead, they now held a sense of strong cautiousness. Gu Ruoyan, it goes without saying that I now have a whole new level of respect for you. Achieving the rank of a martial emperor at such a young age. However, since you're dying to challenge our entire medicine order all on your own. Fine then, I'll make your wish come true. Rong Yue knew that if she wished to defeat Gu Ruoyan on her own, she would need to waste a long period of time. She has no wish to waste time, so she chose to resolve the battle as soon as possible. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless figures morphed into white curves as they charged into the arena and stood in a uniform line next to Rong Yue. Gu Ruoyan, I certainly didn't expect you to turn out to be a martial emperor. No wonder you would be so bold as to challenge the medicine order. But what a shame. You alone are definitely no match for all of us. Little lady, there's a price for savagery. So what if you're a martial emperor? Our senior sister Rong Yue is also a martial emperor, yet she is not as savage as you. To actually challenge every genius of our medicine order. It would seem that we need to teach you a lesson so you'll understand that no matter how perfect one seems, there will always be better ones. In the heart of the medicine order disciples, Gu Ruoyan was only a little girl. Despite the fact that she'd broken through to the rank of a martial emperor, it did not matter as they had years of experience. How could they be unable to cope with her together? However, the crowd once again exploded into gossip at the sight of the medicine order's actions. Some even looked at the medicine order with scorn. The medicine order are bullies. Using their numbers to beat down a lone opponent? Sigh, it seems that this young lady is really in for it now. Her death is pretty much assured. Isn't that right? The medicine order is truly shameless. Although Gu Ruoyan might have gone a little overboard, this is a competition in an arena for goodness sake. They really intend on ganging up on her alone. If it were I would never say such things. The crowd shook their head inside. But soon enough, the ones who had spoken had nothing more to say. All they saw was the young girl in green slowly stepping forward. Her voice, calm like a gentle breeze, gently spoke, "Yunyao, isn't it about time you woke up?" Just as she spoke, a bright white light flashed before their eyes, revealing a small white cat which appeared out of thin air in front of Gu Ruoyan. The small cat still had its eyes closed and a faint glow of sacred light encircled her surroundings. Once Gu Ruoyan had fed Yunyao the holy spirit fruit during the trade fair, she had slipped into a deep slumber and had yet to awaken ever since then. Hence, she retained her previous disguise. As such, the disciples of the medicine order burst into laughter at the sight of the small cat. Gu Ruoyan, how did you know that we were feeling hungry? Is that why you've produced this little cat? So we can have a large, sumptuous meal. Tsk, was this the cat that you carried around during the trade fair? The one you fed that holy spirit fruit to? I wonder how a spiritual pet that has eaten a holy spirit fruit would taste like. However, while everyone was laughing at Gu Ruoyan, Rong Yue remained silent. Something isn't right. She thought. This spiritual pet seems different from when I last saw it. Something really isn't right. Could it be that something that I'm unaware of had happened after that? Before Rong Yue could figure out the source of the uncomfortable feeling she was feeling, the initially sleeping little cat suddenly opened its eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 480, A Decisive Battle, 5. Chapter 480, A Decisive Battle, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In that instance, a white light enveloped the cat. Its body started to enlarge like a balloon being filled up with air. The cat grew bigger and bigger. Soon, a large and majestic white tiger appeared before the eyes of the crowd. A martial emperor's spiritual beast. Swish. Bai Shangtian quickly rose to his feet as he fixed his eyes on Yunyao. He gritted his teeth. She actually has a martial emperor-ranked spiritual beast. What? A spiritual beast at the rank of a martial emperor? His words stunned the entire crowd, especially the ones who had been laughing at her just a while ago. Their faces drained of color as their smiles froze in place. They were so astonished that they were completely speechless. A martial emperor's spiritual beast? How? How is this possible? That weak, spiritual pet with zero fighting skills was actually a martial emperor? And its true form is a gigantic white tiger. The crowd could not help but gasp. The originally smug medicine order disciples began to slowly retreat and their eyes were filled with fear. If it were only Gu Ruoyun alone, it would be an easy job. Yet now a martial emperor spiritual beast has appeared. This might not be so easy after all. Yunyao, Gu Ruoyun yawned, and said absent-mindedly, "Take care of these people for me." "Yes, master." Yunyao replied. She then slowly and gracefully made her way towards the medicine order swines. Every step she made was like a stone striking into the hearts of the group with a dull, depressing thud. Rong Yue's heart was already filled to the brim with jealousy. She simply could not understand why such an outstanding man like the silver-haired man would only display such gentleness in front of this woman. And now, this outstanding spiritual beast would pledge her loyalty to this woman and call her its master. Rong Yue quickly suppressed her dissatisfaction at the thought of this. She turned her gaze towards Yunyao, who was slowly approaching her. As a spiritual beast of the tiger race, and one at the rank of a martial emperor, why would you want to listen to the orders of a person like her? How about this? If you pledge your loyalty to the medicine order and serve me, we will give you a seat of honor. We will never force you to do anything you do not wish to do and will provide you with the best services. We will never deny you anything that your heart desires. Yunyao paused in her steps and asked with a smile that did not reach her eyes, "Really? If I pledge my loyalty to you, the medicine order will give me anything I wish?" "Of course." Rong Yue's heart leaped in joy and she quickly nodded, "I will give you anything you wish." Hearing this, the audience could not help but shake their heads. Based on the situation at hand, Gu Ruoyun's spiritual beast will soon belong to the medicine order. After all, there was nothing that the medicine order cannot obtain. This spiritual beast must have considered that as well. Besides, the medicine order's proposition was far too attractive. A seat of honor was something that it truly needs, instead of a position as a mere foot soldier. "That's good." Yunyao smiled. She then spoke in an eerie voice in the face of Rong Yue's complacent expression, "I want all the lives of the medicine order, will you give that to me?" Rong Yue's expression fell and her eyes now held a hint of gloom. "I'm sure you know what proposition is best for you. If you become a member of the medicine order, I can ensure that your power will grow stronger in a much shorter period of time. That's much, much better than following her around. If you miss out on this opportunity, it may never come again." Yunyao raised her claws elegantly as her shining, gleaming, and beautiful eyes turned towards Rong Yue's arrogant face. She curled the corners of her lips into a slight smile and said, "Do you think so highly of yourself? That you are a peerless genius? Unfortunately, in my eyes? In the eyes of Yunyao, any genius, no matter how great, pales in comparison with my master. None can be compared to her. Even if you were to offer me the position of the order master of the medicine order, it will be inferior to becoming her saddled mount. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 481, A Decisive Battle, 6. Chapter 481, A Decisive Battle, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In her words, being Gu Ruoyun's saddled mount was a higher position than the order master of the medicine order. How could the medicine order disciples not be infuriated by her words? One disciple lost all her senses and charged towards Yunyao with eyes that looked as if she was ready to tear her apart. "You're nothing but a B***starred and you dare to humiliate the medicine order. Spiritual beasts have only ever been instruments of war for humans. You think too highly of yourself." Yunyao's gaze shifted from Rong Yue, slowly falling onto the disciple who did not seem to fear for her life. With that one look, the medicine order disciple's mind went blank. Then, Yunyao's claws fell onto her and sent her flying out of the way. Thud. The medicine order disciple landed in a crumpled heap on the ground. A stream of fresh blood trickled down her mouth and her eyes filled with absolute terror. She wasn't even able to see how Yunyao had attacked. Just as she regained her senses, the tiger's claws were already right in front of her. She didn't even have the chance to escape the attack. Yunyao. Gu Ruoyun seemed to be losing her patience. "It's getting late and I need to go back and spend time with Xiao Yi. Can you speed it up a bit and take care of these people? There's no need to drag it out." "As you command, master." Yunyao then charged swiftly towards the group. In that moment, all the audience could see was a white form running through the group. Then, the group of disciples who had been initially standing on the spot were sent flying into the sky before falling violently back onto the arena. Rong Yue clutched the sword in her hand with an extremely ugly look on her face. She simply could not understand it. How could a tiger with such a large body be able to move so swiftly? She wondered. Even I, who was at the same level as her, was unable to see her movements clearly. Rong Yue, watch out behind you. Shui watched as the large shadow of the tiger appeared out of thin air from behind Rong Yue. Her expression changed greatly as she clenched her hands into fists. It seems that this time, I must use that final trump card. She fumed. Even though we had agreed with that superior to provide the medicine order with an alternative course of action from the beginning, but I didn't want to do that. However, in a situation like this, I can't be too bothered about it anymore. The championship title must not fall into the hands of the Dongfang family. Especially since that Gu Ruoyun is the daughter of Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu. Even now, whenever Shui thought of her name, she would gnash her teeth hatefully. That woman would always stifle me in the trials all those years ago, she fumed. Now, how can I continue to allow Rong Yue to be defeated by her daughter? I will not be satisfied. Gu Ruoyun, you will never defeat the medicine order no matter what. Victory shall be ours. In the arena. Gu Ruoyun frowned and turned towards Rong Yue, who was under Yunyao's attack and powerless to fight back. She calmly replied, apart from the few who have already participated in the previous rounds of the trials, it seems that one person from the medicine order is missing. Who is this person? Why hasn't she shown herself? Bang! Yunyao threw Rong Yue to the ground. Rong Yue's face was now white as a sheet as she clenched her fist and trembled. No one else could have thought that the low-level martial emperor, Rong Yue, who was at the same level as Yunyao herself, would be completely powerless against her, unable to fight back at all. This was simply a case of a one-sided devastation. Just then, Rong Yue burst into a particularly terrifying laugh. Gu Ruoyun, you think that you've won just because you've beaten me? That's where you're wrong. I'm not the most powerful person in the medicine order. She is not the most powerful person in the medicine order, Gu Ruoyun lightly raised her eyebrows, but just before she could reply, a suddenly burst of powerful energy erupted, causing a slow stillness in her very being. A high-level martial emperor. The most powerful person in the medicine order is only at the rank of a mid-level martial emperor, she mused. So where did this high-level martial emperor come from? No. This aura isn't from anyone in the medicine order. Sensing the familiar aura from far away, Gu Ruoyun's eyes grew colder by the second. An unreadable light flashed across her fair visage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 482, A Genius? 1. Chapter 482, A Genius? 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wham! A violent storm twisted towards them from far away. It landed with a loud crash and sent tremors throughout the arena. It took a long time before the rumblings settled down. Before everyone else could recompose themselves from their shock, a loud bang was heard and a lightning-fast attack came zipping towards Gu Ruoyun. In that instant, a murderous wind enveloped the entire arena, horrifying the entire crowd. Gu Ruoyun. A voice spat out through gritted teeth. It was filled with intense hatred. You go to hell. Bang! Two fists clashed and a powerful wave of energy erupted from both parties. It destroyed the stage of the arena and caused its wooden planks to crack and fly into the air. This was an unfamiliar face to Gu Ruoyun, but the hatred in the young woman's eyes was apparent. She looked as if Gu Ruoyun had murdered her entire family. Have we met? Gu Ruoyun lightly cocked an eyebrow. She didn't know why, but the aura from the young woman felt oddly familiar. However, she simply could not recall the identity of the girl. Hee, the young woman in white sniggered. Her smile was cold and eerie as her hair fluttered in the wild winds. Her face was devoid of emotion, but her eyes held great hatred. You've insulted the medicine order, so I must kill you. Whoosh! Just as she spoke, the woman in white turned into a white flash and reappeared behind Gu Ruoyun. She moved too quickly. It was impossible to detect her movements with the naked eye. Bang! Gu Ruoyun turned around in the nick of time, just as the woman was about to wave her sword, and swiftly drew her own spiritual weapon, which countered the blade of the woman in white sword. In that instant, brilliant flames erupted from the clash and she stumbled a few steps back. That's... Bai Shangtian's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the long sword in Gu Ruoyun's hand. A greedy glint flashed across his eyes. A spiritual weapon. This woman, Gu Ruoyun, actually has a spiritual weapon in her possession. He thought. Bai Shangtian, don't you start eyeing this girl. She is also one of mine, the Honorable Sir Tianchi sneered as his gaze fell upon the woman in white in front of Gu Ruoyun. Something is not right with that woman's aura. It looks like she has used something to forcibly raise her abilities to the rank of a high-level martial emperor. Bai Xiangtian scoffed as cold light flashed across his elderly face. However, he did not say much and only stared darkly at the arena. Who on earth are you? Gu Ruoyun wiped the blood from the corner of her lips as she fixed her eyes upon the woman in white. She asked coldly, "You're definitely not a member of the medicine order." The woman in white curled her lips into a smile and her eyes thick with gloom. "Gu Ruoyun, no one can save you today. You will die, without a doubt." Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of attacks swiftly flew towards Gu Ruoyun, layered thick with hatred and bloodlust. It was as if she would never rest until her opponent was dead. Who is this woman? Wasn't Romue the greatest genius of the medicine order? When did this peerless genius appear in their ranks? Besides, this woman is far too powerful. A high-level martial emperor. TSK, at such a young age. I'm afraid not even Zhou Shangchen would be able to defeat her, right? The medicine order's secret weapon is certainly great. I suspect this woman is someone whom they've trained in secret so the world knew nothing of her existence. Hearing the voices of praise from the crowd, Shuei snobbishly raised her chin with a complacent look on her face. Hee, how could the insignificant Dongfang family be a match for the medicine order's secret weapon? This one is a genius who has far surpassed everyone else in the medicine order. She is the #1 cultivator amongst the younger generation of the mainland. And most importantly, she's now only 16 years of age, much younger than Gu Ruoyun. Forget about the present, no one in history could ever be more powerful than her. Only she is worthy of the title peerless genius. Those wenches, Gu Tian and Dongfang Yu. What were they? When compared to her, they're nothing but pieces of trash. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 483, A Genius? 2. Chapter 483, A Genius? 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just as she finished speaking, the noise of the crowd began to turn into voices of mockery. Honestly, it would be impossible to count the number of geniuses in the mainland, the crowd thought in unison. And there would still be a lot of other greater geniuses to come. To claim that she was the #1 in all of history is a little over the top. Besides, if Gu Tian and Dongfang Yu were pieces of trash, then who are we? Hence, Shuei was presently unaware of the fact that she had greatly offended a lot of people. Wham! The young woman in white aimed a fierce attack towards Gu Ruoyun's chest. Gu Ruoyun raised her sword, blocking the attack just in time. Her body was forced backwards just from the sheer force of the movement. Gu Ruoyun, do you now understand what it truly means to be a genius? The mystery girl sneered. She raised her arrogant face to glare frostily at Gu Ruoyun. In my presence, anyone can be considered a good-for-nothing. You are no different. What's so great about a 19-year-old low-level martial emperor? I'm much younger than you and so much more powerful. What right do you have to act with such arrogance? Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Countless attacks pelted towards Gu Ruoyun completely without care. The aftermath of the blows revealed the woman in white's insane expression. Her eyes, red with bloodthirsty hatred, were absolutely terrifying. Go to hell. You go to hell. How could I not hate this woman? She fumed. It was she who had destroyed everything I had. If she does not die, I will never be able to get over this pit, not in this lifetime. Master, watch out. Wei Yi panicked, staring dead-on at the fight in the arena. She never expected for the medicine order to have hidden away such a strong cultivator. Can my master handle this? She wondered. Are you done? In the arena, a gentle breeze could be felt. Gu Ruoyun stood tall against the gentle breeze as she sent a clear, cool gaze towards the young woman in white, who was charging towards her in an attempt to attack once again. If you are truly a high-level martial emperor, perhaps I would not have a chance to defeat you at all. However, you have merely used mystical means to force yourself into a breakthrough and to give the impression of an increase in your power. You have not truly reached this rank. Hence, it is far easier to deal with you than a true high-level martial emperor. Utilizing mysticism to forcibly raise one's power was vastly different from an actual breakthrough. The foundations in the former are unstable and the powers obtained from it will be superficial. Only a true breakthrough can truly provide one with all the powers that one would receive in that rank. This was why Gu Ruoyun was not in the least bit worried. What did you say? The woman in white paused in her steps with a terrifyingly ugly look on her face. Then, she fiercely gritted her teeth and continued charging towards Gu Ruoyun. Gu Ruoyun, no matter what you say, it's useless. Today, you must die right here. As she watched the white figure whirling towards her, Gu Ruoyun slowly raised her sword. Instantly, the outline of a white pale dragon slowly appeared on its blade and charged towards the woman in white, opening its mouth with a loud roar. Roar. The dragon's roar was deafening. It was as if a great thunderstorm had exploded into her ears. But before she could make sense of the situation, the pale dragon swatted its tail and sent her flying into the air. Then, she landed on the ground with a loud crash. Bam! Fresh blood flowed from the young woman's mouth. She raised her head and glared with furious hatred towards Gu Ruoyun, stubbornly unwilling to resign herself to defeat. Roar! Gu Ruoyun waved her long sword once again and the pale dragon let out a loud roar. It breathed fire towards the woman in white's face, sending her unbearably delicate figure flying out of the way. The crowd gaped in shock and did not speak for a very long time. Did she win? Did she actually win? In the face of a high-level martial emperor? And she'd won so easily? It seems that white pale dragon was the very same one that she had once fought with. The Honorable Sir Tianqi gaped in astonishment. So she had actually managed to tame that pale dragon, he mused. And it's become the weapon spirit of her spiritual weapon. This girl never ceases to amaze me. He muttered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 484, A Genius? 3. Chapter 484, A Genius? 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Honorable Sir Tianqi immediately remembered how she was his younger sister's maternal granddaughter and his heart leaped with joy. That honorable poison master will probably never be able to snatch this girl away from me now. He thought with glee. In contrast with the silently celebrating Honorable Sir Tianqi, Bai Xiangtian's expression was simply terrifying. He stared gloomily at Gu Ruoyun and a murderous look flashed across his face. I've told you, you're not a true high-level martial emperor. You're only a fake who had used mysticism to achieve your breakthrough. Your true level of strength remained at around that of a mid-level martial emperor. The rest of it was completely fake. Gu Ruoyun lowered her gaze at the young woman in white who was lying in a pool of her own blood and calmly spoke. Also, do you know why I did not use my spiritual weapon to defeat you in the beginning? It's because I wanted to have physical contact with you in order to place a type of medicine on your body. This medicine has the ability to strip you of your disguise. Now, I'm going to see just who you truly are. The young woman in white was momentarily stunned. Just then, she felt an intolerable itch all over her face and raised her hand to scratch it. However, once she began scratching, a piece of skin was torn off her face. Soon, the entire bit of skin on her face was peeled off, leaving a peerlessly beautiful face that could cause the downfall of cities before the very eyes of the crowd. Aside from Gu Ruoyun, who had already guessed her true identity, everyone else was shocked. They stared in astonishment at the arena and some even lost their composure, bursting into rampant swear words. F***ck. How could it be her? What is she doing here? Her display of venomous bloodlust just a moment ago. Could it be that her fairy-like nature all these years was nothing more than a facade? What hard work it must have been for her to put on this act for such a long time without tiring herself out. TSK. Shuei of the medicine order had claimed that she was only 16 years of age. It was she who claimed that she was younger than Gu Ruoyun. The F***king had the gall to spout such words? She also dared to claim that she was the greatest genius of all time? A 20-year-old masquerading as a 16-year-old for the sake of proving to others that she was far more talented. Has she got no shame? Everyone knew that the definition of a genius was closely related to one's age. If you were already in your 70s, no one would consider you a genius even if you had broken through to the ranks of a martial honor. You're barely even considered as a strong cultivator. However, it was different for a 20 to 30-year-old. Even if the youth was only a high-level martial emperor, they would be far more important than the dried-up old prune who was at the rank of a martial honor. That's because if one were to reach such a high level at a young age, their development would be far greater in the future. Hence, her act in disguising herself as a 16-year-old at the rank of high-level martial emperor could only be for the sake of receiving the title of the greatest genius of all time. The most laughable part? It would seem that her standard as a high-level martial emperor wasn't even real. She had only raised her power through mysticism. She would return to her base power in just a short period of time. And would even suffer serious side effects as a result. Shuei's face turned an ugly shade, especially when she remembered her boasting. She dearly wished that the floor would open up and swallow her whole. At least that would be better than having to endure this jeering. Sure Yun. Gu Ruoyan glanced at the person on the ground with a calm yet faint smile hanging on her face. Long time no see. You've certainly given me an earth-shattering surprise. I assumed that the one who had helped the medicine order to cheat their way through the first round was you. Her tone of voice was even yet it rang loudly in every ear. What? The audience thought in unison. They cheated in the first round between Cheng Ling and Qin Yun? Shi Yun's expression changed and she sneered. It was the Dongfang family that lacked talent, yet you insist on shirking the responsibility. Gu Ruoyun, you are a shameless person of vile character. Every time she remembered the torture she have had to endure, she would grit her teeth hatefully. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 485, A Genius? 4. Chapter 485, A Genius? 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This time, for the sake of defeating this woman in front of a public place with numerous people, Shi Yun had not hesitated to resort to dark magic to increase her power. However, the price for using such means to increase her power was that she would no longer be able to bear children. This was all her fault, Shi Yun seethed in anger. It's her fault that I can never have children, it's her fault that I can never bear children for Qian Beiyi. That's why I decided to disguise myself as a 16-year-old girl so that I would receive the glory as the greatest cultivator of all time, then use that glory to crush her. You managed to escape the last time. This time, I won't let you get away. Gu Ruoyan smiled as she lightly brushed her fingertips across her blade and looked coolly at Shi Yun. You're the reason why Yuer is nowhere to be found. You have caused trouble for me 100 times over. Tell me, how would you like to die? He. Shi Yun sneered. Gu Ruoyan, you would dare kill me? I'm now a member of the spirit sect and many will avenge my death. When the time comes, you will have a gruesome death. The spirit sect? Gu Ruoyan raised an eyebrow and turned her gaze upwards to the Honorable Sir Tianqi, who has yet to regain his senses. She's one of yours? The Honorable Sir Tianqi wrinkled his brows as he thought, honestly, for a participating faction to seek help from members of other organizations was simply a huge violation of the rules of the trials. Especially since this woman has a grudge against the Gu girl. I don't know who she is. The Honorable Sir Tianqi shook his head. She must have stowed away amongst the other teams. I can say that this woman has nothing to do with the spirit sect and has never entered the spirit sect. If you want to kill her, go ahead. I have no objections. Truthfully, the Honorable Sir Tianqi has always been on the move and had certainly never met Shi Yun before, neither does he know who she actually was. So naturally, he would assume her to be a spy who had infiltrated the spirit sect. Did you hear that? Gu Ruoyan smiled and turned to Shi Yun. The Honorable Sir Tianqi has proven that you are not from the spirit sect, so they won't really bother about you. Shi Yun, it's time we settle the score between us. Swish. Shi Yun's face instantly turned white. As she watched Gu Ruoyan's shadow draw nearer and nearer towards her, she began to panic violently. I don't want to die, my lord. Please save me, please hurry and save me. Useless thing. Just as she spoke, an extremely eerie voice that only she could hear spoke from within her. I've saved you once and I've aided you in committing fraud. I've even helped you to increase your power. Yet, you have still failed. You thoroughly disappointed me. You can destroy yourself for all I care. As soon as the voice finished speaking, all became silent. In that instant, Shi Yun, who had lost her source of protection, turned as white as a sheet. She stared in terror at Gu Ruoyan, whose distance was closing in towards her. What do you think you're doing? Just as Shi Yun was beginning to surrender herself to her imminent death, a furious roar tore through the void. Then, a shock of green robes swiftly descended from the skies, landing in front of Shi Yun. The man glared coldly at everyone in the vicinity, his eyes spitting fire. I didn't expect that you would all abuse my Shurer while I was away from Cloud City. Had I not decided to pay her a visit, I wouldn't have discovered that someone would be so vicious as to raise a hand against the fairy-like Shurer. How cruel and heartless does one have to be to even harm a woman like her so willingly? The young man had a gloomy expression on his face as he swept his gaze across every member of the crowd. His gaze finally landed on Gu Ruoyan, who was walking towards Shi Yun. Big brother Nan. Shi Yun's originally terrified expression suddenly turned to joy as tears of grief rolled down her eyes. Big brother Nan, Sure, I know that you've been wronged. Koan Nan helped Shi Yun to her feet, feeling great anguish for her sake. When he noticed the wounds all over her body, his rage began to overflow again like an uncontrollable flame, but he forced himself to suppress his anger. Don't you worry, Big brother Nan will seek justice for your sake. Anyone who harms you, Shurer, is a demon who should be hunted and killed by all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 486, Shuryun's Demise, 1. Chapter 486, Shuryun's Demise, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Amidst the ruins of the arena, the young man stood tall without a trace of emotion on his cold face, which was now layered with murderous intent. He glared sharply at Gu Ruoyun. "What's this kid doing here?" The Honorable Sir Tianchi was momentarily stunned and frowned as a cold light flashed right across his eyes. "Koan Nan, what do you think you're doing?" Koan Nan did not even bother to look at the Honorable Sir Tianchi. A sneer hung on the corners of his lips. "Honorable Sir, Shurer is the woman whom I'm bound to protect for the rest of my life. For as long as I'm still breathing, I will not let anyone lay a hand on her. So take my advice and don't butt in." "What did you say?" The Honorable Sir Tianchi was greatly angered. He slammed his hand against the table with a gloomy expression on his face. "Koan Nan, don't think that you can casually break the law and ignore your elders simply because of your master's position in the spirit sect. You get yourself back to the spirit sect immediately and stay there. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing your master any courtesy." Koan Nan smiled coldly. The murderous intent in his cold eyes showed no signs of diminishing. His green robe stayed protectively in front of Shuryun and his gaze remained frosty. "Honorable Sir, my master holds the same position as you. You have no right to chastise me. Besides, where is the crime in protecting the woman I love?" He raised his head and spoke in a frosty tone. "You damned girl, kneel before Shurer and apologize respectfully if you want to live. You must also willingly give yourself to Shurer as her maidservant. Otherwise, I will ensure that you will die without an intact corpse." Gu Ruoyan did not stop. Her clear cold eyes were thick with murderous intent. "No matter who tries to stop me today, I'm going to kill her, but..." "Impudence!" Koan Nan's expression grew more sullen and an extreme ruthlessness flashed across his eyes as he glared at Gu Ruoyun. "Shuryun is a part of the spirit sect. If you kill her, you shall face the wrath of the entire spirit sect. As such, do you still intend on killing her?" Hearing this, the Honorable Sir Tianchi's expression grew increasingly terrifying. He spoke gloomily. "Koan Nan, Shuryun has never entered the spirit sect. Hence, she is not considered as a member of the spirit sect. Furthermore, this is Gu Xingxiao's younger sister. I'm sure you know of Gu Xingxiao's position in the spirit sect. Do you really think that the spirit sect would aid you in harming his biological sister?" Gu Xingxiao. A ruthless aura rose from within Koan Nan when he heard those three words. His gaze became increasingly dark. "Gu Xingxiao's sister? Are you saying that she's Gu Ruoyun? It's like I said, who would be so vicious to actually harm such a kind and perfect woman like Shurer? His sister seems to be no more than that. She's far more inferior when compared with my Shurer." "Koan Nan!" the Honorable Sir Tianchi bellowed. It was Shuryun who had committed the first offense in this situation and helped the medicine order to cheat their way through the trials. She had intended to murder Gu Ruoyun. According to reason, she should be executed. Koan Nan wrinkled his brows as he turned toward Shuryun and asked, "Shuryun, is the Honorable Sir speaking the truth?" Shuryun's expression changed then quickly reverted to that heartbreakingly pathetic facade. Her incomparably beautiful face was the very picture of a weeping beauty as pitiful tears nearly rolled down her face. "Big Brother Nan, the Honorable Sir is an elder. Whatever he says, goes. I have nothing more to say, but I'm sure Big Brother Nan knows my character best of all. I don't want to have to explain myself too much, you can be the judge of that, Big Brother Nan." Her words made Shuryun look as if she was a fair and reasonable person. In contrast, the Honorable Sir Tianchi looked as if he were planting false evidence against her. Hence, Koan Nan grew even angrier at the sight of Shuryun's pale expression. "Honorable Sir, the characteristics of both Gu Ruoyun and Shuryun are clear. The former is heartless and vicious while the latter is pure and kind-hearted. Even if Shurer's appearance in the arena is against the rules, I'm certain that it was all due to a bitter predicament. And the greatest predicament is this Gu Ruoyun's grand designs in placing false charges upon her in order to bring a complete defeat and fall from grace upon Shurer." Koan Nan clenched his fist and his eyes spat fire. "Such a poisonous woman. Allowing her to live on would simply be the greatest disgrace to our mainland. A malicious person like her should be hacked into pieces and left without a complete corpse. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 487, Shuryun's Demise, 2. Chapter 487, Shuryun's Demise, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He then paused momentarily before continuing his speech. Furthermore, I'm afraid that you were all unaware of everything that this woman had done to Shur-yun. Shur once had a childhood sweetheart, but this woman had plotted to wipe out his memory and took advantage of the opportunity to snatch him away. Even so, Shur-yun never hated her and even begged me not to confront her, for the sake of the mainland. Shur, as a person, is constantly placing the needs of others before her, and so she could not possibly have any malicious thoughts of harming her. This has got to be a conspiracy or a misunderstanding. My Shur is kind and gentle, he thought. How could she possibly do such a thing? There's no doubt about it. I know that Gu Ruoyun has definitely done something to Shur-yun and caused everyone to misunderstand her. Hearing this, the audience in the plaza shook their heads. The look on Shur-yun's face that they had witnessed a while ago was now deeply etched in their hearts. Her venomous, hateful gaze was not one that belonged to a kind-hearted person. Hence, no matter what Kuan Nan has to say now, no one would believe him at all. Gu Ruoyun calmly glanced at Kuan Nan, then waved her long sword. Her white pale dragon flashed across the void, charging towards Shur-yun, who laid on the ground. You're looking for death. Kuan Nan's face changed immediately. He rushed forward to stop the attack, and the white dragon's head crashed into his sword, causing a powerful light wave and damaging nearby trees from all directions. A few people who had been situated nearer to the fight were even wounded from the impact. USL*T, you dare harm Shur in front of me? You've certainly become tired of living. Since that's the case, I'll send you straight to hell. Bang! Kuan Nan raised a storm from within, gathering it in a uniformed fashion into the sword in his hand. In this moment, his face looked incomparably savage amidst the wild winds, with murderous intent layered thick in his cold, eerie eyes. Die! You go to hell! Boom! Boom, boom, boom! The crashing sound of thunder rang aloud as he raised his emotionless face. Then, a powerful, whirling thunderstorm shot out from his sword, attacking Gu Ruoyun. Stop, you mother F***er, I say, stop! The Honorable Sir Tianqi was so enraged that veins popped from his forehead like a riot. He waved his hand, aiming a bright wave of light towards the thunderstorm that was heading in Gu Ruoyun's direction. Just then, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, smashing through both the Honorable Sir Tianqi's attack and Kuan Nan's thunderstorm just before they could reach each other. The entire plaza was immediately silenced, and the attacks from both men disappeared at once. On the ground, all that's left was a bottomless crevice. From within the void of the surroundings, the man's silver hair looked particularly radiant against the gloomy skies. His crimson robes were like the very fires of hell and contrasted beautifully against the faint red blush of the sky, like the magnificent afterglow of a sunset. Time seemed to stop. The man, floating in the air, slowly turned his head. A hint of gentleness flashed across otherworldly red eyes at the sight of the young girl behind him. Then, he smiled. If Zhuo Shengchen's smile was considered magnificent and unmatched among the peers of his generation, then this man's smile could make everyone forget themselves and stare foolishly at his incomparably beautiful visage. Kuan Nan clenched his fist and glared jealously at Qian Yi. He had never seen a man so beautiful. In fact, he's even more breathtaking than the person whom many in the mainland considered as the number one beauty, Zhuo Shengchen. Besides, in contrast to Zhuo Shengchen's beauty, which could cause the downfall of cities, he looked more like a demon that had crawled out from the depths of hell, bloodthirsty, evil, and so powerful that no one would dare to even look at him. Xiaoyun, I was following your instructions and hiding behind the scenes to wait for Shur-yun's mysterious agent to show himself. But these people have gone too far, so I couldn't take it anymore, and if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 488, Shur-yun's Demise, 3. Chapter 488, Shur-yun's Demise, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Qian Beiyi looked like a child who had done something wrong and was afraid that Gu Ruoyun would reprimand him. He lowered his head in distress and explained himself carefully. His current demeanor was a fresh comparison with his previous impression, causing jaws to drop amongst the ones who were still in shock with his aura. However, the members of the Dongfang family were already jaded with the sight of it and were not as shocked as the rest of the crowd. The Honorable Sir Tianqi finally let out a sigh of relief and slowly sat down again. He spoke with a sullen face. Kuan Nan, how much longer do you plan to continue your ruckus? Get your *SS back to the spirit sect or I'll have your master drag you. He. Kuan Nan sniggered softly in a voice filled with an icy chill and bloodlust. If I leave, then Shur comes with me. He then turned his attention to Qian Beiyi and sneered, you must be Shur's former lover who had lost his memories due to the machinations of others and has now mistaken Gu Ruoyun for Shur. Have you ever thought of Shur's feelings? Seeing as you had once loved each other, how could you have fallen for another so easily?
Xian Beiyi frowned and turned towards Gu Ruoyun. Xiaoyun, this guy is making too much noise.
Can I kill him? Gu Ruoyun paused in silence, then replied. He's still a member of the spirit sect. Let's show the Honorable Sir Tianqi some face. Don't kill him.
Hearing this, the Honorable Sir Tianqi heaved a sigh of relief once again.
Regardless of the situation, that Koan Nan was that old man's disciple, he thought.
If he were to get killed here, Gu Ruoyun would end up courting a disaster that would be difficult for her to clear up, knowing that old fellow's attitude in seeking revenge for the smallest grievances. But just as he was about to let go of his worries, he heard a sudden change in Gu Ruoyun's tone. Make it so that he is half paralyzed, that will be enough. The Honorable Sir Tianqi smiled bitterly as he thought, how could I have forgotten? This girl is also the kind who seeks revenge for the smallest grievances. She would never allow for herself to be shortchanged. Actually, Gu Ruoyun was merely in the understanding that Koan Nan would naturally devise ways to seek revenge for Shi Yun once she had Shi Yun killed off. This would alert Koan Nan's master sooner or later, but Shi Yun must die, without a doubt.
Seeing as she would be provoking someone anyway, why not cause more harm along the way? All right.
Xian Beiyi gently nodded and fixed his blood-red eyes upon Koan Nan.
What are you going to do? Koan Nan's heart clenched with panic as he nervously backed away.
But before he could continue his retreat, a crisp noise was heard and H's wrists were crippled immediately.
Ah!
He screamed in anguish. However, that was only the beginning of the true taste of pain. Xian Beiyi broke very muscle and bone in his body, then connected them again.
He repeated the torture over and over again.
At the end, Koan Nan lost all his strength. He could not even scream as the torment was too great for him to bear. Shi Yun could only watch in absolute horror, so terrified that she could not speak.
But she felt more heartbroken than afraid.
Of course, her heart did not ache for Koan Nan.
To her, Koan Nan was merely a tool. The real person who caused her heartache was Xian Beiyi. She simply could not understand it. Which part of me wasn't as good as this woman? How was it that only she could behold Xian Beiyi's gaze? Suddenly, she felt a chill that pierced deep into her bones from behind, causing her back to stiffen violently. The faces of the members of the medicine order changed greatly at the sight of the figure who rushed into the arena. Wu Yu, what are you doing? They cried out in panic. Of course, their words were already useless. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 489, Shi Yun's Demise, 4. Chapter 489, Shi Yun's Demise, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The end of the cold blade of a sword touched Shi Yun's back, followed by bone-piercing murderous intent to drive it into the woman's body. Bang! A fist landed violently on Wu Yu's chest, sending Wu Yu's body flying out of the way like a kite with a broken string. Fresh blood dripped continuously from her mouth and her white robes enhanced her pale pallor. Junior sister, are you alright? Lang Yanfeng glared coldly at Wu Yu, then looked back at Shi Yun and spoke gently. Junior sister, I'm sorry I've arrived a little late. Don't worry, I will protect you no matter what. I will never let you die even if I have to sacrifice my life. Ever since that young woman in white had pulled him out from a deep ravine all those years ago, his very life belonged to her. This will never change, not in this lifetime. Wu Yu! In the plaza, Wei Yi turned into a gust of wind and rushed into the arena. She helped Wu Yu to her feet as anxiety and worry displayed clearly on her charming face. Wu Yu, are you alright? Cough, cough. Wu Yu coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. She replied weakly, I only wanted to kill Shi Yun with my own hands. I hate her. I hate her for inflicting such misery upon my very being, senior aunt. I am so full of hate. Even after so many years, she could never let go of this hatred she's feeling. Many times, in the middle of the night, she would still have nightmares of the inhumane torture she has had to suffer. If it wasn't for my master who happened to pass by and save me, she thought, I'm afraid I would have long been dead. Wu Yu, don't you worry. Shi Yun will die. She will not have an easy death. Wei Yi gritted her teeth and replied hatefully, then felt a pang of ache in her heart at the sight of Wu Yu's frail state. She quickly pulled out a few silver needles and pierced them into her body, stopping her from spitting out blood. Shi Yun, Gu Ruoyun glanced at Wu Yu, then looked at Shi Yun and asked, do you know who she is? Shi Yun bit her lip and turned away, refusing to even look at Gu Ruoyun. I don't know. You don't know? Gu Ruoyun smiled intimidatingly. Have you really forgotten that you still had an identical older twin sister? Back then, you were incapable in cultivation, but your older sister was at the cusp of her start as a talented cultivator.
Later on, you accidentally discovered a book containing secrets on absorbing the mental capacity of others in order to cultivate, and your powers received a sudden boost in strength. However, you did not like having a person who looked exactly like you to exist in the world you live in. So you had her locked up, destroyed her looks, and frequently tortured her cruelly. To the world outside, you told everyone that your identical twin sister was dead. Shiryun's already pale face turned even paler upon hearing Gu Ruoyun's words, yet she still objected. What nonsense! I don't have an identical older twin sister.
You're framing me. That's right, not many people knew that you had an identical older twin.
Once that incident had happened to her, all words regarding this matter had been sealed off. Gu Ruoyun laughed coldly. Now, I'll let you have a look at the face that is completely identical to your own. Just as she spoke, she shot Wei Yi a meaningful look. Wei Yi nodded and slowly removed the white silt from Wu Yu's face with her fair hands. Her disfigured face was revealed immediately before the eyes of the entire crowd. Even so, everyone could not help but gasp at the sight of that face.
That face, it's definitely identical. It's absolutely a carbon copy of Shiryun.
Even though shapeshifting spells can be used to change a person's looks, it cannot possibly make an exact copy of another face. This is something that cannot be achieved through shapeshifting spells. Unless you were to carve out the face of the person you want to impersonate, but Shiryun's looks still seem alright, so nothing like this could possibly have happened at it. In contrast to the shockwave coursing through the crowd, Lang Yanfeng was completely motionless from the moment he had laid eyes on that face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 490, Shiryun's Demise, 5. Chapter 490, Shiryun's Demise, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Cough, cough. Wu Yu let out another cough, but this time, there was no blood. She turned her clear, limpid eyes toward Shiryun as a cold smile formed in the corners of her lips. Shiryun, have you really forgotten about me? But I've never been able to forget you despite the many years. If it weren't for you, I would never have endured so much suffering. At this very moment, Shiryun's expression was an exceptionally ugly sight to behold. Her body, already paralyzed on the ground, seemed to wobble, weaken, and lose its spirit. She's still alive. Shiryun fumed. That damned woman was still alive. No. I cannot be defeated here, at least not in front of this woman. Lan Yanfeng, kill her. I order you to kill her. Amidst the gentle breeze, Lan Yanfeng stood silently rooted to the spot as if he did not hear her. He stared in astonishment at that bloodied face. Even though the woman's face was covered in blood, it did not conceal her clear, limpid eyes. How many dreams have I had, he wondered, where those eyes would appear before mine, sending my heart into a race, faster than ever. No wonder. It's no wonder that even though junior sister Shiryun looked exactly like her, but her eyes were so different in contrast from when we last met all those years ago. All this time, I thought that she had changed along with the passage of time. But I never thought that the one who had saved me from that abyss was actually another woman. Is it you? Lan Yanfeng staggered, remorse displayed clearly on his handsome face. He reached his hand out to Wu Yu, but let it fall back weakly to his side in the end. I have used this very hand to harm the woman who I've truly been searching for, just a while ago. Lan Yanfeng, are you no longer listening to my orders? Kill this SL*T immediately. Hurry up and kill her. Shiryun no longer cared about her facade and screamed at Lan Yanfeng like a madwoman. A cruel, bloodthirsty look appeared from within her beautiful eyes. It was as if nothing could quell the hatred in her heart, even if this woman were drawn and quartered. Lan Yanfeng still remained motionless, staring dumbfoundedly at that familiar-looking face and asked, many years ago, the person who saved me. Was it you? The one who had pulled me out of that abyss filled with hopelessness. Was it you? Wu Yu glanced at Lan Yanfeng's pale face and replied indifferently, so what if I was your rescuer or if I'm not? You belong to Shiryun, so it is fated that you are my enemy. For all the hurt that she has caused me, I shall return it accordingly to all of you. You belong to Shiryun. It is fated that you are my enemy. Boom! Her words were like a heavy hammer pounding into Lang Yanfeng's heart, causing him to stagger back. His face was now as pale as a ghost. Suddenly, he drove his fist into Shiryun's chest as if he had flown into madness and screamed furiously, You! Why did you lie to me? Why did you lie to me? Remorse, hatred, anger, heartache. All these emotions were now mixed in a bundle within Lang Yanfeng's heart. Deep down, in Lang Yanfeng's heart, junior sister Shiryun had always held a position equivalent to a fairy from the very beginning. He would never hesitate to sacrifice himself for her sake.
He was even willing to marry Gu Ruoyan, whom he did not love, so that she could be with the man she loved. Even when he discovered her true colors, he still remained by her side. Even when faced with enemies he could not defeat, he had never faltered, not even once. And the reason why he had willingly invested so much for her sake was because he had mistaken Shi Yun for the good Samaritan who had once saved his life. Who was also the person who had changed his life. Yet now, he had suddenly found out that the person he has been holding on to all these years was not Shi Yun at all. Furthermore, he had ended up hitting and hurting the real person whom he had been searching for, all for the sake of a mistaken identity. How could he possibly accept this? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 491, Shi Yun's Demise, 6. Chapter 491, Shi Yun's Demise, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lang Yanfeng, you've gone mad.
Shi Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. She then stared at the thoroughly angered Lang Yanfeng and declared with a cold look on her face. If you do not kill this woman, I will make it such that you will have no right to stay by my side.
Ha ha.
Lang Yanfeng laughed wildly and replied with a malevolent look on his face, Shi Yun, had I not mistaken you for the person who once saved me, I would never have joined you in the first place.
I've given you so much. The person you like? I had been willing to snatch him away for you. When you wanted to seize power? I helped you take it. Because of that, I even pushed Xia Linyu of the Xia family off a cliff. And when you wanted to get Kuan Nan's attention, I helped you to achieve your desire. But you, what had you given me in return? I was your dog, made to serve you wholeheartedly, and I even had to endure your beatings and scoldings. However, I had not minded any of that. What I cannot accept it, however, is that you are not even the person whom I had been waiting for.
Shi Yun's expression thoroughly changed. She never expected Lang Yanfeng to make such a confession in front of such a huge crowd.
Kuan Nan, who was still under Qin Beiye's intimidation, was stunned upon overhearing those words.
He turned around in astonishment and stared dazedly at Shi Yun's incomparable beautiful face with eyes shrouded in disbelief.
Is this true? Sure, you tell me, is this true? That we did not meet by chance, that it had been all planned out?
Shi Yun's expression changed, then quickly reverted to her delicate yet moving expression. Big brother Nan, Gu Ruoyan had bribed Lang Yanfeng and made him plant false evidence against me on purpose.
Do you trust my word? I trust you, I trust you.
Even if the whole world were to accuse you, sure, of being a bad person, I will still believe in you, sure.
It's true, he trusted her. He was honor-bound to never turn his back on her and believe in her every word, even if the entire world did not trust her at all. Because his sure was perfect. To him, a woman like her could not possibly devise such malicious schemes. Big brother Nan, that woman who looks exactly like me.
I have no idea who she is, and I don't know where Gu Ruoyan had found her. She's using her to frame me, so please kill her for me, alright?
Alright. Kuan Nan's heart softened as he gazed upon Shi Yun's weeping yet still beautiful face. Anyone you hate, sure, shall be an enemy of the spirit sect. In the judge's box, the Honorable Sir Tianchi shook his head and sighed. Kuan Nan is usually highly intelligent, but why is he acting like such an idiot now? Elder Jiao, who was seated next to him, laughed and answered calmly, this is the fate of those who fall into the web of love. Kuan Nan does not trust Shi Yun. He surely has his suspicions, but he's forcing himself away from these thoughts. It is only unfortunate that this Shi Yun is fated to bring disaster upon the rest of his life. Elder Jiao was right. Kuan Nan's belief in Shi Yun was not without question. After all, Shi Yun's attitude towards Wu Yu was already questionable on its own. However, he continued to force himself into believing her words. Kill her? Gu Ruoyun smiled and slowly approached Kuan Nan. Glancing at the figure in green robes, Kuan Nan's expression darkened greatly. What do you think you're doing? Slash. With the flash of a blade, one of Kuan Nan's hands was chopped off. He wailed in anguish from the extreme pain. In that instant, a small pill swiftly flew into his mouth, entering his throat before he could spit it out. What did you just make me eat? Kuan Nan's face was ashen as he hurriedly dug into his mouth with his finger, frantically trying to cough the pill out. But his attempts were useless. Once the pill had entered his mouth, its contents immediately dispersed throughout his body. There was no way for him to cough it out now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 492, Shi Yun's Demise, 7. Chapter 492, Shi Yun's Demise, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Oh, nothing much.
Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders. I was born timid, so I don't wish to have anyone come after me after I crippled you.
That's why I fed you with this poison.
Don't you worry, this poison won't bring you any harm after it has dispersed into your system.
It will only release its toxicity when I want it to.
You have no shame.
Koan Nan gritted his teeth hatefully and shot Gu Ruoyun a deadly glare. So what if I'm shameless? I'm only timid.
Besides, this matter has nothing to do with the spirit sect.
This is a grudge between Shi Yun and I will have her executed today no matter what.
Once she made her declaration, she turned around and walked towards Shi Yun. She raised her leg and drove her heel fiercely into Shi Yun's wrist, causing her to cry out in pain.
Gu Ruoyun, you will definitely not have an easy death.
Gu Ruoyun raised the corners of her lips. There are many who wish for my death. Your demise will not lessen the numbers.
But I'm still alive and well.
You, on the other hand, will not possibly live past this day.
Crack.
Her foot seemed to weigh 500 kilograms all of a sudden, fiercely driving into Shi Yun's wrist and smashed it into pieces. Shi Yun's face was now completely drained of color. She was in such pain that she no longer had the strength to scream.
Enough.
Bai Shangtian slammed his hand on the table as he rose to his feet, glaring icily at Gu Ruoyun. If you want to execute her, grant her a quick death.
What do you have to prove by torturing her now? No. Gu Ruoyun shook her head. The one who should execute her isn't me, it's Wu Yu.
I'm simply taking away all opportunities for her to fight back, so I'm only going to cripple her. Once she said her piece, she completely ignored the ugly look on Shi Yun's face and turned towards Wu Yu. She said with a smile, Wu Yu, for everything she's ever done to you in the past, you can do whatever you wish to her. Remember, you have the right to delay her the sweet escape of death. Wu Yu was momentarily stunned.
She then looked at Wei Yi.
Once the latter nodded in approval, she slowly crawled to her feet and weakly made her way toward Shi Yun.
Shi Yun, did you ever think that you would not receive retribution for all the sins you've committed?
Oh, I've waited for this day to come for far too long.
Wu Yu laughed.
It was the laugh of a woman filled with joy for being granted the opportunity to pay back a huge grudge. All these years, how many people have you harmed in your quest for power?
How many young geniuses have you destroyed then drained them of their mental powers? Whenever someone rejects you, you accuse them of being selfish and not contributing to the good of the mainland, that they would be cursed by posterity? But, how is your increase in power related to the mainland? What? Did you think that you were the only one with the capabilities to save us all?
When she came face to face with Shi Yun, Wu Yu paused in her steps then continued speaking at a slower pace. Shi Yun, look around you, you've left too much hatred behind you. The geniuses whose deaths had been caused by you. Such a selfish person, you're the true disaster of the mainland. Shi Yun glared at Wu Yu with eyes full of hatred, like a knife that could easily pierce into her heart. If I were not too weak to even speak from this agony, she thought, I would raise hell and scream back at this woman. Shi Yun, you are truly damned. But don't you worry. I won't let you die so easily. For all the torment you've given to me in past, I shall return the agony to you 10,000 times over.
Bang!
Wu Yu slowly gathered the energy from her body into her sword. Then, she pointed it toward Shi Yun, who was lying in a pool of blood. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she swung it towards her hand and chopped off the wrist that had already been smashed under Gu Ruoyun's foot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 493, Shi Yun's Demise, 8. Chapter 493, Shi Yun's Demise, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Stop it, King, stop this right now.
Koan Nan felt his heart twist with pain.
He was just about to rush towards Shi Yun until he noticed Gu Ruoyun shooting a glare at him. With that one look, he immediately felt a sharp pain in the vital organs of his body and fell twitching on the ground. He knew that this was all because of the poison that Gu Ruoyun had given him.
Gu Ruoyun, you will regret this. If you have the audacity to do this, you will regret this one day.
Hate. He was consumed with hatred.
This woman has such gall. He fumed. She's actually allowing someone to bully and humiliate my beloved Shirer.
Wu Yu did not stop at all, for in this moment, all the anguish and frustrations that she has had to suffer were unleashed at full force.
Shi Yun, long ago, you issued an order to have me cruelly tortured in 82 different ways.
As a result, my body is now riddled with over 1,000 scars.
Do you want to see them?
I still remember how it felt when you used a branding iron to carve the skin off my body. I can still smell the scorching burns on the skin of my thighs.
But you?
Not only did you do this to me, you had me bathed in salt and then let maggots crawl all over my body.
Do you know how I felt when I watched those maggots crawl all over me? When I think about it now, I want to puke.
Initially, the crowd had assumed that Wu Yu was downright cruel, but upon hearing about the torture she had to endure in the past, they began to weep for her.
If she were not subjected to such cruel treatment, how could she possibly end up harboring such bone-deep hatred? It's true, then good and evil will always be rewarded. That kind of agony was truly the kind that I will never forget for the rest of my life. Wu Yu breathed heavily and stared emotionlessly at Shi Yun, but don't you worry, I won't treat you that way. I will only make you watch as I chop your body into pieces one by one. And finally, when I'm done, I'll cut out your heart.
No!
Shi Yun thought in panic. Don't!
Shi Yun shook her head in terror but couldn't even speak.
She could only stare pleadingly at Wu Yu. Oh, so you've realized your sins? No. Someone like you will never believe that she has done anything wrong. You would only offer a compromise for the moment.
If I let you off, I'm afraid that I'll be subjected to my past tortures once again.
Wu Yu raised her sword and chopped off Shi Yun's entire arm.
Fresh blood spurted out from the wound and Shi Yun ended up fainting from the sheer agony of it all.
Do you think that you can escape this just because you've fainted?
Let me tell you this, I have long been prepared in anticipation for this very day.
Wu Yu laughed coldly and produced a pot of salt water from her sleeves before pouring it directly into her wound. No, don't, stop. Koan Nan cried out hoarsely with bloodshot eyes.
His voice trembled, don't torture her anymore, grant her a quick death.
I beg of you, stop torturing Shi, please, let her go. It hurts. He thought.
At this very moment, Koan Nan felt as if a great needle was piercing through his heart, causing him great pain. But he did not have the courage to speak out and ask to endure Shi Yun's torture in her place.
Because this was all far too cruel. The Honorable Sir Tianqi sighed and glanced at Gu Ruoyun helplessly. Little girl, perhaps you could take her back with you and deal with her then? This is all simply too much of a hindrance for the eyes of the rest of us.
Or, you can finish her off.
Gu Ruoyun lightly raised an eyebrow. The decision does not lie with me. You should ask Wu Yu. I've handed Shi Yun over to her. All right. As soon as Gu Ruoyun had spoken, Wu Yu replied immediately, since the Honorable Sir Tianqi has spoken, then I, Wu Yu, shall do this out of respect for the Honorable Sir Tianqi. I will finish her off immediately. Wait a moment. Just as Wu Yu was about to execute her, the Honorable Sir Tianqi spoke again. This time, even Gu Ruoyun stared puzzledly at the Honorable Sir Tianqi.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 494, Shi Yun's Demise, 9. Chapter 494, Shi Yun's Demise, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Whoosh.
Before the crowd could even realize what was going on, Honorable Sir Tianqi waved his sleeves and a sharp light shot toward Shi Yun, piercing her through the throat.
Shi Yun let out a muffled groan as her head tilted at a crooked angle. Then, she breathed no more. Koan Nan, it was I who killed Shi Yun. If you wish to cause havoc, you may ask your master to speak to me.
Don't cause trouble for the Gu girl.
The Honorable Sir Tianqi looked at Koan Nan and spoke in a somber manner. Koan Nan did not respond.
Instead, he stared blankly at Shi Yun's lifeless body as tears rolled down his cheeks. Then, he threw himself forward and kneeled onto the ground, lamenting bitterly, Shi, I'm so sorry.
Big Brother Nan was not able to protect you.
But rest assured, he resolved, I shall remember this injustice.
Honorable Sir Tianqi, may I ask if it's time for me to leave? Koan Nan held Shi Yun's lifeless body and asked as he rose to his feet.
The Honorable Sir Tianqi was just about to speak, but Gu Ruoyun raised her calm but cold voice. I've told you, I'm not letting you leave until I've paralyzed half of your body.
Gu Ruoyun, what more do you want?
You've already taken Shi Yun's life and fed me with poison.
And yet you're still not satisfied with your gains? Koan Nan's eyes were filled with hatred as he retorted through gritted teeth.
Gu Ruoyun laughed coldly. So, let me ask you this.
That person who arrived in Azure Dragon Country to deal with me years ago, did you send him? What did you say? Koan Nan was stunned as an obscure glint flashed across his eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. You're not going to admit to it?
Gu Ruoyun calmly raised a corner of her lips and fixed her gaze on Koan Nan.
Just then, Koan Nan felt a wave of agony in the vital organs of his body once again. He dropped Shi Yun's body and held onto his stomach, crumpling to the ground.
His face had turned completely white as a cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
Stop it, I confess, I sent him. Boom!
It was as if thunder had struck past his ears. The Honorable Sir Tianqi rose to his feet again just as he was about to sit down. He had always known that Kuan Nan had intentions of usurping Gu Xingxiao's position, but he did not think that he would have been so shameless as to send an agent to Azure Dragon Country in order to capture Gu Ruoyun.
All right.
Gu Ruoyun swept her gaze towards Kuan Nan. Seeing as you were the mastermind behind my kidnapping attempt, then I have reason to collect my debt from you.
Xiao Yi, cripple him for me. Qian Beiyi did not reply.
His blood-red robe shot into the skies, then charged towards Kuan Nan at the speed of light.
Before Kuan Nan could make sense of the situation, a hand landed forcefully on his chest. Bang!
Instantly, it was as if Kuan Nan's body had exploded like he had been filled with explosive substances. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body emitted fumes of smoke. Then, Chen Beiyi calmly placed his hand back to the side of his body and slowly walked back to Gu Ruoyun's side. His crimson robes and silver hair were absolutely mind-blowing.
One attack. The crowd thought. The mid-level martial emperor Kuan Nan was no match for his one attack. Xiao Yi, let's go. Gu Ruoyun took one last look at Kuan Nan, then turned around and began to leave. But just then, a powerful aura shot across the skies, smashing into the plaza. Boom!
Before the crowd could realize what was going on, a large hole was smashed into the plaza. In that hole, an old man clothed in black pushed himself off the ground, sweeping a dark gaze across every face in the crowd. When his gaze fell upon Kuan Nan, whose entire body was drenched in blood, a ruthless energy burst from within his very being.
His elderly face was incomparably gloomy and his hoarse voice was absolutely unpleasant to the ear. Who did this?
His tone was dripping with murderous intent, causing the Honorable Sir Tianqi's face to change suddenly.
What's this old fart doing here?
That's it, she's done for. It would be extremely difficult for the Gu girl to solve this now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 495, The End of the Trials, 1. Chapter 495, The End of the Trials, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
The old man, dressed in black, stood amidst the howling wind. His sharp eyes surveyed his surroundings like a nighthawk. A spark of hope ignited in Kuan Nan's dark and gloomy gaze at the sight of the black-clothed elder. Master, save me.
Quick, come and save me. He cried out hurriedly. The black-clothed elder frowned and rushed to Kuan Nan's side in a flash.
Then, he lightly touched his wrist, checking his pulse. Once he felt the energy attacking his system, the old man's face darkened.
Kuan Nan, who did this? Kuan Nan shot Gu Ruoyun and Qian Beiyi a hateful glare. It was them.
They murdered Shurer and crippled me.
Master, you must avenge me in my stead. Boom! A strong aura erupted from the body of the black-clothed elder. It raised the debris from around him into a twister which shot into the sky. A haze appeared in the space between his brow and he slowly turned his penetrating gaze towards the two people who stood amongst the ruins. It was you two. Qian Beiyi stood protectively in front of Gu Ruoyun, red-robed and silver-haired.
His peerlessly beautiful face was now filled with murderous intent.
He deserves to die. Good, very good. The black-clothed elder smiled in spite of his anger as vicious currents of energy coursed through his entire body.
His aura reeked of an impending Armageddon. You've harmed my disciple. As such, I'll ensure that you'll both die without a burial site.
The black-clothed elder swiftly threw his fist filled with a powerful force towards Qian Beiyi.
In that instant, a great wind rose from his surroundings and his entire being looked as sharp as the blade of a sword. Qian Beiyi slowly looked at him and casually raised his hand.
Slam!
Not many can withstand the strong impact of a fight between two martial honors. Hence, the ones who were unable to react in time were immediately blown away by the strong force between the two men.
Blood splattered from their mouths continuously. Even the judge's box was completely destroyed by their combined power. However, Gu Ruoyun, who had been shielded by Qian Beiyi, was completely unharmed. Is this the true strength of this man?
Zhou Shangchen stroked his chin as an almost undetectable light flashed across his phoenix-like eyes. A martial honor. No, his true power isn't merely at that level. He's unable to harness his true power due to the current condition of his body.
This man, where had he come from? His appearance in Gu Ruoyun's life wasn't limited to fortunate and unfortunate times. Whatever it is, Xiao Yuner is Shengxiao's younger sister. I must ensure her safety. Bang! The black-clothed elder stumbled back, placing his numb hand back to his side. A mouthful of blood nearly shot out from his throat, but he forced himself to hold it in. With this one attack, he realized that he was no match for this man. The old man darkened his eyes at the thought. I've always thought that martial honors only existed within the three great authorities. But I did not expect for such a young genius to appear on our mainland. However, I am an elder of the spirit sect, boy.
Regardless of the misunderstanding between my disciple and you, come back to the spirit sect with me first and I will give you an explanation. As long as he comes back to the spirit sect with me, I would certainly have a say whether this boy gets to live or die, he thought. Just then, a soft laugh was heard. The man's voice was full of ridicule and mockery. It made the black-clothed elder feel very uncomfortable.
I certainly didn't think that some people in the spirit sect could be so shameless. Once you've beaten the young one, the older one arrives. You are a 70 to 80-year-old man. Isn't too shameful for you to bully two young ones?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 496, The End of the Trials, 2. Chapter 496, The End of the Trials, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Zhuo Shangchen fanned himself gently with a magnificent smile on his face. His every syllable was like a sharp awl, piercing into the black-clothed elder's heart.
Zhuo Shangchen.
The old man's face darkened. This matter has nothing to do with the Darkeen Palace.
You shut your mouth. He. Zhuo Shangchen laughed frostily as a trace of a mocking smile appeared in his phoenix-like eyes. What? Could it be that the martial honor, the Honorable Sir Lingshan, wishes to cause trouble for me, a person younger than him by one generation? Or should we say, that such is the way of the spirit sect? Wait. Just as he finished speaking, the Honorable Sir Tianchi, who had remained seated in the judge's box, could no longer contain himself and began to refute. This is purely Elder Lingshan's character. It has nothing to do with the spirit sect. However, this boy is right. Old man, you may not have any dignity, but the spirit sect does. It was your disciple who was in the wrong here and we have many witnesses to prove it. If you still insist on avenging your disciple, don't blame me for standing with the Goo Girl and fighting against you. The Honorable Sir Lingshan's expression changed greatly until he finally let out a huge sigh and picked Koan Nan up from the ground with one move. He swept his piercing yet gloomy gaze across the Honorable Sir Tianchi until finally settling on Gu Ruoyan, who was standing behind Shen Beiyi. Little girl, if my guess is right, you must be Gu Xunxiao's younger sister. So let me give you a piece of advice, or it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Always draw a line in everything you do and we will meet in the future on amicable terms. As humans, we should never go overboard or you will face retribution and bring danger to your older brother. I'll let you off on account of the Honorable Sir Tianchi. But if I ever see you again, I will avenge my disciple. Whoosh. Once he had said his piece, the Honorable Sir Lingshan sped into the void without hesitation and soon disappeared before the eyes of the crowd. Gu Ruoyan smirked as she stared at the direction where the old man had disappeared. The next time we meet. You can't say for sure who triumphs over whom. The trials were almost at an end. No one had bothered to even look at a remorseful Lan Yanfeng. Despite the crimes he had committed in Shi Yun's name, his current situation was already the best form of punishment. Let him live with regret for the rest of his life. That's a far greater torture than killing him off. Does anyone else wish to duel with Gu Ruoyun of the Dongfang family? The city governor cleared his throat as he asked. In that instant, all eyes turned to Zhuo Shangchen. Only Zhuo Shangchen of the Darkeen Palace would be a match for her now. Xiao Yunner, Zhuo Shangchen curled his lip and smiled magnificently. It was you who gave me a good show. Hence, I willingly forfeit. Wow. The crowd automatically went into a sensation. As Zhuo Shangchen has forfeited, that proves that the victors of this battle are the Dongfang family members. Congratulations, Lady Gu. The city governor discarded his initial curt mannerisms and smiled widely at Gu Ruoyun. Now, allow me to formally announce the champions of the divine trials, the Dongfang family. Hearing this, the Dongfang family disciples leaped for joy. Heaven knows how long it has been since they've last enjoyed such glory, ever since Dongfang used death. It was Gu Ruoyun. They thought with glee. It was she who has restored the Dongfang family to its former glory. Congratulations, Elder Changjin. I knew that the Dongfang family would come in first place this time. I just knew it. In the past, the Dongfang family had Dongfang Yu. Now, they have Gu Ruoyun. Hence, the Dongfang family shall always be the most powerful of all. Some members of the other organizations immediately clambered to flatter the Dongfang family once the results had been announced. It was as if they had all forgotten that they were the ones who had mocked and ridiculed the Dongfang family in the beginning, and were the ones who had stood with the medicine order and eagerly slandered the Dongfang family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 497, The End of the Trials, 3. Chapter 497, The End of the Trials, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
The faces of every disciple from the medicine order turned into a particularly ugly shade. Some even felt hatred towards Wu Yu. This woman had sided with the Dongfang family, they fumed.
1,000 deaths will not atone for her crime. Dongfang Yu.
Elder Shuai clenched her fists tightly as her malevolent expression filled with hate. You had once stepped on my head and now your daughter has trampled all over my disciples.
Why do the spirits of scoundrels like you refuse to move on?
I cannot accept this. I will not accept being defeated by the Dongfang family.
One day, the medicine order will return and get back everything we deserve. Of course, Elder Shuai's dissatisfaction was only second to that of Rome Yue's.
She, whom everyone had considered a genius, had actually lost.
And in such an embarrassing manner to boot.
This was more than her usual arrogant self could take.
Humph. Bai Xiangtian scoffed.
He had remained silent from the very beginning.
Ha ha.
However, the Honorable Sir Tianqi, who was seated next to him, laughed out loud.
He rubbed his hands gleefully. Bai Xiangtian, don't forget the pill formula.
Honorable Sir Tianqi, even if I give the pill formula to you, you cannot possibly refine pills. Bai Xiangtian glared at him coldly and replied with a frosty look in his eyes.
If I'm unable to refine them, then can you?
The Honorable Sir Tianqi rolled his eyes. Even if I can't refine pills, I'm still allowed to analyze it for 180 years if I wanted to, right? This was your loss from our wager.
So stop gabbing and hand over the pill formula. Bai Xiangtian's expression turned an ugly shade.
But since he had made such a public wager, he could not go back on his word no matter how shameless he was. So, he pulled out a piece of yellowed paper from his sleeve and threw it to the Honorable Sir Tianqi. The Honorable Sir Tianqi quickly snatched up the pill formula with tears of emotion glistening in his eyes. After all, pill formulas have mostly vanished from the face of the earth, and Bai Xiangtian simply happened to be fortunate enough to discover this formula amongst some ancient ruins. Now that this pill formula was in his possession, how could he not feel emotional? He almost fiercely planted a kiss on the pill formula in his hands at the thought of this. But the parchment was clearly ancient, so he did not dare act with even the slightest hint of impulsiveness.
Ahem.
The city governor cleared his throat and spoke. I'm actually quite surprised that the trials has ended so quickly. Next, when I call your name, you may choose any of the 3 great authorities that you wish to join and you will be granted access to a year's worth of training with your chosen organization.
The crowd stared in anticipation at the city governor. Gu Ruoyun, Wei Yi, Zhuo Shangshan, Rong Yue. Every time the city governor announced a name, the hearts of the crowd would leap as if anticipating that the next name on the list would be theirs. And when he had finished announcing the names of the chosen disciples, they could not help but feel disappointed. All right.
After announcing over 20 names, the city governor smiled. To those whose names have been called out, you can choose your desired authority for your apprenticeship.
The entire plaza fell silent.
The elders of the 3 great authorities sat in the judge's box, waiting for the chosen disciples to make their selection.
Little girl, I've waited for you to join my spirit sect for a very long time.
The Honorable Sir Tianqi smiled. As long as you join me, I can ensure that, based on your talents, you can definitely become a direct disciple of our founder and sect master. When the time comes, the spirit sect shall be yours and your brother's oyster.
Gu Ruoyun's mouth twitched. This guy is being far too straightforward, she mused. Isn't he afraid of offending the other members of the spirit sect?
Elder Jiao sniggered. Lady Gu, it would also seem that we've been brought together by fate.
If you join me in the courts of hell, you will soon achieve the highest position second only to our emperor.
Our master places great value on talented individuals and would never treat you unfairly.
Humph.
Bai Xiangtian scoffed arrogantly, and shot a glance at Gu Ruoyun. Little lady, you're a person whose feathers are easily ruffled, so you must join the immortal realm. Once you join us, I will help you correct your malevolent nature so that you will understand what it means to return good for evil. The other 2 authorities have provided some rather convincing conditions, that Gu Ruoyun will be second only to their respective sect masters if she chose to join their organization.
But the immortal realm?
Not only did they neglect to propose any privileges, they've even told her that they want to teach her the meaning of returning good for evil and to serve the immortal realm with no complaints. If that wasn't foolishness, then what is? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 498, The Massacre, 1. Chapter 498, The Massacre, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I choose the spirit sect.
The young girl's calm voice rang out as clearly as a bell throughout the plaza. Every syllable fell distinctly into every ear.
In contrast with Bai Xiangtian's blackened face, A trace of disappointment also flashed across Elder Joe's face. A girl with such immense talent, he thought. Wouldn't it be great if she had joined the courts of hell? Humph. A black-faced Bai Xiangtian scoffed coldly. He swept his gaze across Gu Ruoyun's face and exclaimed coldly, "So, you refuse to join the immortal realm? You'll regret this. This girl is not only valiant and talented but vicious and merciless as well. If someone like her refuses to join the immortal realm, then I have no choice but to make her disappear, to stamp out a potential disaster in the future." Bai Xiangtian slowly turned his attention to Zhuo Shangchen at the thought of this and spoke coldly, "Young master of the Darkeen Palace, I've long heard news of your great talent. I hope you won't make the same foolish decision as her." Zhuo Shangchen stretched out lazily on his sedan and replied with smiling eyes, "My apologies, wherever Xiao Yun'er goes, I follow. I'm choosing the same authority as well." His face, as beautiful as a peach blossom, was filled with an enchanting smile. His peach blossom pink robes fluttered against the gentle breeze like petals in the wind. Bai Xiangtian's expression turned cold. Just as he was about to speak up, the Honorable Sir Tianqi cut him off. "Bai Xiangtian, these are the personal decisions of the young ones. Do you still intend on forcing them?" Humph. Bai Xiangtian scoffed coldly again, hiding the murderous intent in his eyes. Once Gu Ruoyun and Zhuo Shangchen made their decisions, the rest began choosing the authority they wished to join. Wei Yi naturally chose to follow Gu Ruoyun and Rong Yue chose the immortal realm, predictably. Her choice somewhat calmed Bai Xiangtian. Once everyone has chosen their desired jurisdiction on the spot, the crowd slowly began to disperse. In contrast with the number of new disciples that the immortal realm and the spirit sect had received, the new recruits in the courts of hell were far and few in between. Nightfall. In the guest house, a semi-conscious Lin Lang gently opened her eyes. She tried to move but ended up aggravating her wounds. She gasped from the pain. "Lin Lang, you're awake?" Dongfang Changjin spotted Lin Lang's movements from the corner of her eye. She hurriedly approached her and coaxed gently, "Your wounds are not fully healed. It's best that you rest now." "Master," Lin Lang raised her sparkling eyes, staring seriously up at Changjin, "I did not let you down. I defeated Gu Ling. But in the end, I still..." Lin Lang. Suddenly, an airy voice was heard, coming from a close proximity. The young girl's raven hair was like a rippling waterfall and her green robes gave off a clear, cool glow under the moonlight. "Why didn't you use the weapon that I've given you?" Lin Lang lightly bit her lip and replied, "I wanted to defeat Gu Ling with my own strength. I did not want to use a spiritual weapon in this sort of situation." Gu Ruoyun fell silent and did not pursue the matter. But when Lin Lang assumed that she had gotten angry with her, Gu Ruoyun hurriedly continued, "Don't worry, I will make the Gu family escort your parents back to you in a palanquin with 8 carriers. Lady Gu." Lin Lang's heart softened as tears began welling up in her eyes. "How many years has it been since I last saw my parents? How many years have I had to live my life, longing for them? Lady Gu, thank you. Truly, thank you. If it were not for you, this day would never have come. If you really want to thank me, then protect the Dongfang family with everything you have from now on. This is the best reciprocation for me. Alright, we should make our way back to the Dongfang family home tomorrow. You'd better get some rest. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 499, The Massacre, 2. Chapter 499, The Massacre, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lin Lang went into shock and started puzzledly at her delicate features. "We're leaving tomorrow? But isn't there still 2 more days to the end of the trials? Could it be that the Dongfang family has been eliminated?" Lin Lang felt anxious at the thought and her already pale face turned increasingly white. "Could it be that I've caused a conflict between the Dongfang family and the immortal realm?" she wondered, "resulting in our elimination? If that's truly the case, then I'm afraid that not even my death can absolve us from the blame. Lin Lang, you're thinking too much." The disciples of the Dongfang family, who happened to have overheard the conversation, hurriedly explained to her, "The trials have ended. Our Dongfang family has obtained first place." "It's finished?" Lin Lang gaped with astonishment. "How could this be? Don't tell me that I've been asleep for 3 days? Of course, you didn't know how cool Lady Gu was today. She challenged all the geniuses of the medicine order alone and won." The disciple who explained the situation had a face filled with admiration and pretty much hyped up the events to Lin Lang. Based on his narrative, Gu Ruoyun had become so perversely powerful that she killed all the participants from the medicine order with one slap. Lin Lang was completely in awe and did not regain her senses for a very long time. Only one thing played over and over again in her mind. The Dongfang family won. We've finally won.
Emotion welled up from the pit of her stomach, causing tears to stream uncontrollably down her face. She quickly covered her mouth with her tiny hand, allowing her tears to roll freely down her face.
Wu Yu, what are your plans now? Wei Yi raised an eyebrow as she turned to Wu Yu and asked. Wu Yu paused before answering, I want to return to the medicine order. The medicine order? Are you certain?
They're clearly in cahoots with Shi Yun, and Shi Yun had died by your hand.
If you return to the medicine order, you will certainly be in great danger. How about you come back with me to the 100 Herb Hall?
Senior Aunt, despite it all, my master is the only daughter of the former order master. Those guys wouldn't cross the line.
Besides, there are many elders in the medicine order who stand with my master. If the current order master plans to do anything to me, I'm afraid that it won't be that easy.
Wu Yu raised her head and replied, her eyes full of resolve.
All right. Wei Yi nodded gently, take care of yourself and watch out for your own safety when you return.
If anything were to happen, send someone to summon me and I will rush to the medicine order as quickly as I can.
I can't go with you now, but once everything has been settled on my end, I will visit you in the medicine order.
Take care, Senior Aunt. Wu Yu joined her fists and bowed, then took one last look at Wei Yi before walking out and disappearing into the night. Gu Ruoyan watched her shadow as she left. A glint flashed across her eyes. Wei Yi, are you truly all right with Wu Yu leaving like this?
Wei Yi laughed bitterly, and what if I'm not?
She is insistent, so I can only respect her decision.
Xiao Yi.
Gu Ruoyan muttered to herself for a bit, then turned towards Qian Bei Yi. Follow the members of the medicine order tomorrow and deal with them. That way, no one will know of what had happened in Cloud City. Then, we shall meet at the foot of Cloud City. She did not give this task to Yunyao and Tianxiong because their powers were only at the rank of a martial emperor. It would be impossible to mask their aura in front of other martial emperors, so there would be a risk of discovery before they even left Cloud City.
Now, the only one capable of this job is Qian Bei Yi. All right.
Qian Bei Yi lowered his gaze and observed the young girl before him and flashed her an enchantingly mesmerizing smile.
His eyes only ever looked at the young girl in front of him. As long as it's someone you want to kill, Xiao Yun, I will do it for you.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 500, The Massacre, 3. Chapter 500, The Massacre, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The following day.
The light of the morning sun was shining down upon all. Most of the participating organizations have pretty much packed up their luggage and were ready to leave. Gu Ruoyan had just stepped out from the guest house when a figure in peach-pink robes blocked her from leaving. Zhou Shangqian smiled coquettishly.
Even the phrase a magnificence unmatched in his generation would not be enough to describe his beauty. As a result, Gu Ruoyan sighed and lamented to herself, why is a coquette like this stuck in the body of a man?
If he had been born a woman, even Wei Yi, whose looks could cause the downfall of nations, would be no match for him.
Xiao Yun'er, why isn't your little footman with you today?
Zhou Shangqian gently curled the corners of his lips as he shifted his gaze to the space next to Gu Ruoyan. His grin broadened as he did not see the silver-haired figure in red. Gu Ruoyan calmly shot him a glance. This matter does not concern you, fourth prince.
If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Xiao Yun'er, come now. How many years of friendship have we had? I only called him a little footman and you're acting so cruelly. It really hurts my feelings.
Zhou Shangqian clutched his heart dramatically with an obviously exaggerated broken-hearted look on his face. But when matched with that peerlessly beautiful face that could send all living things into a frenzy, it caused the nearby womenfolk to feel completely irritated. However, due to Gu Ruoyan's display of great martial prowess in the trials, no one dared say a single word.
Hurt? Gu Ruoyan rolled her eyes. How is it that I can't really tell that you're actually sad?
Zhou Shangqian, I've tolerated your antics time and again on account of the fact that you're my brother's friend, but if you do this one more time. She narrowed her eyes threateningly as she spoke, and smiled curtly, I won't mind turning you into an actual woman.
Zhou Shangqian's expression immediately turned black.
It took him a while before he could compose himself and flash a stunning smile. All right, I'll stop toying with you. Xiao Yun'er, the Darking Palace and the Dongfang family will be using the same paths.
How about we stick together? What do you say? My apologies.
Gu Ruoyan rubbed her nose, but from what I can tell, the Darking Palace and the Dongfang family's routes are quite far off.
Oh, so you know the address to the Darking Palace, Xiao Yun'er?
Zhou Shangqian grinned from ear to ear as if he did not feel embarrassed that his lie was exposed. He took 2 steps closer to the young girl. Even his breath held a flirtatious air. However, for you, Xiao Yuner, I'd make a detour.
As you like.
Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders. Wei Yi, Elder Changjin, let's go.
All right. Yes, master.
Dongfang Changjin and Wei Yi replied in unison, and the Dongfang family members promptly made their way towards the city gates.
Follow them.
The smile on Zhou Shengchen's face gradually disappeared as he gestured at the gorgeous maidservants carrying his palanquin with a wave of his fan. Remember, should any dangers arrive later, your sole duty is to protect Gu Ruoyun. In that moment, the man's face no longer held that frivolous smile. A never-before-seen seriousness clouded his alluring eyes. Knowing the immortal realm, they will never let this matter go so easily. If one wishes to exit the city gates of Cloud City, they will need to pass over a barren desert. At this moment, the number of travelers in the desert was exceedingly rare. Aside from the Dongfang family, there were only a few scattered members from the other forces. It seems that the medicine order has left long ago.
They should be out of the city very soon. Wei Yi, let's head to the city gate. We will meet up with Xiao Yi there.
Gu Ruoyun spoke calmly as she raised her head and stared at the clear blue skies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.